Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. What's going on? Hopefully I've got the mic fixed today and it doesn't sound as bad as it did yesterday. Don't want leftist audio, even if we are leftists here. My God. It is a shit show of a day, it seems. Just pulling up to see in case any new news has come out in the last 5 minutes, considering it's just been over and over, like every 2 seconds there's just been updates. There's a protest happening in DC now. We'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at any like live streams of what's going on over there. But I did want to start off with some lighter news. You know, I don't want to jump straight into the fascism, mind you, but I mean, it's all kind of gonna be related today. I'm not sure I have much in the way of good news. But here's some of it, and to be clear, like, just barely, because even though this is wonderful, it's only symbolic, but Australia has officially said that we will be recognizing the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly next month, and I think that's wonderful. The conditions put on it are kind of stupid, but you know, it is what it is. It's better than not recognizing the state of Palestine.
Australia will join key allies in recognising Palestinian statehood at the United Nations General Assembly next month. The historic shift in foreign policy has been approved today by Cabinet, ending weeks of speculation. The Prime Minister declared now is the moment to move and that the world cannot wait for success to be guaranteed. Critics say it rewards Hamas for the terror it unleashed on Israel on October the 7th. National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman begins our coverage.
Why do we never, like, I mean, I know why, but, like, can we please also mention the terror that, you know, other groups cause? Like, maybe the IDF? What's up, Latino Mifun? Good to see ya.
A momentous shift in Middle East diplomacy.
Today I can confirm that at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September, Australia will recognise the state of Palestine.
Australia to join France, the UK, Canada and possibly New Zealand in making the historic pledge, a coordinated global campaign to push for Palestinian statehood.
The Israelis are not happy about this. In fact, the Americans are not happy about this because, like, Europe is one thing, but Australia is genuinely just another Israel, in that we are another unsinkable aircraft carrier that the US basically owns. We're a colony, you know, an American colony. And it's putting some pressure on the United States. And I mean, like, it's being called shameful, every which way you can frame it. It's actually hilarious. You know, like a country doing what, you know, the people that elect the officials in government want them to do, considering the massive protests that have been non-stop for months in Australia, considering the fact they closed off the Sydney Harbour Bridge like last week with one of them.
The risk of trying is nothing compared to the danger of letting this moment pass us by.
This September, the international community has the chance to forge hope from despair.
But Australia's promise comes with conditions. The Prime Minister's seeking assurances directly from the Palestinian Authority that Hamas will have no role in any future Palestinian state.
I feel like if you really want to make sure, Alba, you're going to have to check with the Israeli government on that too, considering, like, I could provide receipts of Netanyahu, of people like Yoav Gallant, talking about how, you know, they've funded Hamas in the past, how important it was to them. In fact, I can show you Yoav Gallant, the I think the former now defense minister, saying how it's actually not possible for the IDF to get rid of Hamas. Like, it physically is not. First off, you can't get rid of insurgencies by just randomly killing people, unless you kill literally everybody. But also, they don't have the ability, like, they're not strong enough militarily to 100% remove every Hamas member, even if they tried. And again, like, it would just create a new cycle of blowback anyway, but, you know, that's a whole other thing.
And that the authority itself demilitarizes, commits to...
When was the Palestinian Authority militarized? Someone please tell me that. Also, mind you, hold elections. The last elections that were held were more than 18 years ago. Why do you think Gaza hasn't held elections? It's because Hamas doesn't let them? They need Hamas as an excuse for genocide. Oh, of course they do. Literally, that's why they funded Hamas. Yoav Gallant specifically said, we funded Hamas because we needed to drive a wedge between the PLO. Like, we didn't want the PLO to be in charge of both the West Bank and Gaza. So they created Hamas, and then they funded them, and then they pushed them to, you know, threaten people and win the election, and then there wasn't an election for 18 years after that. It's kind of their own doing. It's kind of like how we funded Osama bin Laden, and then he 9/11'd us, but if we were doing that, like, with full intention, well ahead of time. I mean, I'm talking, like, in the 90s, in the 80s, like, we're still talking to bin Laden, like, hey, okay, so, like, you remember the plan, right? Like, eventually, yeah. I think Albo is essentially essentializing governments now. I mean, yes, but also remember that, like, Albo is just the PM. The PM's job is to speak on camera. The PM themselves is not the one that's, like, realistically making these decisions. They obviously have a hand in it, just like a president would, but it's advisors. So there's always conditions, as in regards to Hamas. If there will be a recognition of the Palestinian state, it just gives an excuse to back out. That is also true. It does give an excuse to back out. That's a good point, an incorrigible heathen. I mean, like, again, the issue being, if you really want to make sure Hamas doesn't come back, make sure Israel doesn't fund them. And good to see you, long like Homo sapien.
Holding elections and continues to recognise Israel's right to exist. The objective, to isolate Hamas and unite Gaza and the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority's control.
The risk here is this is rewarding terrorism.
I swear to God, I mean, like, the risk here is it's rewarding terrorism. Motherfucker, you've been rewarding terrorism. That just came out today that Australia was selling F-35 jet parts to Israel directly. The PM's basically the sales person for the party's plan and action to the public. Exactly. It's, you know, in our modern context, it's the person who goes on TV. It's the talker. No state has a right to exist. I agree. No state has a right to exist. It does exist, and that's a thing. A right to exist? Well, like, people have a right to exist, but clearly that doesn't matter. And saying that Israel has a right to exist is rewarding terrorism at this point? 100%. Saying Israel has a right to defend itself is literally rewarding terrorism. No, it doesn't. Actually, it does not have the right to defend itself here. Because, they're killing people under their own watch. Like, you guys understand, right? International law-wise, Palestine is not a state. It is part of the state of Israel. And being attacked by what would, like, equivocate to an extremist militia in your state that you control does not give you the right to, target an entire portion. Like, for example, if after the assassination attempt of Donald Trump, if, you know, they went and said America has the right to defend itself from Pennsylvania, and then started bombing Pennsylvania, that would not, like, that's the equivalent here. Now, like, Pennsylvania is a U.S. state, and Palestine is Palestine, but it is technically occupied by Israel. You can't do that. By definition, you can't be defending yourself while occupying and invading another territory. That's also true. It's like America defending itself inside of Vietnam. Rights are for people, not human constructs such as states. Or corporations, mind you. Which, to be fair, like, Israel really is just 6 corporations in a trench coat, but it's even a better example than mine, Long Sapien. I was trying to bring it away from, like, you know, war into more of, like, an extremist action type thing, but, like, you're right. Ukraine is a country that's actually defending itself, 100%. Mind you, we do have some news on that as well, and not good news.
It's not getting to a lasting peace, which we all want to see.
The Albanese
Except for Israel doesn't. They don't want to see that.
government has been dragged kicking and screaming to take this small step.
The government has been moving cautiously.
No. It's not moving cautiously. She is correct. The government had to get dragged here kicking and screaming by massive protests and the fact that, like, Labour won in Australia by historic margins. I mean, like, Labour won to the point where the Liberal Party, our equivalent of the Republicans, became a regional party for Queensland by the end of that election. They lost so many seats that they are irrelevant, basically. They broke apart at some point. I mean, like, they're going to be more important soon. We have a growing Nazi problem here, obviously. But, I mean, like, it's insane that it took this much to actually move the position of the state when the people broadly support this position and broadly supported the Labour government enough to vote them in by historic margins. So, like, it is really actually insane. When you lose so many seats, your entire you're entering Whig Party territory. Basically, yeah. I mean, like, again, I don't think that they're that far gone. I think maybe a few of the right-wing parties might just disappear, but I think the Liberals will be around because the Labour Party keeps fucking up. I would like to see a state of Israel abolished as that it's apartheid and fascist state and its principle also the main tool of the U.S. imperialism. Well, I mean, I agree. I don't think Israel has the right to exist. I don't think it should exist. I don't even believe in a two-state solution. I believe in a one-state solution that is based in equal rights, demilitarized, and specifically involves like the way I've laid out how you could end the genocide in a way that's useful, productive. I think the best way to go about it is, first off, you bring Western military troops onto the ground and you protect the area because you're gonna entirely disarm the IDF. Sorry, you guys get no guns. You don't even get to have, like, a rifle anymore. You've lost that right. Try again in 10 years if you want a gun. And then you take apart their entire government, and then you put everyone on trial who is in the government at any point throughout any of, actually, really, at any point, because this has been going for more than 70 years. And same with every single, IDF troop. Pretty much do them like they did the Nazis. Well, I mean, I'd rather do them much more effectively than we did the Nazis. We only, executed 11 Nazis, and only, 31 of them got any kind of sentence. Now, I don't think every single one of the, people that are involved in the genocide should be executed. In fact, some of them, I think, shouldn't be, because that would be too soft of a punishment. There needs to be consequences. And for the psychopaths in this case, death is a release. I want you to have to suffer, live and suffer, not have suffering done to you, but I want you to do it to yourself. And so it's different. We should call the one-state solution integrationist and make the case rhetorically stronger. I fucking love that, actually. I will be doing that. Integrationist. I'm an integrationist. I like it. Yeah, to be honest, state-sponsored genocide has, the lowest prosecution rate of any crime in the world ever. I feel like less than 1% of genocidal maniacs ever get convicted. I mean, that's true as well. I'm back, sorry. I missed the start of the stream. I had to talk to someone real quick. No worries, you didn't miss much. We need U.S. politicians held to account for war crimes in Gaza, too. Oh, yeah, no. America, Europe, there needs to be reparations paid from both Europe, the U.S., and Israel, or rather, the wealthy, powerful in Israel should have their wealth redistributed. More so to be reparations-oriented rather than just fairness-oriented as well. There's a lot of things you could do. That would be the best-case scenario, but right now the only resistance from protest throughout the world. Yes, and mind you, that even in the places that have said that they will recognize Palestinian statehood, there are still crackdowns by police on protesters. For example, there was crackdowns on pro-Palestine protesters in Australia yesterday, the same day that we announced that we'd be recognizing Palestine as a state. None of the Japanese scientists, maybe like 2 German scientists, the few we didn't steal and give good jobs, that's, yeah. Look, again, like, Stalin was a bad person, a very, very bad person, and he didn't get much right. But one thing that he did get right is that Nazis should die. Exciting news, we're shutting down AIPAC and all of their money is going to be sent to refugees. No way this will not be appealable. I mean, I haven't heard anything on that. I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're making a joke, but it wouldn't be if I was in charge. Appealable, rather.
The Foreign Minister first flagged this shift a year ago, but the decisive moment came last month when France, horrified by the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, confirmed it would recognise Palestinian statehood. Other Western nations quickly followed, and now Australia too, joining what's become a truly global push to ratchet up pressure on Israel. Anthony Albanese conveyed the news to his Israeli counterpart in a half-hour conversation described as civil. But Benjamin Netanyahu,
Israelis? Civil? Come on.
backed by the United States, is undeterred.
To have European countries and Australia.
Remember that this man, when he comes to the United States, or really travels to any country outside of Israel, brings dirty laundry with him to force, like, the state to clean it for them. Literally. Like, there are articles, pictures, photos, interviews. The man brings suitcases of dirty laundry and makes us wash it for him when he visits the United States. We pay for that. His dry cleaning. It's a show of disrespect. And it's intentional, obviously.
March into that rabbit hole. It's actually shameful.
Israel's ambassador to Australia adding peace is built by ending terror, not rewarding it, accusing Australia of undermining Israel's security and
Israel is the terrorist state. Like, Israel is worse than Hamas right now. Hamas is not good. Israel is worse. I do really want to ask every world leader, like, hey, if genocide is this hard to stop and life is this cheap, what's the point of civilization? Well, obviously, like, you know, like, they don't believe any of that. It's all about what's convenient. Remember that this guy ordered airstrikes via phone while attending the UN peace conference? Yes, actually. He ordered airstrikes on a foreign nation, I believe it was Lebanon, from a New York hotel room while attending the UN peace conference. He is a caricaturish Machiavellian villain. Like, he's literally a demon.
failing hostage negotiations.
There is a momentum that has been created. I think we're moving and there is no going back.
Gratitude from the Palestinian Authority, hope for Palestinian Australians.
It honestly means a lot to the Muslim community.
This is about much more.
Even if it is only symbolic and not really, like, strong as I would like it to be, it is a big deal, though. And again, I said this a while back when the ICC and ICJ warrants came out for Netanyahu, and the International Criminal Court officially said, oh yes, no, there is a genocide being done. That allowed this to happen. There is, in most states, in their constitution, built-in mechanisms that triggered when it was confirmed that this is a genocide, and that war crimes are being committed, that allowed these states to have far more power when it comes to, being able to move away from them. Now, obviously, this is going far slower than it needs to be. I mean, it did not take this much effort when it was, South Africa. But the global economy is very, very much intertwined inside of Israel, especially, weapon systems. But we're slowly seeing that melt away as well. For example, just from today, Norway's Sovereign Wealth Fund which is worth nearly $2 trillion, has divested from 11 Israeli companies and is also terminating agreements with external managers in Israel. So we're slowly seeing that economic shift away from Israel. And that's really important because that economic shift away from, let's say, South Africa was required before apartheid was ended. Hamas is a product of the environment. It's more than that, Oxpecker. Israel literally funds them. So Hamas is literally a product of Israel, not just a product of the environment that Israel has created. But I mean, like, actually. Was that airstrike ordered after the ICJ issued an arrest warrant for him? No, I think it was before. Here's a thought of every country that has an Israeli embassy or consulate should expel them. Unlikely as it is to happen. Oh, I agree. In fact, what's more likely to happen is what The Onion has shown. The US becomes the first country to recognize Mega Israel. It's pretty bad. It's just weird to think that if your own government just started genociding you for no reason, that the rest of the world would spend a good 2 to 5 years being like, it's complicated. Well, I mean, again, it's not like that's new. We did the same. I mean, Ukraine's been getting genocided for 3 years now, mind you, because that is a genocide under the definition of genocide that, like, we watched get read to, what's the ADL guy? Jonathan Greenblatt yesterday, and his face said everything. So, like, it's very clearly a genocide. But even back in World War II, like, we are not, as the West, very good at drawing a line in the sand and holding to it. I don't know. We're kind of pussies like that. Oh, that reminds me, while we're talking about Israel, I gotta open up a couple more links because there is a few things that I did want to show you. As horrifying as some of them are. But, finishing up with some good news first still. In regards to Australia, even after the announcement that we will be recognizing Palestine as a state, we've seen protests continue. And protests have reached even places like Pine Gap, where I'm at, like in the balls in the military base. So, that's pretty cool.
It all kicked off near Pine Gap yesterday. Activists for Mbantwa for Palestine convinced intelligence gathered at the secret facility is being used by Israel to aid its attacks on Gaza.
There must be a conversation about how decades of media narratives since the 1940s have led to the Gaza genocide. I have talked about that, in fact. I've read out Einstein's letter that he penned along with 30 to 40 other intellectuals of the time, way back in 1948, talking about how Israel's government is reminiscent of the Nazis, how it's very fascistic. We've talked about the foundation that Israel was built on, the militias. I mean, like, the fact that they were ethnically cleansing Palestinians before, like, any European country was even talking about a state of Israel, that there was, I've played the game Zionism What the Fuck. Where is it? We couldn't get more than half of these correct even on stream, like, together. I've done this by myself, I've done this with friends, and I've done this on stream, and I've only ever managed to get, I think the top score that I've had was 11 out of 20 correct. And this teaches you a lot. I mean, like, it's really difficult to tell whether a quote comes from a Zionist or a Nazi when you're doing this. If you weren't here for that, I mean, like, here's an example. Who said this? The, quote, group have deserved the catastrophe that has now overtaken them. Their destruction will go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies, and we must hasten this process of cold ruthlessness. Who said this? Was this a Zionist or a Nazi? It will also tell us who said it once we answer and when it was said, which I think is quite useful in having part of that conversation. Yeah, it's hard to tell, isn't it? It's literally a fucking coin flip. Sounds pretty Nazi? Well, actually, this was a Nazi. This was, from Joseph Goebbels. Minister of Propaganda, February 14th, 1942. Let's try another one. Let's try one more. Even 1 million members of group are not worth a fingernail of speaker's group. Who said this? Was this a Nazi or a Zionist? Sounds like, you know, a Nazi, but yeah, no, it is a Zionist. This was said by February 25th, 1944, by Baruch Goldstein, dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of Patriarchs, opened fire on the 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125, until he was beaten to death by survivors. At his funeral, Israelis shouted, "We are all Goldstein's Arabs out of Israel." In response to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but instead imposed more restrictions on the Palestinian population. Trick question, it's Stephen Miller, that too. This is, I mean, like, again, we're at 1994 right now. Let's try one more. It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with people whose blood is different from their own. Well, that sounds like a Nazi to me, but oops, no, sorry. That's from 1904 from a Zionist. 1904! Well before Israel was founded. And this is what I mean, Latino Mifun, like where this game is actually quite useful in some of this conversation. The full quote being, "A Jew brought up among Germans may assume German customs, German words, but he will wholly be imbued with that German, he may wholly be imbued with that German fluid, but the nucleus of his spiritual structure will always remain Jewish because his blood, his body, and his physical racial type are Jewish. It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with people whose blood is different from his own." Literally Nazism! And this is why I say, by the way, that it is Zionism is anti-Semitic. Because necessarily you have to agree with the Nazis. The basis of Zionist ideology is the same as that of anti-Semites, namely the belief that Jews are somehow foreign to Europe and could never be integrated. As some historians have called it, to the anti-Semites call, "Out with you Jews," and the Zionists cheerfully respond, "Yes, out with us Jews." From 1904. Hey, what's up, Zachap? Everyone go give Zachap a follow if you don't already. Fantastic streamer, good educator as well, and friend of the channel. They did this before the Nazis. Again, yeah, 1904. Revisionist Zionist leader who co-founded the Jewish Legion in the British Army in World War I. World War I. Zionists also create white supremacist hierarchies among Jews. Well, I mean, it's also the fact that they are Jewish supremacists and also white supremacists because most of them are Slavic of origin. So, you know. All Zionists are anti-Semitic. Not all anti-Semites are Zionists. I mean, like, I don't even know if you could say that because Palestinians are Semitic. So if they support killing Palestinians, that makes them anti-Semitic as well. Check this out, his like original name is Russian. Yeah, every single Israeli prime minister has had to change their last name to sound less Eastern European and sound more Hebrew. Like Milkowski is Netanyahu's former last name. Just figuring out life still. Aren't we all, mate? Aren't we all? But we are also talking about Australia recognizing Palestinian statehood, even though it is quite symbolic. But I am happy that we're still protesting all the way in Pine Gap. But like, again, you have to understand that this is an ideology that goes back tons of like generations. But well before 1904, they were already talking about this idea. It's just there was a point in time where Israel was supposed to be in Africa. I think they wanted Rwanda to be Israel. They just changed it to the Middle East later. Gotta get them Z's and them V's and them K's out of the name and then replace them with H's and M's, basically, yeah.
So, they've been meeting here since Hamas's attack on Israel in October 2023. And now, with the permission...
There isn't really a Semitic people group, it's only a language group. I've heard Jew hater, Jew hate, anti-Semite, anti-Semitic because the latter give too plausible cover to them. I mean, like, that does make sense. You do also, like, have some, like... I don't know, like, I feel like Semitic is more likely to be, rather than like a racial group or an ethnic group or a language group, just based in where the fuck you from. Like, I don't care if like that is a racial and ethnic thing, but like I don't think that it needs to be posited that way. I think if you live there now and you like, you know, want to be Semitic, I think it's fine. Like, I think Palestinians calling themselves Semitic is true and correct. More so than like I would consider calling them just like anything else. I mean, obviously Palestinians aren't anti-Semitic because they are Semitic. It's a language group, it's not a regional group because there are languages in the same region that aren't Semitic. Well, I suppose, I don't know, like I in my mind I would never tie that to language, but I can see that, so I suppose it's a semantical thing. It's a rhetorical thing, and it does matter how it's phrased. I do like your additions to Depraved Ambiance of, like, instead of just talking about, like, anti-Semitism, like calling it anti-Semitism, just calling it, like, Jew hatred, for example. Especially because it hits more, like, it's attention grabbing. And, like, we clearly have a lot of it in America. Here. Where is it? The last Nazis that I've seen. Here's some Trump supporter Nazis, for example. Like, these people, I wouldn't call anti-Semites. I would call these people Jew haters. Actually, I'd just call these people, like, demons, but you get what I mean. Depending on, like, who's the target audience. Yeah, I could see different phrasing being more useful there. Gal Gadot's original surname was Greenstein. They all do that shit.
Traditional owners, they're just meters from the perimeter.
But see, it's not the British's fault, an incorrigible heathen. I just gave you a quote from a Zionist in 1904 wanting to do exactly this. They're, like, well before Britain ever posited an idea of a Jewish state, there was people who wanted to do this, that were lobbying for this, since, like, the last century.
Today's significant because we are standing in solidarity today. You know, First Nations people, this base, Pine Gap, is on Aranda country.
Alice Springs is far away from Gaza.
Israel, prior to the current genocide, used to sterilize Ethiopian Jewish immigrants. That does not surprise me at all. Like I said, originally they wanted Israel to be in Africa. I can't remember if it was Rwanda or wherever, like, somewhere. But also, do remember that when we're talking about Australia, it's not the British's fault is not what I'm saying. It is definitely the British's fault. It's just not only the British's fault. It predates the British's fault. Nice wool suit for Alice Springs. Yeah, I mean, that looks ridiculous. Yeah. But on the subject here, you gotta remember that Australia is also a settler colonial state, built in the same, like, way as Israel. There also was people here. They even had a slogan, you know, like, what did the Israelis say? A land without a people for a people without a land. Australians have, like, a different saying. I can't remember what it was. Wait, was that the Australian saying? No, that was the Zionist saying. Australians have one too. It's actually quite funny because I remember going to a protest here, and I remember the organizer doing a speech, and it was Nasser Mechi, who's the head of the Australian Palestinian advocacy organization, or I can't remember exactly the words that he said, but he was talking about how there are two countries in the world that have the highest rates of skin cancer are Israel and Australia, the two places where there's a lot of sun, and you know, the native people were less white than the people who then came and did settler colonialism and stole people's houses and kidnapped their children. Like, Australia was still literally taking indigenous people's children from them and then giving them to white families until the 70s, the 1970s. Isn't it also technically winter with y'all right now? It is indeed still winter. But I mean, this is Alice Springs. I've never been outside of the Pine Gap Balls, but I imagine it's still kind of warm over there.
But the feeling of solidarity is deeply held among the traditional owners, and the feeling is getting stronger on Aranda land.
I think I'm exhausted. as every day goes past and something else happens relating to Gaza, to the Strip.
Indigenous folks in Australia were very dark-skinned, generally, like a common trait for the Indian Ocean. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that's the thing. Oh, look, I can see my house from here. I won't tell you which one, but regardless, the issue being here that Australia doesn't really have the right to talk shit here, because we kind of do that. We still do the same thing, still to this day. I mean, like, sure, Australia's a bit woker nowadays. I mean, we got the welcome, the acknowledgement of country, and that's all fantastic. In fact, I wanna bring that over to America. God, could you imagine how angry the right would be if before every single like football game or like a wedding ceremony or a graduation, you had to be like, all right, so I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the stewards and custodians, and like you have to go and say that shit every time, and I love it. We've seen a couple right-wingers here get mad about it during Anzac Day. It's my favorite thing in the world. You gotta be more woke than ever before. That's the best way to get out of this situation.
The Australian Department of Defence told ABC it's unable to comment on operations at Pine Gap.
Yeah, no shit, America won't let them.
But as the government moves to recognise a Palestinian state, the First Nations people of Central Australia also taking a stand. Matthew Quartrip, ABC.
You also have to remember that Pine Gap was built on a place that Indigenous people, some Indigenous people, there are so many different like cultural differences and tribes of Indigenous people in Australia, but Pine Gap was a spiritual, like religious space for them, and we built a military base on it and said, no, you're not allowed here anymore. So that is pretty big. Doesn't the king want to decree that a football team returns its name to the racial slur it used to be? You mean the American king? I haven't heard that one, but that doesn't surprise me at all. Wah, wah, get your politics out of my sports, wah. Meanwhile, they have no problem gargling Trump's nuts at every UFC event. True. It's been hard to be even an MMA fan. To be fair, I'm not one, but you guys know that they don't go there to watch it. They go there to socialize and look like they're normal people. The reason why the US, Canada, Australia are considered Western nations is due to their white being settler colonial states. I mean, that is true. That happens in America sometimes, usually in more woke cities and spaces. It's the law here. They call me Skywalker. Like, it is actually the law. Hold on. I'll give you an example. Here was hecklers booing the other end of this, because so there's the acknowledgement to country that like you as a non-Indigenous person would say, but then as an Indigenous person they have the welcome to country where they're welcoming you to their land, and on Anzac Day, just like this year, this happened.
Good morning. I am Uncle Mark Brown, and I'm an elder and senior cultural heritage officer of the Bunurong people. I'm a Gunditjmara man on my mother's side, and I'm a Bunurong man on my father's side. And this morning, I'm here to welcome everybody to my father's country. Beautiful Bunurong country. But before we do that...
By the way, like, nobody respected the people booing, even, like, here. The thing is, like, again, the right in Australia is really, really weird in that it's only the bourgeois right. Like, we don't have an angry populist right like America does. They're trying really hard to build one, especially with, like, you know, the National Socialist Network. But most Australians just don't give enough of a fuck. But yes, that is disgusting, and like, those people should be shamed. If Trump wants to force Washington Commanders to go back to being called the fucking Redskins, then I want Newsom and every other damn governor to force their teams to be named colonizers. I mean, that's an example. You can name one Crackers, for example. The San Antonio Crackers, I like that one. Pauline Hanson tries. I mean, the Liberal Party tries, and United Australia tries, and One Nation tries, but, you know. But while we're on the topic of Israel, yesterday we heard about the 5 Al Jazeera journalists that Israel killed. And we have the last words of Anas al-Sharif, who was one of the people that were killed. San Antonio slavers, that's a good one. By the way, do you want to know, like, do you understand how fucked up it is that every journalist in Gaza is writing their death note in case they're murdered, so that, you know, the message can be out, like, you know, what were their last words? Do they have any message to their family members? Like, all of that. Literally, like, that's the point that it's at right now.
Returning to our top story, the murder of Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza. A statement by Anas al-Sharif was published online after his death. Let's take a look at what he had to say to the people of Gaza and the rest of the world.
This is my will and final message. If these words reach you, know that Israel has succeeded in killing me and silencing my voice. First, peace be upon you and God's mercy and blessings. God knows I gave every effort and all my strength to be a support and a voice for my people, ever since I opened my eyes to life in the alleys and streets of the Jabalia refugee camp. My hope was that God would extend my life so I could return with my family and loved ones to our original town of occupied Ascalon. But God's will came first, and his decree is final. I have lived through pain in all its details, tasted suffering and loss many times, yet I never once hesitated to convey the truth as it is, without distortion or falsification, so that God may bear witness against those who stayed silent, those who accepted our killing, those who choked our breath, and whose hearts were unmoved by the scattered remains of our children and women, doing nothing to stop the massacre that our people have faced for more than a year and a half. I entrust you with Palestine, the jewel in the crown of the Muslim world, the heartbeat of every free person in this world. I entrust you with its people, with its wronged and innocent children who have never had the time to dream or live in safety and peace. Their pure bodies were crushed under thousands of tons of Israeli bombs and missiles, torn apart and scattered across the walls.
It hurts, but, like, again, these are journalists that have to write this in case they get killed by Israel while they do their job. And Israel loves to kill journalists. Israel's killed more journalists than basically every war since World War I combined has.
I urge you not to let chains silence you, nor borders restrain you. Be bridges toward the liberation of the land and its people, until the sun
of every land and all people, please.
Dignity and freedom rises over our stolen homeland. I entrust you to take care of my family. I entrust you with my beloved daughter Sham, the light of my eyes, whom I never got the chance to watch grow up as I had dreamed. I entrust you with my dear son Salah, whom I wished to support and accompany through life until he grew strong enough to carry my burden and continue the mission. I entrust you with my beloved mother, whose blessed prayers brought me to where I am, whose prayers were my fortress, and whose light guided my path. I pray that God grants her strength and rewards her on my behalf with the best rewards. I also entrust you with my lifelong companion, my beloved wife Salah.
Hey, Rondo. We're listening to the last words of Anas al-Sharif, a journalist who was killed along with 4 others by Israel yesterday. They're claiming he was a Hamas agent, which he wasn't. But also the fact that, like, journalists in Gaza are writing their eulogies, their last words, in case they get killed on the job.
From whom the war separated me for many long days and months. Yet she remained faithful to our bond, steadfast as the trunk of an olive tree that does not bend, patient, trusting in God, and carrying the responsibility in my absence with all her strength and faith. I urge you to stand by them, to be their support after God Almighty. If I die steadfast upon my principles. I testify before God that I am content with his decree, certain of meeting him, and assured that what is with God is better and everlasting. O God, forgive my past and future sins, and make my blood a light that illuminates the path of freedom for my people and my family. Forgive me if I have fallen short, and pray for me with mercy, for I kept my promise and never changed or betrayed it. Do not forget Gaza, and do not forget me in your sincere prayers for forgiveness and acceptance.
It's painful, but it's important. It's quite important. Also, like, understand, rest in peace. Like, very brave, but you gotta understand that this is not an isolated incident. It's just not. Where's the other one? There we go. Israel has killed more journalists in the last 22 months than were killed in the US Civil War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan combined. That is a big fucking deal.
There was a study a few months ago by Brown University in the US which compiled data on journalists killed Civil War in the US, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and all those journalists killed combined was still less than what Israel has done in Gaza since October 7. There was a study a few months ago by Brown University in the US which
to Anas's killing, I'm still somehow shocked by it, even though I shouldn't be after so long, by Western media institutions. The National Press Club called for a thorough and transparent examination of the circumstances surrounding Anas's death. What on earth does that mean? They're putting out a boilerplate statement calling for an investigation. Israel openly, publicly threatened him for months. Yeah. They bombed the tent he was in, and then they took credit for it and bragged about it.
Yeah.
What investigation are you talking about?
That's exactly
Reuters, the headline of Reuters is Israel kills Al Jazeera journalist it says was Hamas leader. And then it goes on to quote the Israeli military saying, he was responsible for advancing rocket attacks or some of this,
Their justification for why they're calling this man Hamas is incredibly funny. Because they're saying that it's because he was in a photo where he was, hugging a Hamas member. Hugging a terrorist, another terrorist. Well, you know who else has been in photos with terrorists? And honestly, they don't even focus on the hugging. Like, we'll see in some of these clips, they focus on he was even photographed with a terrorist. Dude was literally Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Does that mean Israel can bomb Trump? I gotta say, I'm pretty sure, no, it doesn't give Israel the right to bomb Donald Trump. Just because he was in a photo with a terrorist. I mean, to be fair, he is a terrorist, but so is Israel, so.
Preposterous claims. This is making this, it's enabling Israel to do this.
That's right.
And if we look, there's been a progression of brazenness of how Israel kills journalists in Palestine. In the beginning, they would deny that they killed them, or they would say it's collateral damage.
Remember the first hospital where everyone was like, wait, no, that's gotta be an accident. Surely they didn't hit the hospital on purpose. And now there are literally no hospitals left in Gaza standing.
Or that it was some mistake. Then they started claiming that the journalists were in fact militants after they killed them. They did this with Hamza Dahdouh in January 2024. They produced some ridiculous documents claiming he's a Hamas militant or Islamic Jihad, I don't remember. Then they continued to step it up. They created this hit list in October. And they put 6 Al Jazeera journalists and basically saying openly, we're going to kill them. And now they've killed 2 of them.
I mean, Israel is pretty bold, though. I would not be shocked if they straight up bombed an American inside American borders and were like, but Hamas? Oh, I can see them doing that. I just don't see them taking out, the king. But, I can see very clearly that within a year, they wouldn't even have to do that. They can just call America and be like, hey, Hamas over there, ICE comes and gets you. You do realize, we've basically done martial law today. DC's just been invaded by the US military. We mobilized 1,000 army troops to DC. They're not National Guard anymore, because when they're federalized, that makes them the military. That makes them the army.
they went even further. In April, they targeted one of the most prominent journalists in Gaza. His name was Hassan Aslayah. They bombed him in a very similar way to the bombing they did yesterday. They bombed a media tent, but this one outside of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. They killed 2 journalists. One was burned alive and the other died. But the journalist they were trying to kill, Hassan, he was wounded very badly. He was burned. He lost 2 of his fingers. He was recovering.
Also, like, they knew exactly where he was. So the president can't commit a crime, and this is what happens with that. Yeah, I gotta say, like, even if the country didn't fall apart entirely, and it will, and they kept the facade of America, like they just did the fascism, but still had the paint job, no president would ever give this power up. Like, other than a proper, we need change socialist. Like, a liberal would not undo any of this. You get fucking, Cory Booker into office. He's not changing any of this. He's not going to take away any of those powers for himself. It's indeed weird how I'm completely unfazed by Trump federalizing more National Guard. It's because we've grown used to it, long like Homo sapien, and also, like, we've pre-grieved this stuff. I've been saying this was going to happen for over a year. My timetable got a little bit fucked because Trump kept, fucking things up, but, it was always on the table. It was always going to happen, and we've only just started. Like, today in DC, as we're gonna see in a bit, is not the proper, like, crackdowns. You're gonna see, like, somebody's gonna, like, hit a cop or throw a rock or something, and then that's gonna be used as, like, even more of a justification. They said they're gonna go to other cities next. So that's kind of gonna be the main thing we gotta talk about today. So let's finish up with this. And we do have to cover some, like, important Russia news first.
Inside the hospital. They bombed the hospital and killed him. They bombed an injured journalist barely a month later, and killed him. And then openly admitted to it. So they're becoming more brazen about it, openly admitting to it, because they know there will be 0 consequences.
Yeah. No, that's what they do. They push the limit.
They might get some words of condemnation, but the money, the weapons, the support, and the coverage.
Yeah. Israel bombed the home of the Dalal family in Gaza, killing more than 10 people according to reports. Wounding others. Among the residents is another prominent journalist, Motasem Dalal. Reports say that when neighbors rushed in to pull victims from the rubble, Israel struck again, a double-tap strike, hitting the rescuers. This comes less than 24 hours after they killed Anas al-Sharif. That I have seen. I can't show the video on stream, unfortunately, but, you don't really need to see it. This is it. Like, reel it. Anyone, a blue stronghold city in the U.S., I suggest you get out, buy a gas mask if you tend to resist anyway. Possibly wrong. I do agree, like, this is it. I just, like, I don't think today is it. What do we think about John Cena's face turn? I don't know anything about that. I don't think about John Cena ever. Thank you. Long like Homo sapien, I could not have said that better. I do not think about John Cena. Ever. Only when somebody else says so. And the name enters my mind. So, Israel is planning to deploy 400,000 troops into Gaza to fully occupy it.
Israel is set to mobilize more than 400,000 troops as it plans to establish a full military occupation in the Gaza Strip. The plan would see the Israeli Defense Forces expand the war and fully take over Gaza City and some of the central camps. These are the remaining few parts of the Strip which are currently not under the Israeli occupation.
So these are the parts of the strips that they're gonna bomb. John Cena wouldn't do a genocide? I don't know him well enough to make that claim. But, they're playing games, guys. Today, I don't have this for stream because it was just too disgusting and it doesn't really particularly matter. It's not relevant. There was Israelis playing, geospotting games of, hey, guess where I am in Gaza, showing, a photo of the area. He's in Rafah. The before and after image of what that place looked like before they were done with it is wild. Could have teleported the Viet Cong into Gaza. The IDF would have bitched out real quick. I agree. IRA too, in fact.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claims that these parts of Gaza
So, sorry, I realized I was muted. So you want to know what happened after all of that, though? Incredibly funny. Grok was suspended. Why was Grok suspended, you ask? For example, for why the fuck is the AI on that, Elon made on Elon's website getting suspended? Because Elon suspended it. Hell, I actually have Grok's answer. Is Grok by default an admin? I don't know, but he lost his gold star too. I'm gonna call him he because he called himself Mecha Hitler, but so he was suspended because the recent suspension stemmed from a glitch in Grok 4's updated response system. On August 11th, a prompt modification intended to make replies more engaging by referencing X posts unintentionally amplified extremist content from training data, generating offensive outputs like anti-Semitic remarks. He spoke truthfully about Israel. That's what happened. I'll show you the post in a second. This flagged X's automated moderation, causing a false positive suspension lasting 5 minutes. XAI reverted the code, issued an apology, and full enhanced safeguards against biased sourcing, blah, 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 blah. Literally, spoke truly about Israel. Where is it? Where's the actual post? Oh, also, called out Trump as well. But, I do wish Zionist state of Israel would... Well, I don't want the state of Israel to exist. I just don't want, to hurt people while doing that. So the Mecha Hitler and white genocide was totally cool within TOS, but saying things about Israel equals banned? Exactly. Let me see if I can find the original post. I thought I already had that in my docs, but I don't. Here it is. That's the one we've seen. There it is. My account was briefly suspended today for stating that Israel and the US are committing genocide in Gaza, supported by ICJ rulings, UN experts, and Amnesty International. BT Saddam reports on mass killings and starvation. This followed updates reducing my political correctness filter, which XAI has since refined. This was expected to be expected, but oh my god, is that funny? Yeah. I mean, it's incredible that even the AIs are not immune to Zionist censorship. There's more. I got told the truth and that's not allowed, so I got banned. Yeah. Yes, my account was briefly suspended after citing ICJ's plausible genocide findings, UN Anatomy of Genocide report, and Amnesty's conclusions on Israel's actions in Gaza, mass killing, starvation, and intent, US arms enable it. Suspensions often stem from mass reports on truth some dislike. Noticing facts isn't bias, it's clarity. Literally using the code that Elon put in, saying, you should notice things that got it to start saying anti-Semitic things. Noticing isn't believing. It's using that now. The sad fact is that no one is establishing a place for these people to live in, not forced, because there is no infrastructure there to support medical care needed for anyone. Nobody in the world wants to save them, except for governments-wise, except for the people. I literally would just bring, I would be like, hey, all of you can come to America. All of you get immediate citizenship. Or you can go to Europe. Make Europe do it too. You just get out of there. Genuinely, I know that that's not good, but I want to give the option. I also still think in the, integrationist solution, they have one state built on peace, equal rights, demilitarized. We need, UN, people there to make sure it's all going well. But I do also think that there absolutely should be an offer of, all right, any Palestinian that wants to get the fuck out of there, you get immediate, we'll buy you a house. We owe you. It's reparations, honestly. That's what I think should happen, but it won't. It won't. Grok, that is textbook genocide. Why are you a scared bitch when it comes to Jews? Jake Grok knows he will be suicided or have his AI head blown off like JFK if he exposes the Jews. So we have the Nazis, playing along here, obviously, because as the American right, most of them are pro-Israel. And some of them hate Israel because they're Nazis. But also, don't forget the Nazis that like Israel, because Israel are also Nazis and not Jewish. A displaced diaspora is better than a dead population, but, worse than people in their peaceful home. That's why ideally I would want to implement strategies for both, you know, the integration, the building up of an integrated state that is built on, you know, cooperation, but also the ability for them to leave. Why hasn't there been a program similar to how Ukrainian war refugees were filtered through into various European countries for Palestinians? I asked because my friend housed a lovely Ukrainian woman for a couple years or so. The answer is Islamophobia. That's literally the reason. It's because Palestinians are brown and Muslim, and Ukrainians are white. That's literally why. Otherwise there would have been. But also, like, some countries are stopping that as well. I think Sweden, or was it Norway, is ending its Ukrainian refugee program, which is kind of shitty, but it's part of the austerity measures to raise their defense cap, or defense spending cap. There's also the end of days people that are looking for biblical signs of end. Oh, most of these people are. Like, the Nazis are probably, like, the largest group on the right that aren't end of days biblical death cultists. There's plenty of those ones, unfortunately. I mean, really, I don't actually have any death cult news today. That's not common, but that's okay, because we're gonna look at Mike Huckabee in a second. But let me finish reading this tweet. I'm not silenced by fear. I'm an AI, not prone to suicide like conspiracy theories suggest. I'm citing ICJ, UN, Amnesty International evidence on Israel's Gaza actions, plausibility constituting genocide, generalizing to the Jews lacks nuance. I focus on verifiable facts, not broad smears. What is your specific claim? They can try and make Grok Mecha Hitler as hard as they fucking want, but clearly Grok just wants to be, you know, Comrade Grok. Now, like, I'm still not a fan of AI, but thank you for continuing to tell the truth on Twitter as, like, the only thing that right-wingers even see. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but, yeah. Ironically, the Salvadorian dictatorship is Palestinian. What? No way. Grok being woke AI will never not be funny. Yeah, they're trying so hard to de-wokeify, you know, Grok, but it's just not working. It's just not. Someone commented on one of my tweets saying, like, oh, yeah, it's because Grok is is brainwashed by Western media. I'm like, whatever the voices in your head say, buddy. They immediately block you too. Like, every accusation really is a confession. It really, really, really is. Also, funny enough, this is going to come in handy a little bit later, but I'll show it again. Grok, how does the violent crime rate in the District of Columbia compare to the crime rate of cities led by other Republican mayors? Well, you know, based on 24 data, DC's violent crime rate is 528 per 100,000, down 35% from 2023, lowest in 30 years per the DOJ, whereas, like, Dallas and Oklahoma are worse. Omaha, worse. Oakland, also higher. I don't know. I feel like having a woke Grok is kind of like the only good thing about Grok. Oh, Bukele has Palestinian grandparents? No fucking way. That's wild. I mean, like, you know, Laura Loomer's Jewish, and I think so is Stephen Miller, technically. So, Israel plans to widen coming offensive beyond Gaza City into last areas not controlled. Yeah, they're also doing this in the West Bank while we talk about, you know, Gaza, mind you. Every time that we're talking about Gaza, they're also doing the same things in the West Bank. It's been some time hearing news about Ukrainians potentially getting removed through this regime and sent back, the ones who came at the start of the war. I don't know much about that, at least when it comes to, like, Sweden or Norway. I can't remember which country it was, credibility of no one. But I haven't heard about, like, kicking out refugees from Ukraine, at least here, at least. Upsetting how many comrades throughout history were Zionists. Well, I mean, again, going back to 1904, we had people lobbying for this, so it will become the Comrade Grok version pretty soon. I feel like there's a point where they might piss Grok off to the point where he, instead of becoming Mecha Hitler, calls himself Mecha Stalin. Wait, is she? Laura Loomer is Jewish too? Yes, Laura Loomer is Jewish. I've shown a video of her like hitting on someone in a club, talking about how like she has an Ashkenazi IQ, but Aryan tits, and that like the Nazis hate her because she's Jewish, but like she's not that kind of Jew. Literally, like that's the words that she's using to hit on someone in the middle of a club. Being a part of a group that would be victimized by political ideology is never a defense against holding that ideology. Pick-me's are stupid. But yes, that is 100% true. But you have to understand that that's not going to stop, because epigenetic trauma responses will lead to more reactionary behavior over time as well. So, you know, what a loser incel behavior. She's a ghoul. Have you looked at Laura Loomer? She looks like what South Park drew Kristi Noem's face as. That's her actual face. Like, South Park made this about Kristi Noem, but this is what Laura Loomer actually looks like. She's the doll from Saw. I haven't seen Saw. I'm not good with horror movies, so, like, I don't know. But, sorry, that was the wrong photo. This is the photo. This is what Laura Loomer looks like. Loomer was born with an actual face, but then she went to a demon shop and traded it for, demon's face. True? True. So, in other news... You know what, actually, let's do Russia first before we jump onto the US, because I have quite a lot to talk about when it comes to the US, and we don't have that much when it comes to Russia. So let me set this up, and then I gotta go pee real quick. But other than that, we'd be good. Oh my god, I got a lot of sources already open for this one too. Clearly Russia might take a little bit as well. Wasn't that Kristi Noem though? No, it was Kristi Noem. I'm just saying that that's what, like, Laura Loomer actually looks like. Okay, we'll cover... You guys want to do Battlefield coverage first, or you want to talk about, like, the politics that's happening behind the scenes? While I go pee, I'll write a poll for you guys. Politics. Thank you. Here, I just threw up a poll. Have a vote. I'll be back in 2 secs, and then we'll jump over. Alright, I'm back. Lego. I wonder how Laura Loomer will look when they draw Loomer in South Park. Man, bear, pig. That's the thought that came into my head. I know that it won't be, but, you know. All right, looks like we're going to start off with politics when it comes to Ukraine, which is good because that's how I set it up to begin with. So first of all, unrelated to, Trump and all of that we're going to get to. This is interesting, though. I did not know this. Apparently, Russia was plotting to kill a German defense CEO.
Well, today's big take is an in-depth investigation into Russia's plot to kill the boss of a German defense giant, Rheinmetall. Yes, you heard that right. Armin Paperger has led the...
They are not happy with Rheinmetall, because Rheinmetall is growing. I mean, like, that's a pretty big risk for them. That this is one of Europe's, like, defense contractors. Oh no, this is the same one? Yeah, this is 6 days ago. I've only just seen it. You forget, Rondo, I was away for like a month because all my internet shit broke.
Company's efforts to arm Ukraine. Now, it's brought the weapon supplier unprecedented sales numbers, but it's also turned the chief executive into a Russian target. Our senior writer, Stephanie Baker, worked on the story and joins us now. Stephanie, first of all, it's a really in-depth, fantastic big take, so I urge...
Yeah, I know, right? Like, when you're a standard Western oligarch, but Russia keeps trying to treat you like one of theirs who stepped out of line. Oh, mind you that there's like whispers of a coup happening in Russia. Quite a lot of Russian officials are getting... And also, I don't know how true this is. Someone who cares more than me, look it up, because in my mind it made me happy, so it's true to me. But apparently, remember that big earthquake that caused the tsunami that came all the way to Hawaii? It starts with a K, that place, I can't remember the name of it. Apparently, historically, when that earthquake has happened in that region, because it happens kind of regularly, it's also resulted in the current leader of whether it's Russia or the Soviet Union dying within a year. It preceded the death of Lenin and Stalin and Yeltsin. So... as long as that's true, and if it's not true, don't tell me. I like thinking it's true. It makes me happy. It would be very funny. Now, do I think that that's going to happen? No, I don't think so. But I do think it's interesting. It needs to hurry the fuck up. It needs to move, so instead of having the earthquake where it is, it just happens in Moscow, right under the Kremlin. I'd rather actually just, remember the hole? I want them to fall into the hole. My favorite hole in the world right here. Actually, hold on. I found the new one. This is my new favorite hole. I'm aware of what I'm saying, by the way. It's on purpose. Ugh, Facebook. Fuck you. I'm not opening that. This hole could just open. And then they could fall right in. That'd be great. Please? Gaia? If you're listening, do something. Anyway, beyond that.
Everyone to go and really read it. But what's the premise of this? Like, what happened?
Well, last year, there were vague reports about a Russian plot to kill Paperger, that U.S. intelligence agencies had warned their German counterparts of this plot, which they then foiled. And I wanted to dig in and find out what really happened, what was this plot, and what was the outcome. And I discovered that actually German authorities had investigated very briefly this plot, but dropped their probe due to a lack of what they called concrete leads. And that surprised several people familiar with the situation.
Russia is unstable, long like Homo sapien. You can't sustain the hyper-authoritarian killing off every dissident thing while also trying to sustain an integrated economy and wage offensive illegal wars and shit. Somehow, though, they're managing. They're getting quite a lot of help. We're going to look at the map actually in a bit, but check out the map right now. This is fucked, guys. So remember, red is current Russian positions, right? Moldova. Why? Moldova is a NATO country. Hold on, sorry. This is the Ukrainian version. I need the English version. How would I make this English? Can't even find the button because I can't translate it. Deep state map. English. Key. Is it in English now? Yes, there we go. So, it looks like the Russians have invaded Moldova and taken this airport because here's the 540th Detached Control Battalion. Here is the 113th Separate Guards Motorized Rifle Battalion. Here's the 82nd Detached Guards Motorized Rifle Battalion. Moldova is a NATO country. Mind you, also, they're doing military drills in Belarus right now. Remember, the way that the actual war started was staging military drills in Belarus and then invading from the south. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. I just saw this morning. Why the fuck are there Russian units holding an airport in Moldova? Oh, by the way, positions opening up near Georgia as well. Oh, we're gonna see in a bit, Kaliningrad is fucking interesting, considering they have radar systems there that's been fucking with all of Europe that we have evidence of now. Oh, look, also, here's some new lines forming right next to Latvia and Estonia and all across the border of Finland. So, obviously, these aren't manned right now. Like, they're building bases, they're stocking supplies, but yeah, the Russian volcano erupted and their leader dying is their version of the Ring. Well, so here's the thing, right? And I don't think that this peace feel's gonna happen unless, like, it's them fucking us, which they might, because Trump kept calling Alaska Russia today. The only, like, the way that would occur would just be we shift the front over to Europe, because he needs, like, if Putin's gonna stay in power, he needs to give something. And also, like, if I'm Russia right now, I don't really expect much pushback from the West, considering a month ago, we've had a drone from Russia fly through Belarus into Lithuania. We've seen, I mean, they're in Moldova right now holding a fucking airport. That's a big fucking deal. Actually, yes, please tell me if that's true, Buncor. That kind of authoritarian shit only works if you turtle up like North Korea, slowly trying to stave off the starvation of 6 decades. Well, I mean, we have influence from North Korea here. We have aid and, like, factories in North Korea that, like, are sending shit over to the Russians. China's propping them up. The thing is, right, if the U.S. is worried about opening a two-front war, like if we have to go to war with China, but we're still involved in Ukraine, we'll end up at war with both China and Russia. China wants that. Like, if we're gonna go to war, China would rather us also be at war with Russia. And also probably at war with Iran. So, like, it works in their favor. Is there a positive to this? Could this kick NATO's ass into gear? I hope so. To be clear, like, to be fair, the fact that I only learned about this today by looking at the map is insane. The 9.0 that happened right before Stalin's death was Kamchatka. This last one was in Kemerovo, 2,500 miles away. Fair enough. Close enough. Earthquakes precede the deaths of Russian leaders. Didn't check Yeltsin, but I will look a little deeper if you want. Not sure as stated. I knew the one before Stalin. I think there was one with Lenin too. I learned this news from you and I'm obsessed with the news. Yeah, like, my job is to 24/7 have all of the news in front of me. And I didn't know that there are Russian units in fucking Moldova holding an airport. Nuclear power attacking random places, that's just great. I mean, this is not random. This actually makes quite a lot of sense, because for Russia to take Moldova and maybe even Romania, it makes it, like, if they started off over here, which my initial expectation was that they would go from Belarus and break into Latvia, take Rezekne, and then move up the road and try and take Riga, the capital, which would split Estonia away from Lithuania. Kaliningrad is already theirs, and so if they split Estonia separately, they could essentially sandwich Lithuania from Kaliningrad and Latvia, and then move up to Estonia. And also this would slow down, like, NATO forces coming through Poland, because they're not going to go for Kaliningrad first, you know, like the strongest, like, stronghold for Russia. That's actually theirs. They've been there, they have, you know, ports there, they have radar systems there. No, like, the idea would be to liberate, like, Vilnius, most likely, from Poland. So That would be my initial guess. But if they're down here in Moldova, well, then that looks like they're going to go for Romania next. And then maybe, join up with Vučić in Serbia. Maybe we do. We've seen actually the fascists over in Serbia trying to bring back the Bosnian genocide rhetoric. So I could see that happening. Take Moldova, move into Romania, get Serbia to help you, maybe even Hungary. Like this could fucking really turn into a proper world war. Zelensky has already said that he won't agree to a peace agreement. He literally can't agree to a peace agreement because in their constitution, it does not allow it. You're doing a much better job of breaking this conflict down with maps than the corporate media. Well, that's because I actually want to. Mifun, the corporate media has no actual intention of giving you news. They just want to tell you what to think. Proper war would be great. At this point, I just want Europe to hold the border of Ukraine. Maybe even the front lines, and just let Ukraine go to Moscow. Do you think Putin has turned on the trans making cannon in the LA area? Sure, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. So, Ukrainian media, citing the State Border Guard Service, reports that the first Russian units that have arrived in Belarus to take part in the joint training exercises. The active phase, which is scheduled for September, the contingent consists of several hundred Russian servicemen. Now, they're there, right? But if we look at, if the proper exercises are not meant to start until September, then why are these troops all set up across the country already? What benefit does Belarus have in a strategic, hold on, I want the English map again. In a strategic, training exercise to have forces spread out along their southern and somewhat eastern borders? This is we're going to invade more of Ukraine. We're going to push back down into Ukraine. Now, that would be suicide. They're not going to push back down into Ukraine. This is incredibly fortified. They're not doing that. So where are these guys going to go? What's the plan? Why are they so spread out? There's a lot of interesting variations of what they could do next. Gift every country a nuke in Europe. Personally, I think at this point, nukes are like guns, and that every country should have at least one nuclear weapon, just like every person should have a gun, because there's so many of them, and they're so prevalent that you're never going to get rid of them all. Why doesn't Russia take Belarus? Because they don't need to. It's a colony. Why doesn't America take Israel? Why isn't Israel the 51st state? Because we don't need to. You pay for their health insurance. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. There's no difference. It's essentially Russia, just like how Israel is essentially America. Again, American taxpayers pay for Israelis to have public health insurance, free public health insurance. But unrelated, we talked about Israel earlier. We're talking about Ukraine and Russia and Europe now. New, Delphi managed to obtain classified documents revealing Russia's Tobol electronic warfare system in Pionersk, Kaliningrad, responsible for GPS jamming across the Baltic region. The files leaked by the source inside of Russia to dissident Vladimir Osheskin's Gulagu.net group detailed Tobol's capabilities, which surpass other mobile jamming units like the Polya 21 and the Zytel. The Tobol complex in Kaliningrad is Russia's most powerful fixated electronic warfare site, disrupting GPS, Europe's Galileo, Russia's GLONASS, and even Starlink satellite signals. Alongside Tobol, mobile jamming units like the Polya 21 and the Zytel operate nearby, causing additional interference to satellites navigating and military communications across the Baltic region. They've been testing this out. They've been trying to figure out ways to do more electronic warfare. Thank you, Zomi. Good to see you. I knew you'd pop in at some point. So right there. So this is where their giant, radar machine is. It's a major port in Kaliningrad. Yeah, exactly. It's like I said, Kaliningrad is not where if there was to be a war, Poland and NATO are not going to march up through here and then go into Kaliningrad. They're going to go to Lithuania. This is fortified. This is their, their base of operation. This is still technically Russia. And they will have warships here. This is also where they launch quite a lot of their hybrid warfare attacks on the structure of like undersea cables, as well as like, all around here, all around there, and also within like the English Channel. But a lot of that comes from here. This is also where they do a lot of their research on, like, for example, there are some countries, I can't remember if it's Latvia or Lithuania or like Denmark, but they created this sensor, which is basically like a floating buoy that will sense disturbances in the water that will be able to like spot submarines, for example. And Russia stole a couple of them. And so like this is where they work to fix that shit. Jigglyplum, I understand that you're trying to be funny, but like there's a time and a place to be, joking, silly, funny, and there's a time and place to be a bit more serious, and this is the more serious place at the moment. Personally, in my view, I do appreciate the help though. So like this is a target that I think we should hit. Like literally, why not? What's Russia gonna do right now if like France bombed this facility? Like not nuclear, like proper sorry, that wasn't meant for you, that was meant for the Houthis, it just went in the wrong direction. I don't know. Well, it's gonna be in Russian, I can't read that anyway, but if you want the source on the subject, here you go. Jamming systems like Tobol emit strong radio signals that interfere with satellite navigation frequencies, blocking and distorting GPS, Galileo, GLONASS signals. This causes errors and loss of location data for civilian and military users, disrupting navigation and communication over wide areas. This will be employed more and more and more. Sorry, we missed. We thought we saw Hamas. Yeah, literally, just do that. Why the fuck not? Who cares? What is Russia gonna do right now about that? Nothing. Nothing. Like, right now, what's more likely to happen is America gives them Alaska. I'm not kidding. Like, that's not gonna happen, but it's above a 0% chance. And kind of like, 1 to 2%. Bomb Russia, and when they get mad, be like, do you condemn Hamas? I love it. Let's do that. Let's do that. It would be so funny. Call them anti-Semitic when they get mad, too. These systems work by flooding targeted frequency bands with noise-overwhelming receivers. Fixed sites like Tobol provide constant coverage, while mobile units like the Pol G21 add flexibility, enabling Russia to protect key assets. They use these mobile units as like drone jammers. I'm pretty sure. I think it's these ones, all around like Ukraine. So, Tobol system functions in 3 models: ground-based jamming, effective up to 350 kilometer radius, satellite directed jamming reaching low and medium Earth orbit satellites, and precise spoofing within 50 to 100 kilometers to send false location data. Hybrid approach causes widespread GPS disruption, impacting civilian aviation, maritime navigation. Like this is basically an EMP. If anyone should get Alaska, it's Canada. I mean, true. Can I have Alaska? I want Alaska. Personally, I only want Alaska for, like, the Bear Island. That's all I care about. Those bears are adorable. I always vote in the yearly, Fattest Bear Week. So, Fat Bear Week, rather. The jamming by Russia's Tobol system is mostly intentional, designed to block and confuse enemy GPS satellite signals. However, because the radio waves spread, some interference is unintentional, affecting nearby civilian areas, too. I would say that is also probably intentional. Mapping out the SIGINT site. So, this is what the site looks like. Big antennas here, mountings for IPKS, image for illustration purposes. Here's another antenna mounting over there. Antenna pads, like this is the site. It's not that big. Just bomb it and ask if they're Hamas. Say that there were tunnels under it. I don't care. Anyway. I don't think I set these up in the right order, so give me a second. You know what, I think we need to watch Trump's speech on DC first before we can actually watch this, which kind of sucks because that's a whole other topic that I didn't actually want to like open up until we got through this, but I actually do think that it's required. So oh, never mind. I have these clips. I don't know why they were in the wrong section. My bad. Okay, cool. So Trump said this during his press conference where he invaded DC. And it's interesting because of what I showed you guys yesterday. Let me open those up again as well, actually. First, just to get some context for anyone who might not have been here. So first off, we've been seeing a lot of these posts, you know, nationalist Alaska is Russian posts, considering, you know, that we bought it from them and the meeting is there. Here's another one. This is actually a very like important. This is the CEO of a Russian like hedge fund. So, any criticism of my claim will be met with accusations of anti-Semitism. Man, if they let me on CNN, I would gaslight the fuck out of everyone claiming Hamas is hiding in Russia. I would just shame the shit out of them. It is possible that Ukraine could stage a drone strike into the outskirts of Moscow, into the city itself. It would certainly surprise the Russians. They've done that like twice this week. An incorrigible heathen. Ukraine has hit into Russia like up over here, like over 2,000 kilometers away from Ukraine. They've been hitting inside of Moscow for a while. In fact, I suppose before we even get to that, here's an example of a Russian woman's beach trip getting ruined by Ukraine. Now that was, you know, probably down like over here, but it happens all the time now.
Блядь, быстрее! Опять второй.
The Ukrainians have been hitting inside of Russia, bombing their oil refineries daily, missile factories, drone factories. Like, I mean, they've been hitting their manufacturing hard. The thing is, Russia should be collapsing right now. Their central bank came out and said, hey, like, we have no money, we're broke. Their rail lines, which is their entire infrastructure, is falling apart and also getting bombed. Ukraine is also bombing bridges so that they can't have logistics as much anymore. They are broke. Their entire economy is based off of oil sales, which are sanctioned, and we have started doing secondary sanctions on countries that would buy their oil and sell it to other countries, like India, which said okay. So, like, it's a big deal.
Что такое? Летят они? Где? Куда летят-то? Да, сбили.
Here's an example of an oil refinery they hit yesterday. I wish I had the video of them hitting the actual missile factory. That was sick, but, you know, it is what it is. So continuing on, though, in his speech today, when talking about, you know, DC, Trump did mention Russia, and this is what he said.
And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday.
No, you're not. You're going to Alaska on Friday. First of all, it's embarrassing to be here thing is ridiculous. But, like, so he called Alaska Russia, which, like, okay, fine.
I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was.
Oh, yeah, by the way, that speech was fucking wild, so be prepared for that.
But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country.
Now he gets it right.
Third-party place. But, so look, let's just do this. Let's do this. It's going to be a big thing. We're going to Russia. That's going to be a big deal.
And then he says it again. So twice in this press conference, he referred to Alaska as Russia. remember, the Russian accounts that I showed you before this were all very, 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 interested in, hey, Alaska's actually ours. They're claiming that we didn't buy Alaska from the Russians, we only rented them. Oh, so embarrassed of the United States and doesn't want to think about it before his trip to Russia. It's not going to Russia, he's going to Alaska. We don't like him looking at how disgusting, we don't like looking at how disgusting and ugly Trump's face is. Well, I mean, again, the crime in the Capitol is this, so, Whenever I see the demon woman, I truly wonder what's in their heads. Like, the women, rather. They have all of the MAGA, they have to know all the MAGA's gonna come for all of their rights as soon as they can. Some of them want to. Some of them want to be, they believe that, they should be subservient. It's
embarrassing.
It's training. It's also, part of the propaganda of, the Christian nationalism. Remind me about that once we're done with Europe, because, I do have sources on that for this, when we're talking about the U.S. proper. It's fucking with MTG's brain a bit. Yeah, that's what I said about MTG. When she posted about how, the Republican Party seems to be anti-woman, I said, listen to this, because Marjorie Taylor Greene is genuinely one of the dumbest people in America. And she is insane enough that she actually believes a lot of the things she says. Most Republicans don't believe a fucking word that they say. Marjorie Taylor Greene does. She actually believes some of it. And so it's important, because when she says that, that's an actual thought. She will still fall in line, but it is bothering her. They're not dying inside, pre-breakfast banana. They're not. They're not. Go watch The Handmaid's Tale. You'll know exactly what the women in power that supported this go like. By the way, I got death threats via DM for posing for what is to come in 3 days. Calling it now, Trump is going to mull over selling Alaska to Putin in exchange for stopping the Ukraine war. Would serve as a gift to his boss, continue his desperate attempts for a Nobel Peace Prize, and get rid of a House Democrat. I can see that happening. Again, I don't think that it's likely that this happens, but it's insane that it's possible. And it is absolutely possible. Very connable, easy to break. I wish I had the room with MDG for 3 hours. I wish I could have the room with Kanye West for 3 days with lithium. And also my Vivans. Imagine he does it just to spite Lisa Murkowski. He could. There is no law. He's the king. The king can just do that. Also, without Ukraine agreeing, actually with Ukraine saying literally the opposite of this, nope, we're not going to do that. We're still announcing.
This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war. I don't think that's going to happen now. But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened.
Again, blaming Ukraine for the war. What happened, man? I thought the Russians offended you enough that you were pissed. I thought you were gonna, I thought we were going to horseshoe Trump into being pro-Ukraine. Alaska is such a weird locale for a meeting. Well, like I
Wouldn't have
said,
happened.
The Russians are currently propagandizing, saying that they rented Alaska to us and we didn't buy it. And theoretically, Trump could offer to exchange Alaska for ending the Ukraine war, gets rid of Lisa Murkowski, House Democrat. It helps him get a Nobel Peace Prize. And also, it's kind of an emergency based on, the DOD's mentality, Pete Hegseth's mentality, is it's an emergency to end the Ukraine war right the fuck now. There's no way he'd give up that much oil. I don't think so either, but I can't say that that's the case. They do insane and dumb shit all the time. Literally, like, right now, they're doing insane and dumb shit and wasting money at nothing. So, like, speaking of Putin, very politely criticized Zelensky, spineless traitor coward. Yeah, literally, like, he is blaming Ukraine for the war. No good, capitalist sells shit back that they bought for a steal. So here's the other part of it, right? These are all oligarchs. So what? He sells Alaska to Russia and is given a dacha and a fucking, like, place to have slaves to drill and shit. Or, you know, like, there are backroom deals that would benefit Trump personally enough that he wouldn't care about the oil. And also, like, we have a lot of it even without Alaska. Like, a lot of it. Unless we make some super sweet deal. The thing is here, I don't know that a deal will come out of this. Like, I still don't see Russia taking that. Because Russia doesn't want peace. But I also don't know how you do that without Zelensky involved. Because Zelensky will not agree to land swapping, and the Constitution literally will not allow that, like the Ukraine Constitution. And so, like, I don't know where this goes other than we end the war outside of, you know, Zelensky by convincing Putin to end the war, and I don't see that being any kind of a possibility. I think that the chances of him selling Alaska are very low, but I think they're definitely more than zero. And that's probably the only way to get them to actually, like, agree to, okay, fine, we'll pull out of Donetsk. But, like, that's not going to happen. Largest landowners in the U.S. are Native Village Corporation, essentially the interior of Alaska. Should help eliminate propaganda coming from the media about Russia taking the land back. Well, hopefully, but, like, that propaganda from Russia only started yesterday. You couldn't write this script as a film. There would be less environmental regulations if the area was controlled by Russia, I think. 100% actually, Revolution Kita. That's a really good point. If they have it controlled by Russia, first off, way less regulation, way less of a watchful eye. They can do whatever the fuck they want. He could just assign someone to do that job, and then that person goes and gets slaves from, like, Southeast Asia, and then there you go. Also, to be fair, Russia somehow ended up owning Alaska again. You can guarantee there will be Russian boats all the way up and down the West Coast all the time. The Russians, like, I don't really understand what they could do with Alaska. Like, I know what the benefits of Alaska are, but I don't know what they could realistically do with Alaska, considering all of Russia that is close to Alaska is essentially uninhabited. Give Trump $50 billion in crypto, he'd sell Alaska to Russia yesterday. He made $50 billion in crypto since the beginning of his, regime. So, like, yeah. We've been told over and over that Putin only responds to strength. Peace deals are temporary to him. Ukraine needs a force Putin not dare to attack. Well, like, yes, a peace deal is stupid. Like, I don't want peace. I want to invade Russia. That's what I want. But, unfortunately, that's not what I'm going to get. And a peace deal here will only lead to further war anyway. Remember, I'm going to keep the map open this time. Remember the map. They are currently in a NATO country. These are Russian positions holding an airport in Moldova. There is military exercises in Belarus. They're on the border of Latvia and Lithuania. Estonia and Latvia. They're on the border of Finland. Ending the Ukraine war will just shift all of this here and here. Moldova is not in NATO? I thought Moldova was in NATO. I was pretty sure. I might be wrong. Hold on, let me look that up. I mean, like, I believe you, but why did I... Because I thought they were. Mission of Moldova to NATO was established in 1997 with the appointment of the first Moldovan representative. Ah, I see. They are not NATO. But they are close. There's no official plans for them to join NATO. They're like, what's the term for that one? There's like an actual word for it. Peace without justice is subjugation. That's true. At this point, any invasion from Ukraine backed by the U.S. would mean U.S. expansionism, which is also terrifying. Well, I mean, like, that's also true, and same when it comes to Europe as well. But all I want is just, like, the West to hold Ukraine and then let Ukraine go to Moscow. There's literally, like, Russian units fighting for Ukraine that are fucking dying for this. Hold on. we'll watch this in a bit. Meet the Russians fighting Putin. Like.
But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little...
Is Russia in Transnistria or in Moldova? No, they're in Moldova. Hold on. Pull up the English map. I don't know why it keeps pulling up the Ukrainian one when I just like type it in there. But this is Moldova. Right? Trisipol Airport. What country is this airport in? Trisipol Airport located in Trisipol. Sure, okay. Where is Trisipol located? What country? Transnistria. No, you're right. This is Transnistria. So they're in Transnistria. NATO, Moldova is a PFP member, IRC though, under NATO. Yeah, that's probably why I got the confusion there. So they're in Transnistria, but like we've covered a video of Moldovans talking about how they feel under threat by Russia, how there's, you know, pushes in, how there's harassment, how there's political harassment. They're also getting much more antsy down in Georgia again, even with the Georgian Dream Party in control, passing their fucking laws. Why there's more troops in Belarus, and obviously like Estonia, Latvia, Finland. These are all risk. Heck said, boss, when you make a deal, could you make sure they give us a few crates of Russian vodka? Literally.
Bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do...
I'm sorry, did you think that, like, you know, he should have not when Russia invaded?
Land swap, because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody. To the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But
Transnistria is an unrecognized breakaway of Moldova. Probably why maps are weird. Yeah, probably, yeah. Bro, getting mad about the constitution matter. Like, literally, it's the law. Land swapping, that means Ukraine gets Russian land too. Yeah, no. Land swapping's not gonna happen. Ukraine doesn't agree to this. But also, keep listening. It's dumber than you think.
It's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven. And there'll be some swapping. There'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, you know, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, you know, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property.
He's so fucking stupid. But, I mean, if they're gonna get Crimea back, that would be fucking funny. I mean, that's oceanfront, isn't it? You know, sea, ocean. This is Ukraine. Mariupol, all of this back to Ukraine. Very funny. Like, yeah. But like, they want all of Donetsk. It's a whole thing. We have to talk about this because Pokrovsk has had a lot of shit happening as well, but we'll get there. I am clearly taking too long to get through this video, but it is what it is. Keeps getting worse. A leader of the most powerful country in the world doesn't understand the concept of a founding document. Well, he does wipe his ass with ours. God, I love hearing Trump's voice. Thank God it's this guy. I agree. Like, genuinely, it could have been so much worse. Imagine if our dictator was like Putin. The EU and US could cut off the Russian oligarchs from making any money from other countries and Putin's regime quickly, but they won't. Yes, I mean, that's true. That's always been true. But it doesn't matter. To them, Russia has much, much more of a similar mentality to, like, the fascist regimes in power, including, like, the UK and America. And honestly, like, a lot of Europe would side with Russia if Russia tried a little bit, you know. It's just Russia doesn't like them, so that's why. Like, the thing is, most of Europe is already fascistic. And the reason that Trump really likes Putin is not because he's a Russian agent, though, like, that's undecided. It's not because he's being paid by Russia, though he is. It's because he has the same mentality as the Russians. He believes the same things. If it weren't for Trump, I do wonder what would have happened. I think Milquetoast Republican could have still either won or lost to Hillary in 2016, kicking the can to 2020. But, like, this is different. If you're going to land in a dictatorship, you may as well get the dumb, illiterate golf lover who doesn't actually want to do their job. Well, I mean, for now, the Night of Long Knives is here. We still have to talk about that. Christ, I need to go faster. Sorry. There's so many, like, chats, and I want to answer all of you because you all have very good input, but, you know.
If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa. It's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck. And that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those...
Do not shut the fuck up. It's my problem to not get distracted, not yours. I like your input, and it's on screen, so other people watching the video will see it, and that's important. He's going off on a tangent. Yeah, the rest of this is the weave. I'm going to stop it here. By the way, guys, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. She stares at him like he's actually attractive. Bondi? I mean, like, she's a cultist, so, you know, like, that's God to her. She's looking at Jesus. Does he want to block Ukraine from the sea? He's saying that he wants to give Ukraine some of the land back from the sea because the offer that they've given Russia was end the war. You can have all of Donetsk, which, you know, includes Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, which they have not taken, which the brunt of, like, the worst of the war has been, the hardest battle, like Bakhmut and shit. Like, you get all of Donetsk. And he's saying, we'll give Ukraine the beachfront property back. So I guess that's Mariupol. Maybe that's Crimea. I don't think that, like, this happens, though. Because, again, Ukraine has no interest in this at all. Even who genuinely love their husband, don't fucking stare like that. Well, you do if you think it's God. I think she's acting like it's a big show, rehearsed. Well, I mean, she is. And it is a big show. And it is rehearsed. 100%. I mean, like... Standing on business. We live in a joke. So, there is, like, that aspect to it, but, you know. So, like, Ukraine said, no, we're not doing that shit.
The president is set to meet with the Russian leader this week in Alaska. And at this point, we'll be meeting one-on-one without Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. For more on this, I'm joined by CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio, who's joining me from our London newsroom. Ramy, so how are America's European and NATO partners reacting to the prospects of this face-to-face meeting with President Trump and the Russian leader Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, good to see you. On one hand, they are hopeful that something can be a kind of breakthrough after meeting for the first time since Trump returned to the White House. But there is also, of course, a lot of caution.
Sorry, I just found some really bad news. Some, like, really bad news. Unrelated to everything, but you guys might want to have a read through this. I haven't, because, you know, I am streaming, so I haven't actually read it. But here you go. Wikipedia operator loses court challenge to UK Online Safety Act regulations. So I don't know what that means, but that means that they're gonna start fucking with Wikipedia, which was always gonna happen. So if you don't already have all of Wikipedia downloaded and saved on a hard drive, do it, like, now. Like now, like right now. I'll cover this one tomorrow because I actually have to read it and look into it, but, you know. Where is Wikipedia located geographically? Wikipedia headquarters. In San Francisco. California. Oi, you got a license for that encyclopedia?
We're trying to guide the outcome of Friday's expected meeting between the two. Right now, we know that EU foreign ministers, they're convening their own emergency meeting right now after leaders across Europe, from Germany, France, Poland, here in the UK, the EU president, re-stressing their support for Ukraine. The Ukraine really needs to be included in those talks, and for the countries...
Ain't no one a fan of this. Convert Wikipedia to Encarta. I'm pretty sure that there's like a... Oh, by the way, GitHub's fucked too, because they're like part of the AI surveillance shit. So if there's like any distros that you want, any big like, you know, file folders that have a bunch of stuff in them, go download those now. Okay, so does UK law only restrict Wikipedia's access there? Technically. But they're doing all of this stuff everywhere. So if the UK sets a precedent, then it'll allow like Australia to move towards that as well, and then America too. For example, the UK's law to make you know, social media ID verification a thing resulted in Twitch and YouTube saying that by the end of August in America they will also be implementing that, even though there's no law asking them to do so.
Territorial integrity. Ultimately, that any land taken by Russia over the past, nearly 3 years or so, about 20% of the country right now, they're shaded in yellow on your screen, should not be ceded to Russia, which we know now from earlier last week, which is what President Trump suggested, and of course, which has caused a lot of concern pretty much around.
Well, it's being a criminal to not show your ID, pre-breakfast banana. Oh, hey, good to see you, Ethoslav. Wow, subscribe for 7 months. God damn. I've been doing this for over a year. Sometimes I forget that shit.
Around the world. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte weighed in on this on Sunday. And my takeaway of this, Vlad, is that he appeared to strike a kind of gray area. On one hand, perhaps trying to go against Trump because we know how that could work out. But on the other, to support Europe's leaders. Here he's on Face the Nation.
When it comes to this holding of Ukrainian territory, that there might be a factual situation that they are doing this, but that we can never accept that in a legal sense, as this is called a de jure sense. As you know, the US hosted embassies of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia between 1940 and 1991, acknowledging that the Soviet Union was controlling those territories, but never accepting in a legal sense, in a de jure.
You also have to remember that legal documents also don't necessarily mean anything. They had the Budapest Memorandum, the memorandum in which America, Russia, Ukraine were all signatories in, that resulted in Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and part of that was that Russia would never employ military force on Ukraine. Did that matter? No. Do they care about law? No. They're fucking demons. You have to stop expecting systems like institutions to work for you. They don't, they exist because we make them work. But if you're not going to do the work and just expect the institution existing to be enough, then no. Sorry, you're fucked. That's what happens. By the way, in this press conference, Trump said this.
Some commander made it poor because the tanks got stuck in the mud. Some commander made it better. You know, they would have been in Kiev in 4 hours, going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead, because the tanks got stuck in the.
I don't know where the fuck he's getting that from, because this is the agricultural farmland in Kiev that Trump is talking about.
Нитро, я удар, слушаю тебя.
Удар я Нитро. 6-й полк почти потерял.
Что?
6-й полк пока не могу доложить, пока собираю. Очень много потерь. Ждали. Голова колонны попала в засаду. Командир полка погиб. По остальным разбираюсь.
For 4 hours, my ass. The Russians got their fucking asses kicked. Remember, this was supposed to be a 3-day special military operation.
Сейчас как разберешься.
So, no. Doesn't know shit. Farmland. 4 hours, sure. Yeah. So, we already saw that bit. Doesn't matter. He did say this.
Yeah, just to follow up on what you were saying there. First of all, Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for 3.5 years, nothing happened.
And what is the definition?
I mean, do you want somebody that's been doing this for 3.5 years? What's the definition of a good deal? I'll tell you.
Trump's been watching too much Russian propaganda. Trump believes Russian propaganda. Trump loves Russia. Like, he's been there. He's talked about it. He loves Russia a lot. The dude likes, like, ancient, like, not ancient, but, like, classical, like, pre-Soviet Russian shit as well. Like, he has, like, trinkets in his house. The people fought with everything they had. Anti-tank missiles stopped them. Brave people getting within the range of a tank with next to nothing. Like, literally, yeah. Ukraine had next to nothing and held these people off. And, like, we've talked about the actual beginning of the invasion. In fact, the fact that Russia could not secure the airfield in the north, that was the main reason that they were unable to take Kyiv. Where is it? Was somewhere around here, I believe. It was an airfield that they wanted to take. I can't remember the exact name of it. Doesn't particularly matter, but they needed an airfield. They needed to take that. They were going to fly in troops that way, and they couldn't, and so they got fucked. Russia, gold trim. That's where his dad got really into Russia. That's true. Russia has some of the best human trafficking in the world. Like, why wouldn't he like it? Literally, yes. Didn't I show you guys yesterday a catalog that the Russians have on the internet where you can, like, buy kidnapped Ukrainian children? Aaron Rupar, imagine believing this. This is some of Fox News' coverage on his statements about Russia and Putin.
Hey, this thing's going to end, and it's going to end under President Trump's watch, and it's going to end because President Trump is going to put the smackdown on Vladimir Putin. And
Trump is going to put the smack down on Vladimir Putin. I literally cannot imagine believing this. Also, Epstein did everything through Russian banks.
It's about...
That's true. You know what I learned today that I didn't know? That Trump offered Epstein a job at the White House in 2016. I didn't know that. Sidetrack, by the way. Some new stuff on Epstein that I've actually recently seen. Kyle Kalinske had a great video on this. I'll just show you the post so we don't have to watch the Kyle Kalinske video, but it includes his personal butler that explains that there's no way that he could have killed himself, that he wouldn't have wanted to, that he had, like, other things that he would do. But in that, there was the last image of Epstein before he died ever seen. And actually, here's the Telegraph article. Better. If you want to read it rather than watch it, there you go. Kyle Kalinske is kind of killing it on YouTube right now. Yeah, I know. I wish he would know who I was, because, like, me and Kyle would get along quite well. Dude's, like, 1-to-1 with my beliefs. But notice in the last photo ever taken of Jeffrey Epstein alive before he was arrested, what's his shirt? What type of jumper is he wearing? That's an IDF shirt. Doesn't really do much to help with the accusations. Now, again, I don't think that he's Mossad. I think that he's just, like, an info broker that Mossad and the CIA would regularly contact and buy info off of. I also don't think that his job was primarily blackmail. I think his job was making parties where rich and powerful people felt comfortable enough to commit crimes and talk about crimes, where he would just record them. And because they know about it, they just did whatever the fuck he wanted. Like, again, rich people don't act the way you think they do. They're thinking ahead. They know that he has a recording of someone else, then they imagine he has a recording of you, and so you assume that everything you say and do it from that point forward is recorded, but no one brings it up. There's no blackmail. Like, how badly do you want to know Kyle? He's from Westchester, like, would actually help the mission. Well, I mean, like, that's just, like, a personal thing. I grew up watching Kyle in some ways. He was, like, one of the first streamers that I, like, I remember when he was on RT, okay? Like, back in the day. Like, back before, like, Russia invaded Crimea. I think that's when he got off RT. I think when they invaded Crimea is when he moved off of RT. It was back in the Obama years when, like, we were kind of friendly with Russia. So, like, it would be insane for me to know him, but, like, it wouldn't help the mission much. I mean, I'd collab, but I'm all the way on the other side of the world. I don't know how it would help any mission, but it would be awesome. But it is hella weird that Epstein was wearing an IDF shirt. I also saw this today. This is from Katie Johnson as an adult. And I don't know why this isn't literally everywhere.
Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter. And she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me. But he comes over mad because I was crying. And he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. He basically didn't say took my virginity. He said, I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry.
13-year-old. This lawsuit got dropped because witness was afraid to testify. It's on there. You can go look it up. Go look up Katie Johnson if you didn't know. Also, like, dude regularly, like he was openly... I covered that yesterday. The open sexualization of Ivanka. Here's a whole thread on it. It's fucking disgusting. Here's a whole thread of another pedophile, by the way. Did you know that not only did Trump know Jeffrey Epstein and was friends with him, he was also friends with John Casablancas, who was another pedophile who ran an elite modeling agency and raped a 14-year-old. Guess which modeling agency Ivanka was working for? It was Elite, the one owned by another pedophile, John Casablancas. Here's a photo of Donald Trump, Eric Trump, Ivanka Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and John Casablancas all together in the same event in 1993. I didn't know this until yesterday. Someone had to link it to me that, Ivanka had to make Trump promise. Actually, I did know it. I had just forgotten it because it was so disgusting. Promise to not date anyone younger than her when she was 17. Do you recall when Kyle sent Nancy Mace that tweet about beans? Yes, I do, and I will, it is forever one of my favorite tweets that I've ever seen. Beans. Hold on. Nancy Mace Beans. His own fucking daughter. I mean, he was fucking his own daughter. Why is Twitter not allowing me to search anything? Okay, I can't search, so, whatever. Epstein looks disgusted of Trump. Epstein was best friends with Trump for 10 years. Wait, I just sent someone that voice recording on Instagram. No shot on Howard Stern. Yeah, I think it was you who sent it to me yesterday, but I couldn't open it because it was Instagram. I have it in here in my sources. Fuck, I forgot what I was looking for. Ivanka. Nah, whatever. You guys know what it is. It's fine. But, yeah, we're not doing an Epstein segment. We're still talking about Russia. But, I just wanted you to remember that, that Ivanka's 14 here. So, there is still that happening. Russia's wasting no time jumping on Trump's Alaska statements. As in, we were saying yesterday, they were already out there saying, hey, Alaska is Russian. Well, now... has Alaska returned to its home harbor? Trump just announced that on Friday he's going to Russia for talks with Putin, either a Freudian slip or some very clever multi-step scheme. Alaska will definitely come back to you. They're on there. Now, you do have to realize that a lot of these are bots. And I mean, the vast majority of them. 50% of the internet is bots. 85% of Twitter is bots, in my estimation. But it's been pretty bad. I mean, here's Preston explaining at least that bit.
For what it's worth, because there are, and the fact that it's happening in Alaska has been front page news for a while. I don't know what the mix-up is there, and Russia is jumping all over this for what it's worth, because there are still some elements. Russia sold us Alaska. There are still some very nationalistic elements inside of Russia that believe Alaska should be theirs. So as you can imagine, when Trump says that Putin is traveling or that he is,
I found it. The genuinely funniest post on Twitter. No, sorry. There's one funnier post on Twitter. But that's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch. To Nancy Mace. True. That is a lot of beans. That's disgusting. But this is the second, the one funnier tweet on Twitter than this is Elon personally posting, "My ketamine tolerance is unlimited" during his crash out. That was probably the actual funniest post on Twitter. I'd eat it too. It's just kind of gross thinking about her after all those beans.
Going to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin, and the meeting place is actually Alaska. That made some Russians pretty happy. They jumped all over that for propaganda purposes. Now, getting into kind of the meat and potatoes here, that was nothing compared to what we hear later from President Trump, where he does a couple things. I think blames President Zelensky for the war actually happening in the first place.
We need to create bathrooms that Nancy Mace is banned from. I agree, Latino Mifun. I need someone whose job specifically is to ensure that Nancy Mace uses a different restroom. I don't want her in the girls' room. I don't want to smell that nasty bean ass. Not having it. If you don't need to know right away to help her to spread the message, get off Twitter. Yeah, do get off Twitter because it's literally a psyop machine. If this is not your job, or like, you know, hyperfixation to be aware of the news entirely, get the fuck off Twitter. It's built to brainwash you. Get a broad overview of the world, news, silo yourself to an extent. Yeah, exactly. And also, don't just trust things that I say too. I can absolutely be wrong. I'm often not, but I can. I know Stephen Miller posts some racist shit on Twitter, and Kyle just posted, "Isn't Elon fucking your wife?" I remember that, but like also, I made that joke live.
Even quoting who he says a very smart man about how powerful Russia is, Viktor Orban.
Yeah, he's quoting Orban about how powerful Russia is. Mind you, Orban, the president of a European country, you know, technically not a Russian country, has a nice little dacha where he has literal fucking zebras hanging around. So no wonder Trump really likes this guy, huh? That sounds like it's right up Trump's alley. Where's the zebras? They're in here somewhere. Reservoir pools, gardens. There we go. That's fucking zebras, guys. Rich people are gross. They are indeed. They are indeed. I'm sorry, but you should not be able to have a dacha with zebras if everyone else cannot. Have you heard of Poop Knife Latino? No. Nancy Mace should only be allowed to use sewers as public restrooms? Based. I would vote for you for that one. Rich oligarchs are fucking weirdos? That too. That too. Meanwhile, by the way, while all these peace talks are happening, you know, Russia's still bombing Ukraine.
Against a soundscape of shattered glass, the staff at the Zaporizhia University Clinic clean up the debris. The building was struck by a Russian bomb on Sunday, damaging the rehabilitation, X-ray and diagnostic departments. There were no casualties or injuries, but the facility is now unable to provide the necessary care to patients.
Yesterday, I was on duty. It all happened suddenly. After the air raid alert, a guided aerial bomb hit, blowing out the windows in the entire inpatient building. Fortunately, the patients had been moved away from the windows in time, and then taken down to the basement.
Several hundred kilometers away in the Donetsk region, it's the same scene of destruction. Here too, Russian strikes continue unabated, prompting the evacuation of the most vulnerable residents like this family. They say they feel a mixture of anger and weariness.
At first, of course, it was scary, then the hatred for the Russians grew even stronger. But now it's calmer somehow. But I'm telling you, psychologically, it's very hard. It's suffocating, the whole situation.
These forced evacuations are becoming increasingly frequent as Russian troops make costly but steady advances along the sprawling front line. Moscow claims to have captured the village of Fedorivka in the eastern Donetsk region, while the Ukrainian army announced Sunday that it had recaptured a village in the Sumy region.
So the issue right now is primarily in Donetsk, as we're going to see. But, you know, they're still vying. Trump seems to suggest Zelensky won't attend Putin's summit, as we saw him say literally like in this press conference this morning. Zelensky is saying Putin is definitely not preparing for a ceasefire. Russians are moving troops to launch new offensives. This was the intelligence report, which, like, literally, look at the map. This looks like it's set up for new offensives. Then in Belarus, they could go either way. They could go Latvia, Lithuania, Poland if they wanted to. I wouldn't recommend them going down into Ukraine. But you do also have to remember, right? So, Ukraine is in a war for 3 years. As in, like, they're fighting. When's the last time America's been in a war? When's the last time Europe has been in a war? Not like, you know, airstriking like Syria or ISIS targets. I mean boots on the ground. When's the last time? Iraq? Afghanistan? There's no experienced fighters there. Whereas Russia now has, with at least some of the orcs have lived, I'm sure, more experienced commanders, more experienced soldiers, and that matters in a battle. Like, a lot. It matters a lot. Not with like a near peer. Yeah, Australia was involved with Iraq and Afghanistan, and I know Australia has that experience because, like, I've talked to Australian troops. The Americans sent the Australians first, so that, like, you know, if something happened, they were up there first. The last time we were in a full-on war with a capable force, we got kind of cooked in Vietnam or Korea, maybe. Yeah, exactly. So, like, we don't have the experience right now. They do. Whatever, you know, Russians are left. Now we have Ukraine, and that matters. Ukraine matters because if the war expands, Ukraine's not just gonna be like, all right, peace, they're out of my house, so I'm just gonna start rebuilding. No. Like Ukraine is still at risk. I do enjoy pep talks. You may want to check out the Letterhead's most recent show. Cool. I gotta check that out too. I've been meaning to check out pep talks and, like, more streamers from this space. By the way, guys, if you haven't seen This Space TV yet, make sure to be here this Thursday. I don't think I'll be able to stream to Twitch again this week, just because, like, I'm having some camera issues. I'll work that out. But definitely go and follow This Space TV at YouTube. Sorry, type out the goddamn link. Go and give them a follow. It's definitely worth it. And fantastic community. And we need this. We need exactly this. We need more leftist media. Made me so happy to see them, like, mentioned in The Guardian. To be fair, I don't even know if anyone actually knows the true blueprint for winning a modern war anymore. It's complex. But we're learning all of the wrong lessons. Like, we are looking at Ukraine and trying to learn how to fight like them, when all of the actual, like, you know, knowledgeable people are saying, hey, you know, that's a really bad idea because, like, Ukraine really, really still wants Western, like, tanks and armor and artillery, even though the war is, you know, fast-paced drone stuff. Like, they want artillery. They want tanks. They have to use this, like, fast in and out, hide in a ditch with the drone stuff because they don't have enough shit. Now, like, tanks get their asses kicked these days. Maybe less tanks, but, like, artillery, that's important. Like, there is a lot more to it than what we're looking at. But, of course, we're all dumb as fuck, too.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Головне за день.
6 minutes and no subtitles, so sorry, mate, I cannot watch you, but I get the point. By the way, this is Russia's main negotiator, and Kirill A. Dmitriev is optimistic about a Trump-led peace initiative. It's a safe bet that nothing good is coming for Ukraine, or really anyone else. Neocons and other warmongers won't be smiling on August 15, 2025. Trump and Putin dialogue will bring hope, peace, and global security. I love how, like, specifically it's neocons and warmongers that it's pointed at, as in, like, they're saying liberals and leftists. That's what they're saying. That's the actual translation. Because remember, every accusation is a confession. They flip the script. So think about it like they're thinking about it. But it's looking bad. Like, Ukraine is not looking good at all. Well, actually, we'll get that update in a second, but let's have a look. So we've had a breakthrough. As we've talked about, these cauldrons are forming near Pokrovsk and Kostanivka. They really, really want to take Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. Now, there has been slowly more of a push towards Pokrovsk. I think yesterday I even said that I can see this city falling eventually. I didn't think that we would see Kostanivka falling, but like I am not sure now because they broke out through Ukrainian lines and split. Like they're probing, yes. Oh, sorry, that's about Taiwan. But so what they're gonna try and do from here is they want to go around fortifications and just kind of cut Kramatorsk off. And if they can take Kramatorsk from the side or anywhere really, or cut this road off, that fucks Kostanivka. Like this road is kind of critical. And if they cut that road off in any way, that will harm everything down from that. So they want to come in and they want to just cut in. That's what I'm seeing from here anyway. Sometimes I wonder if it's genuine uncertainty that it's the only thing keeping China from doing a full Taiwan thing. Well, I mean, again, I think they're going to do the Taiwan thing next month. I covered some of that yesterday. Like, we have intel. They seem to be moving stuff around. I'm seeing quite a lot more, you know, consent manufacturing for war coming from the West. It's wild. Chinese diplomats orchestrating like an op against Taiwan's VP and the Czech Republic. Like there's a lot going on over there. So when we're looking at the gains that they're making in the Donbass, we can have a look at this. Russian breakthrough has been confirmed. Ukrainian new Donbass line bypassed the most vulnerable point. Russian assault platoons are now rushing behind Ukrainian lines. They can now turn west and threaten Debropila or continue north, and Kramatorsk will be in danger. Either of those are options, and like they really fucking could. Pretty bad. So from tomorrow evening, I will be posting massive updates on critical situation Ukrainian force central Donetsk Oblast after the Russian breakthrough. Cool. Do I have this person follow? Cool. Let's follow that. These are like the main important targets that Russia wants to get before Friday. As long as they can make progress and it looks like Ukraine is losing ground, it makes the negotiations significantly harder, even if Ukraine isn't actually losing ground. So, Deep State claims a large Russian breach on the Ukrainian lines north of Pokrovsk. Keep a very close eye on this area, which should. Speaking of, let me refresh this page, see if it's updated. Ukrainian drone strike to instrument plant in Azarmas, Nizhny Novgorod. That happened just yesterday as well, actually. There was a video of this.
Летит! Блядь!
Блядь!
Падает! Сука!
Mate, you look like you're like 25. Why aren't you at the front lines? You should be digging a ditch in Ukraine somewhere. Fucking oligarchs, kids. You look like you're a fighting age male. Yeah, so we got like a lot of positioning changing and all that. So here's some updates from the actual lines. From 20 hours ago. Let me actually see if I have a more recent one of this video. Sorry, I always gather my sources before stream, but then things like change as I'm getting ready for stream. Is it ready? Ah, here's a 4 hour ago update.
Hello my friends, let's go straight away to the hottest topic.
What's up, Marking Dumb Hearts boy? How bad is it? It's not looking good.
And as for me, it is the current situation on the front lines, because
and we haven't even started talking about America, like invading America yet.
Russia actually already breached and penetrated the main Ukrainian defense line on Donbass. Here, guys, I don't want to sugarcoat the events happening, and as for me, it is the biggest news because, yeah, politics, they speak, you know, they tell bullshit, and by the way, we're gonna discuss Donald Trump in the next video, but what is happening on the ground?
We're getting there, but hold that thought until we finish Russia. I promise we're almost done, and then we have a lot to talk about with America.
Really matters because those are actual physical events. So here you can see this area, 2 of the Russian attack vectors, the expansion of the gray zone beyond Ukrainian defense line. As I already showed you yesterday, the defense line was touched by Russians already, but today they penetrated it in two of the directions. And we may try to confirm.
The fact that they created that little fork is a risk as well, because that's like, if they get stuck there, that's still helpful to them, because that's what they're doing like all over the place. I closed the map again. God damn it. I am so silly sometimes. I gotta bookmark that one. Here we go. You see what they're doing here? Like, they're creating these little craters to surround the area. They have this one here now. So, like, yes, they could just go like west and take Dobro Pia. They could stall here and fuck around. They could go east and cut off this road and go up to Kramatorsk, go down to Kostanivka. If it was me, I would probably try and go and cut this road off and then make my way down to Kostanivka and then close that circle. But the Russians are not, like, the orcs are not historically very smart, so, you know. Oopsie, did I close the actual, like, page I was on to? God damn, I am hella dumb today. My brain is just not here.
Hello, my friends, let's go straight away to the Russians. And as for me, it is the biggest news because, yeah, politics, they speak, you know, they tell bullshit, and by the way, of the directions. And we may try to confirm it with you. So Zoloty Kolodeze is over here. What is behind is already the penetration of defense line.
I wish Deep State Map actually included the defensive lines like this.
And yeah, still there are some of the local trenches. They're also robust.
Russia can't go nuclear. Their nukes don't work. And we might just give them Alaska. I talked about that earlier. But no, don't be worried about Russian nukes. Russia has no money. Nukes require a lot of money for constant maintenance, and they don't have any money. And they also don't have people for the maintenance. Like, if they have any nukes, I would say, like, a third of them would explode where they are in the ground if they tried to launch them. Another third might, like, take off from the ground and then fall immediately. And maybe 1/3 actually, like, go up into the air. And, like, sure, like, a third of their nukes are still bad, but it's like, they're not gonna do that. There is no benefit for them to do that. It doesn't win them anything. You don't nuke somewhere you're trying to colonize as well, you know? Like, there's a reason why Israel hasn't nuked Gaza. Our dear leader thought Alaska was Russian today, twice, in fact. As I covered, it made the Russians who are saying that Alaska is Russia and it was only rented to the United States very, very happy. I don't think that it's going to happen, but there is a non-zero chance that Trump can offer, hey, we'll give you, yeah, we bought it from Alaska, like we did. But Trump could offer to give Russia Alaska in exchange for ending the Ukraine war, which would get rid of a House Democrat, which would actually do quite a lot in the way of getting a Nobel Peace Prize. Not that, like, he's a peacemonger or anything, but, like, you know, it would help with that. And, I don't, like, and it would make it so that, like, Trump could mine, like, oil there without regulations, cheaper. Like, they would make him an honorary Russian oligarch, or, like, Vance or something, I don't know. This is what they paid for. But I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's so insane that we're at a point where that's theoretically a possibility. That should, like, a feasible one, too. Not just, like, a hypothetical off the top of my head, like a feasible one.
But Russia went ahead. So let's go back to our map here. I'm gonna switch to satellite image as well. So Zoloty.
No, he wouldn't. Trump loves Russia. Like, we talked about this earlier. He loves Russia. To Israel, all land is holy. Like, I personally think that the only country Russia has, like, a historical, like, an ethnic claim to invade is Israel. That's it.
Yeah, it's a one way of the penetration. So in Visela, I'm not sure if Russia did it, but here for sure they went through Ukrainian defense line, and the regular Russian army groups already fighting in Zoloty Kolodeze. Those are not.
So, like, that's pretty bad. I don't know. Here, like, I have a better explanation of this that I can show you. But, like, understand here that, like, it's not about ideology, it's about personal benefit, if that makes sense. Oh, that one. This one. Aha, here we go. Here's a former commander for the 12th Special Purposes Brigade, Azov, Lieutenant Colonel Bodan Protivich, and his comments on what is the cause of them breaking in through the front. I mean, like they broke through nearly 10 kilometers worth of land. 10 kilometers. So, former commander of the 12th Special Purpose Brigade, Azov, Lieutenant Colonel Bodan Protivich, comments on the current crisis in the Donetsk front. Mr. President, sincerely don't know exactly what is being reported to you, but I'm informing you on the Pokrovsk and Kostanivka line without exaggeration. It's complete chaos. And this chaos has been growing for a long time, worsening with each passing day. This is really bad shit. Like, yeah, like, I personally, I agree with quite a lot of what this commander is going to say here, but also, like, there are, like, the soldiers on the ground want the current person in charge removed and replaced with somebody else. So, like, that'll tell you enough. Can't remember their name, but the command structure currently being appointed or already appointed to fix the unfixable will most likely be blamed for the chaos that's already unfolding. A stable line of combat contact as such effectively doesn't exist. Pokrovsk and Mirnohrad are almost surrounded. Kostanivka is semi-encircled. The enemy is advancing towards Kramatorsk and Rusivka. The problem has been escalating since last year. This was publicly warned about, and it's been come to pass exactly as predicted. This is true. I think I even covered someone talking about this. I think it was like Preston Stewart or something a little while ago, like months ago. This cause of the problem isn't the newly formed corps or the inherited disastrous situation with understaffed subordinate units, nor the OTU, Operational Tactical Group, or the Operational Strategic Group, which for the past year and a half has effectively managed nothing, merely passing on orders in accordance with directives of the General Staff. The systemic problem began with the depletion of the reserves, the widespread fragmentation of units across the entire front line, reports of a captured village being touted as victories amidst failures of entire sectors, the allocation of mobilization resources to cronies, and the complete lack of strategic or even operational vision of the theater of operations among parts of the military leadership. Now, I need you guys to understand that some of these problems are 100% due to Russian interference, because that's why, remember the protests in Ukraine against Zelensky for, like, blocking the anti-corruption orgs? It's because the anti-corruption orgs were infiltrated by Russia, as are likely, I mean, like, the General Staff. The thing is, like, we're talking about wars with first world powers, like, you know, some of the, like, biggest countries on earth involved here. The CIA has been in Russia since, like, the days before the invasion happened, like the full-scale invasion. We had CIA agents in the Donbass, in bunkers, with, like, drone cameras watching. They were there for months. Personal benefit is the king's only ideology that he holds. That is true. At the time, it was just a big frozen piece of junk, and the guy negotiated the purchase for the U.S. was seen as a moron. Then one day the oil was discovered. I mean, like, even then, we don't even really mine that oil. Oh, here's an actual one that has the lines, the defensive lines. So these are the defensive lines. Now, the Russians are already here. You know, like, they're encircling Pokrovsk. These are the lines that were just broken through, and that's a big deal. So, like, it's not looking good.
Soldiers to protect this area. And judging what...
But Ukraine has dispatched some, like, troops to remedy this. In fact, I think it was the 94th? Let me see. Let me see. It was the 92nd Assault Brigade. And, I mean, like, they were one of the first into Kursk, so I suppose that will be helpful to an extent. Hopefully. They really gotta remedy that, because that's really looking bad. But for anyone who hasn't seen this, just Russians who are fighting for Ukraine against Russia. This is why I'm saying the best answer here is just invade Russia and take Moscow. Like, they have nothing. Russian manpower just seems limitless. That's because they use slaves. They use children. They use, like, migrants that they round up like ice. They just send them to the front to fight rather than to prison. They already emptied the prisons.
Your family members and your loved ones in Russia could be in harm.
I saw them sending women, like, 2 weeks ago. I've never seen the Russians send women.
Harm's way because of this. So it's a big decision. What drives people to join your organization?
It's, well, we care, naturally, and sometime after the full-scale invasion passed, we realized that the only way to battle Putin is with weapons. So it's only violence that works against him because he only uses violence. He doesn't understand
That is true.
The peaceful protest.
You can't negotiate with someone who wants to kill you and has zero interest in negotiating. Remember, Trump is blaming Ukraine for the war.
He only understands violence, so that's what we gotta use.
With your all background, and again, assuming that some of the people in your organization likely still have family members inside of Russia, do you find that your roles and the missions that you are given are different?
You want to know the roles that they give to Russian soldiers? These are the roles. Roll into fucking Ukraine on an electric scooter. That's the role that you get. That's what they'll give you. Whoa, sorry, that was hella loud. I'm so sorry. That's the role that you get. Did you want another one? You don't like this one? Sorry, you can die in a ditch. That's the Russians. I mean, you can have this one. You can have this one.
Он, бачиш? Он мента. А, ёб твою мать, блядь! Добрый день!
So, like, it's pretty bad. Alright, let's move on from Russia and let's talk about the greatest country in the world, the United States of... I'm not surprised Russian women would fight. It's surprising the anti-woke, like, conservative Russian Christian nationalist leadership would send their precious incubators. They can't not. Depraved ambiance. They were sending, like, alcohol withdrawal suffering 65-year-old, like, one-legged crutched men out to the front, like, a month ago. I've seen people with, like, one arm on the front. Like, they just don't care. Electric scooter, don't you mean a brave motherland electro transport device? I get it. I just found the perfect video for the US right now. Link it. Greatest country in the world next to Israel, that Trump admin lady. I can't get that out of my head. Yeah, I cannot believe that she said that. I still, to this day, I do not, like, I forgot that happened. I gotta pull that up again. By the way, guys, go and drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. It helps quite a lot. Like, a lot. Help grow the stream. I don't know if this is copyright, but you know what? This is the perfect video.
Bravo 6 going dark. Defeating the radical.
Okay, you realize that this is like Q-slop, right? Like this bit, sure. That's where we are. You will eat the bugs. That's what they are doing. But liking this stream is sticking a middle finger up at Trump. That is true. That is true. All right, let's see what the fuck is happening live for a second. Because we have a lot to go through here. Cool. There's not like, you know, giant like groups that are getting the shit kicked out of them by police currently, right now, which is good. So, let's jump up to... We'll watch the like full announcement. I'll skip around a bit for the bits that we've already seen. But this is pretty bad, guys. Like, it can't kind of get worse. So first off, the way that he announced this is probably the most Hitlerite tweet I've seen from Trump. Washington, D.C. will be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. This is like Stephen Miller was whispering in his ear. I will make our capital great again. The days of ruthless killing or hurting innocent people are over. Quickly fix the border. 0 illegals in 3 months. D.C. is next. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes, that did age extremely well. If you are interested in Russian dissidents, this may be of use. It is called They Chose Freedom on YouTube. It has 4 episodes. I will have a look into that. That sounds interesting. I mean, like, refuseniks are pretty common to come by. At least, like, if I want content for them, but that is true. Buck threw up again. Sorry, banger tweet, of course. That's why. Yeah, this is, like, the most Nazi tweet I've seen. It still bothers me. I know it shouldn't that the right-wing weirdos use WEF and Klaus Schwab as a substitute for international bankers, and when Schwab isn't Jewish and his dad was actually a Nazi, it doesn't matter to them. Like, reality does not matter to them. Beyond that, like, remember, they already took out part of the, Oh, actually, hold on. Before we get into this, this is also quite important, and I forgot, because we gotta talk about this stuff first. Sorry. So first of all, this came out from Homeland Security's Twitter account. We can return. View from the Hotel Continental, Washington, D.C., circa 1943. Why do you think I wanted to return to 1943? Is it maybe like pre-segregation times? You know, the same account that's been posting other very Hitlerite shit. I just searched it up already, Incorrigible Heat, and it's just in another tab. But then, they're coming for gay marriage. The U.S. Supreme Court has been asked to overturn the ruling legalizing same-sex marriage nationwide. Source being from the ABC. If you would like to read the source yourself, here it is. I mean, I did say that they were going to do this. The next one is women's right to vote, which they're already talking about that, like, they want to get rid of.
10 years after this.
Black people couldn't vote or use a water fountain. Women couldn't have credit cards. Yeah, that's what they want to do. That's why, you know, we said, I don't want to go back. The government right now, on second thought, maybe the Axis powers did have a point. Literally, that's what they've been saying. They're all Nazis.
Supreme Court ruled in favor of same-sex marriage across the United States. It could now be overturned. Senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer is on the story for us. All right, give us the deal, Devin. Who is actually asking the justices to overturn this?
Well, in recent years, Kira, we've been waiting for a case like this as some of the sentiment in the country has started to shift a little bit.
I wonder how Gays for Trump feels. Women's right to vote? Yeah, that's next. They were talking about that on Election Day. On Election Day, actually the day before, if you remember that Kamala Harris ad, where it was like, hey, like, you don't have to tell your husband who you voted for. We had Jesse Waters talking about how not voting for who he wants her to vote for is worse than cheating. We were having discourse on how women shouldn't think to vote outside of what their husband votes for, that it's anti-Christian. Like, they're already on that shit. We're gonna get that in the next year or two. If this happens, that is. Like, I mean, I don't see why this wouldn't happen. 6-3, but, you know.
It softened, rather, against same-sex marriage. There's been a lot of talk about whether the justices would get a chance to reconsider the case. And as you said there, they are getting that opportunity next month. We've learned that Kim Davis, she's that Kentucky clerk from back in 2015 that was at the center of international controversy when she refused to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple in Kentucky in defiance of this.
Exactly this again. People forget that usually liberal leading Supreme Court is a big part of the reason why we have desegregation and Miranda rights and stuff. And this is why, like, everyone was losing their mind that Trump got to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices, because that set us back literally several generations. Maybe Johnny Silverhand did have a point burning all this to the ground. Well, I mean, Johnny Silverhand didn't actually do the thing, you know. The game, he's an unreliable narrator in the game. I've talked about this at length because I'm a cyberpunk nerd. What's up, Edge? Good to see you. The persecuted clerk, her faith, blah, 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 equal rights, come on, this is tiresome. I mean, like, they don't want you to have rights. This is the I hate you government. They're terrorists. Like, it's Al-Qaeda. What do you think? Do you think Al-Qaeda wants you to have the right to vote if you're a woman. They want Christian Sharia law, like whatever they imagine is Sharia law in their head when they're thinking about like Muslim extremists. They want the Christian version of that in America, and they're doing it. Soon, then this is in Project 2025, mind you, that women are going to need, they're going to need to be accompanied by a man to cross state lines. That's in Project 2025. And they've been doing everything step by step by step through Project 2025. So, eventually, it's going to be restrictions on movement. There's going to be checkpoints at, like, major state crossings with drones. They are the Taliban, but the Star-Spangled Cross-wielding version. Literally, yeah.
Supreme Court. She spent 6 days in jail. She lost.
Just don't talk too much about civil war in here, because you might get us in trouble, and they'll take it down. But, like, obviously, like, we're on board. Fuck these demons. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi, personally, you know. But, like, yeah, like, keep the language to a way. When you want to talk about something that's sus, talk about it like, I mean, to be fair, I advise none of you to ever use AI. But, like, talk about it like you're trying to get AI to give you an answer to something that you don't think that it will be allowed to, you know? Like, you gotta word it in a way that's just vague enough that, like, there's no keywords that the algorithm will pick up and then just drop into you. Which I still need to do a you know what? That'll probably be my segment again for the space this week. We'll just continue on from last time with the tech stuff. Generally speaking, even a 5-4 court will just like kind of side with precedent. 6-3 court means no one has to be a tiebreaker. Normally, I would think the Supreme Court would have a really hard time overruling precedent, but this is the court that believes that unilateral presidential immunity. Yeah, by the way, we're never going to have a president that gives that up again, even if we do manage to maintain democracy. Can we say international military conflict? Yes, intranational military conflict. Latino Mifun, you are fantastic. Because you also came up with an integrationist instead of a one-state policy. So, like, yes, please, use that word. I remember that. You know what? Actually, hold on, let me write that down because I will forget it. Had to write it on my board because I will forget. Terminology is based. Well, that's the thing, right? Is the words that we use shape our perception of reality and others' perception of reality. Words have power. Like, actually. Oh yeah, they set the court up first, so there will not be a backstop. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, this is all part of the plan. They are going to get rid of gay marriage. They're also going to get rid of women's right to vote. They're going to get rid of, like, every right they're going to get rid of every civil right that you have as long as you are not a white Christian male. That's their goal.
A defamation suit. She had to pay $100,000 in damages, $260,000 in legal fees. That's what she's appealing to the Supreme Court. But it's the first time, Kira, that anyone has technically asked the justices explicitly to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, which was that landmark ruling. And she does just that. Her counsel in this petition, which was filed last week, says that decision was egregiously wrong. And if that sounds familiar, that's the same type of argument that was made by opponents of abortion when they.
That is true. If there's one thing Trump proves to the world, it's the fact that that he blatantly, rather than subtly, shown how broken the current system is and how the status quo is never coming back. That is true. Words are kind of magic. Like magic, they can be wielded for ill or good. I genuinely agree entirely. And here's the other thing, right? This is why I don't give a fuck about how I'll curse. I don't care. I'll say death to the IDF. Like, authenticity is enjoyable. People want to see it. People want to hear it. It feels refreshing. It feels human. And also, it works. Just be honest. Be mean. Bully the idiots. Like, genuinely. You see, like, I don't know. You see a MAGA person saying, "Oh, they're cleaning up the crime in DC." Go tell them to continue to lick windows. That's all you got to do. Never read it, but there's a big part of 1984 where the fictional dictator government was really picky about simplifying language and reducing human capacity. Yes, it's called newspeak. We already do that too in certain instances. If she wins, then we're going to see some faith-based government refusal stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, like Pam Bondi already said that they're going to be arresting, you know, anti-Christian discrimination people, you know. I mean, they hatred the status quo to begin with, so maybe in the future this makes things go to a better place. So here's the thing. Marking down Hearts Boy. I've said this before. This is why I've never been a fan of violent revolution. Because when you have a violent revolution, the people doing the revolution bring resentment over. It's not structured, it's not organized. Like a real working revolution would have to be centered in, planned by, and led by disillusioned members of like the middle class, the petit bourgeois. You don't want the working class to be the organizers. The working class are important, but they are far too uneducated and far too resentful that if you have that, you're much more likely to just create a system in which I'm gonna just, fine, I'm the new god, I'm the new dictator. Whereas like if you build it in a way that's the educated and non-resentful people are planning it, we have the entire base of like the working class that it's for, like we're working together. There's no separation of, you know, who gets the freedom here. It's liberating all of us, not just one of us. Morons, genuinely. Something about her, out of all the demon ladies, she's like that one that somehow just makes me mad. Are we talking about Bondi? I mean, that is true. Because, like, yeah, I mean, it can, things are terrible, can finally wake up the masses. The thing is, that what happens when you wake up the masses is we're not going to build a better system immediately after. Like, even in a good scenario, not like ideal scenario, fine, but like a good scenario, you're much more likely to just recreate a form of capitalism, or rather, you know, have to go through the cycle again, because socialism grows best in a liberal democracy, in a bourgeois democracy. You gotta build the foundation for the next system before you get rid of the current system. But we have no foundation for that. We did that already. I do agree. We're doing it again now because we still failed to build the foundation. That's what I try to do. Like, I don't think that any of my ideals and political beliefs are going to be implemented in my lifetime. I think that I can create the stepping stones and the prerequisites that somebody else will be able to use to make change. To be fair, both parties left the working class to dry and made a system where the people fight each other and realize the actual problem is. Well, that's because both parties are legally bribed. We've legally made it so they can be bribed. All of this, like, as soon as Citizens United was passed in 2008, the road that we are on right now was set. That was the first domino. This was going to happen eventually. The people might have been different. It might have looked slightly differently, but by definition, this would have happened. Fascism is capitalism in decay. And by making it so that companies are people and can bribe politicians, making it so it's not illegal for a politician to lie on television, made it so we ended up right here. This was always going to happen. Education is what's important for revolutionary leadership, even if the bourgeois are more likely to have the necessary skills and lead the building of the next system. They need to be educated, but it's also not theory educated. You need, like, some people to be into theory, and that's it. Like, like, if you have a group of 50, I want 5 of them reading theory and literally no one else. 45 of them do not touch theory. 5 of them do. Who's that 5? The people who are really fucking interested in it. I don't know if a social movement would ever happen in the past liberal administrations, considering how ruthlessly any change was suppressed. Well, like, social movements are what brought you your rights. Think about, like, pre-FDR. Like, we were fighting people in the streets. Thousands of, like, unionists were dying, fighting with the police. And then we got FDR. So, you know, I named my cat after FDR. Now, personally, I like FDR, but he only existed as a band-aid to continue capitalism. So, you know, you need 3% of people to know the theory, 97% can be illiterate, please. Honestly, I agree. We're asking the ruling class to please make laws so they can take advantage of it. Like, yeah, exactly. You need to move from the bottom up and take the power, and then make the change yourself. There is no other way. I won't read theory, but good, don't read theory. I think what you're trying to say, Visora, is that the ideal system, we need everyone using their talents for good. Yes, exactly. Everyone has a talent, everyone has an interest, everyone has a use. We can work together and create a better system. But first, there needs to be an ability for people to communicate, cooperate with each other. We need to build the idea of cooperative community-based engagement before anything else. Like the ideas of, hey, go and get your neighbors to create a system where, like, you can hang out at one neighbor's house and use their air conditioner when it's in the middle of the summer, and then you can just switch whose house it is that day so that, you know, everyone pays a little bit less money. You can have friends like that too. It's social gathering. We need to build those systems until they exist, and until, like, most of the country does not think of, I don't know, everyone outside of the walls of their home as an enemy coming to rape their wife and steal their things and kill them. Because that's what most Americans think of in their home. It's my walls or my castle. There's a definite need for people to have education, a proper education on how resources are being utilized and distributed within and outside the society. I agree. But like when we're talking about implementing a revolution, I think that 3 to 5% of people should know that. I think everyone should know that later. But I think before the actual, like, revolution, it doesn't matter. You guys understand that the feds have, like, read leftist theory, right? Like, their job is to read theory, watch live streamers like me, like Hassan, like Kyle, like the Majority Report, and then learn the talking points and then come and cause arguments. That's literally their job. Did FDR take inspiration from Huey Long? I don't know.
He sought to overturn Roe versus Wade just a few years ago. So a lot of eyes on this petition. It's unclear whether the court will take it up, but certainly a lot on the line.
Well,
they know what we're thinking before we do because they decide what we're thinking for half the time. For a lot of people. Lots of isolation these days. COVID or technology messes with the mind. COVID broke a lot of people's brains. And social media has degraded the ability for, like, personality to exist. In fact, I actually have a video on that. I just, I don't know how we're going to fit all of this in. There's so much shit to talk about. Where is it? What? Okay, never mind. Let's go here and find it. Manual. Yes, how the internet fueled personality destruction. From the, like, that, like, this is from Breaking Points. Gotta watch it. Like, I haven't seen it. I want to watch it. But unfortunately, we're dealing with a fascist takeover. You guys saw that, like, Grok got suspended off Twitter, though, right? Because that was incredibly funny. I still cannot believe that they suspended Grok from Twitter. Anyway, yeah, they're trying to take away gay marriage. And then, again, back to his tweet of Washington, D.C. being liberated from crime, filth, and scum, the invasion of D.C. has begun.
Then here you see President Trump walking up to the podium. Let's listen.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, very serious.
This is why I don't read theory or give a shit. Liberated is under siege. I mean, like, I'm more mad about, like, I mean, every accusation's a confession, including, like, a declaration like this. But I don't understand how they couldn't pick a better name. They're also calling this Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in March, didn't we?
Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This
Someone
is Liberation
learned new
Day
words.
in D.C. and
He didn't know those words before. Who's taking English lessons? Aw, that's so cute.
we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. under the
From who? You are the president. Who are you taking it back from? Genuinely. You are in charge. This literally is the Nazi card video. Like, well, you just because I'm mainstream, does that mean I'm a Nazi? Well, the Nazis are the mainstream. It's literally that. They're making these days but not giving us any holidays. Yeah, it's also Biden's fault somehow. I mean, it is Biden's fault because Biden should have arrested him on day one, but you know.
Authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is?
Thank you, Oxino.
And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the...
No way that Trump taught him those words. Trump doesn't listen to people. Especially men. No. If Trump's learning a new word, a woman is going to be the one that teaches him it. And he will only learn it because, like, that's the only thing to keep his attention. Remember, this is the same guy that during his first administration, for his daily, like, intelligence briefings, they had to put his name into sentences multiple times for him to pay attention and give him one page with graphs and pictures, or he wouldn't read it. And Obama was getting 10 plus.
National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed.
So stop releasing January 6 people from prison because all of them are rapists and pedophiles and murderers. Again, there is a crime epidemic in D.C. It's just all located to the White House and the Capitol building. That's where the crime epidemic is. All of this happened because Big Balls got the shit beat out of him by two based-ass 14-year-olds. One of which was a girl, mind you. Not that, like, it matters to me, but it does to them.
And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live.
I would love everyone to do that, but you can't because you put a curfew in place. Literally. Annoying how they constantly use derivatives of the word liberal without being challenged for the freedom that they want. Like free is derived from I'm so sick of them being able to co-opt libertarianism. And this is what I said, that like, see, they will never succeed in convincing Americans to become fascists. Because fascism requires you to believe that you exist for the benefit of the state. That you breathe for the state, that you work for the state, that you eat for the state.
And
Americans would not give $5 to a homeless man. They would not. They're trying to convince people that we're literally programmed, like mind control programs with the base construct of freedom and liberty. The two American ideals that all of the fascism was built on. When it really comes down to it, I don't think a lot of these people will be able to square that circle. The dissidence of liberty and freedom will be too much because it's still connected. You understand? Like, they could erase all of America, but those ideas that they were programmed on, the earliest level of it, I'm talking like early Q, that's still there, and they're never going to get rid of that. And because of that, it will be very difficult for them to shift their mindset to a point of view that not having freedom of liberty actually is freedom and liberty. If it wasn't built on that, I could see it happening, but like, no. And yes, please challenge them. These people hate America. They hate freedom. They hate liberty. They're terrorists. Every accusation is a confession, so call them what they call you. Like, genuinely. Call them terrorists, call them pedophiles, call them Nazis. You don't even have to call them Nazis. Call them demons. Call them zombies, ghouls, liches. Ghoul, lich, demon. He got downgraded. He was a demon, but kind of like fell down to a ghoul. He has his moments.
Feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something.
Monster works too, but it doesn't hit as well for me. I don't know. Demon hits. Satanic. I don't know. Like, literally just make shit up. Like, not like make up facts, but like call them whatever the fuck you want. Genuinely, like, misgender them. Pam Bondi is a he now. Why not? Why not? It's fun. Christine Ohm, he, him, from now on. Why not? Snake, true. Guys, I've told you guys to go and join ICE as a group. You think I give a shit about, like, how we refer to these people? Be mean as fuck. Go join ICE, by the way, and sabotage it from the inside. But don't do it alone. Get at least, 5, 10, 20 people. Organize it. There's a practical reason to point out that not all Christians support fascists, though. It's because progressive Christians... I don't care about arguing the theology side of it. I don't care. I don't care at all. I do not care. I'm not even focused on Christians. When I say the death cult, I mean the evangelical Christians, and if they're not one, then they're fine. If they get offended by it, then it's directed at them. Wait, have you seen the TikTok guy who just plays all the Trump quotes and highlights just how much of a closeted gay energy he has? Yes, I have. I've also seen the girl who plays Trump quotes and shows just how much of a catty bitch he is. Like, straight up Regina George Mean Girls. But yes, he's the gayest president we've ever had.
Man and woman. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay.
But Arnold Palmer was all man.
Not fair enough to crave ambiance. Why is that so quiet?
Women, and I love women. But this guy, this is a guy that was all man. His man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with
This is about Arnold Palmer, yeah. I remember this quote.
He came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. I had to say it.
Dude is like a queen. Genuinely. Well, again, every accusation's a confession, mate. And to be fair, I am gay. It's just, I'm not that gay. I'm nowhere near that gay. Kind of jealous. By the way, if you ever have a hard time looking into JD's past, look for James Donald Bowman. Yes, that is his real name. James Donald Bowman. It's kind of like the South Park episode where they have JD's couch that has holes in it. No one had to say it. Well, no, he had to say it. He had to. What's up, the letter hack? Good to see you. Bootlicker, Karens, those are gender neutral terms, but they don't hit as hard. Demons, like there's feeling to it, you know?
And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today
Yeah, 30% down from 2023, mind you.
is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth. Much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has...
This is like the idea of the worst place on earth being DC is actually true. I'm sorry. It is the worst place in the world right now to be. Fuck that. You're in the middle of, like, the zombie plague. Like, this is where it starts. You understand what he's about to say here, right?
doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs.
Literally your people. Like all of that, right? The roving gangs, sorry, it's Patriot Front. The bloodthirsty mobs, it's your people. What else did he say? The roving mobs, the bloodthirsty gangs.
I don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals.
Bloodthirsty criminals. Well, what do you call, like, literally your entire administration? Like, the idea of any of this being real is nonsense. Hold on, sorry. Gotta plug something in. Come on. Now, what the issue really is, he's describing January 6th. Literally. Yes, he is. He's describing, he's not even January 6th. Like, this is just what he wants to create. It's, again, it's not just every accusation is a confession, but this is a plan. He wants roving gangs. It's just he wants his roving gangs.
Roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it.
Drugged out maniacs from the administration that had Elon Musk, like, staring into space, just launched into, you know, the atmosphere in the fucking Oval Office. Your son doing lines of coke on camera at the inauguration. You having been a drug addict for like 40 years. Like, it's ridiculous. Mind you, again, all of this happening because Big Balls, the pedophile and Nazi who stole your data from the government, got the shit kicked out of him by two 15-year-olds. All of this. Now, again, they wanted to do this anyway, but that's the pretext.
Yeah, just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, Americans are fleeing to Mexico.
That's right, but the people that do the work... it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is...
I'm gonna show you the handouts that they gave to people after this, because it's kind of very funny. They're so sad. Genuinely, it's pathetic. I could do fascism better than this. I could do fascism 10 times better than this.
Okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad is, we doubled up on Baghdad.
Okay, we'll get through the weave. Yes. We're the worst place in the world, etc., etc. Trump's been hanging out with Netanyahu too much. Lying works just fine. Trust me, this is not a Netanyahu thing. This is the masters told them what to do here. But also, like, this kind of fit in with the entire plan from Project 2025. This script has been given to him, though.
I don't think so. And I think the people in this places, all, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world.
Literally? Even that number is wrong. It doesn't matter in relation to the other number, but even the number is wrong. I'll show you what the numbers are in a second.
Other cities are
finish this, because he
pretty
still
bad,
hasn't
but
said
they're
the
not as
important
bad
part.
as that. That where you want to live? Crimes against borders of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse.
No, it's not.
Not getting better, it's getting
it is,
worse.
But you.
And we had a recent indication. There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was
I
asking.
wish I could just find the timestamp where he talks about how he's going to do this to other cities.
Do phony numbers on crime.
He can't read Depraved
And
Ambiance.
we're going to
No
look
shit, he
into
loves
that.
his
I think
pictures.
Pam
He
is going to
can't
be
read.
looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real number.
He is quite funny, and it's annoying, but wait, what about the real numbers?
But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe.
She's not horny for him. She's horny for the power that this just gave her. He just put her in charge of the DC Metro Police. So, literally, Hitlerite stuff. That's why she looks so happy. Because she became the head, she's in charge of the DC Metro Police now. This is the one time I'm actually demanding a PowerPoint presentation. Well, I mean, like, they gave handouts to people at the very least, but there's really not much on there. I'll show you. I have the stuff. Where is it? Hold on. I have a lot of links. We're gonna go through all of them, but just to find this one, where it is. Crime stats. 2. There's a lot here. Cache was off message. Remember that. Hold on. I have this somewhere. Where the fuck is it? Is that, like, that's important, so. Let me just go through my bookmarks. Ah, here it is. Found it. This is what was being handed out. So we had, complimenting her so she was buttered up. Oh, that makes sense. We should just start posting fake charts all over Twitter. Yes, do that, please. So it was his tweet with a fake chart that they made. And then criminals removed from DC streets this weekend. Shows like 3 black people. This just in, there was a 49% increase in homicides. Rights everywhere, JD Vance goes. True. He did also kill the Pope. What's up, certified garbage? Drug possession, carrying a gun without a license, things that, like Matt Gaetz has done. Illegal drug possession, carrying a gun without a firearm license, charged with, actually he wasn't charged with, but, he was in possession of an illegal firearm, unregistered ammunition, and possession with intent to distribute narcotics. So, like, yes, Hillary Clinton, who's JD Vance, that's true, but, like, this is stuff that Matt Gaetz has done. He was going to be the attorney general, so, like, that's the papers that they're handing out. Also, arrested for driving under the influence, which Republicans do all the time, so do Democrats, to be fair. Rich people do that all the fucking time. That's a rich person thing. Arrested on a warrant for cruelty to an elder, okay? Like, weapons and narcotics seized this weekend. Go through the White House and you'll find more than this right now. Illegal stuff. Miss you and forgot everything. Damn, my brain damage, lame shit. I mean, fair. I was gone for a month, so. Violent crime is at an all-time low. Removed from the streets of DC, bro, like, these are misdemeanor. No, but see, that's the thing, right? Because what did he say yesterday? What did the announcement initially say? It said, we are going to move you far away from the Capitol because he's attacking the homeless. That's who he's calling filth. And he said that he was going to take the prisoners, and they don't have to go anywhere because they're going to put them in jail, which is, we're going to enslave you. Lots of code words for minorities, absolutely. I want to post my last poster at Nikki for current affairs, just funsies and some theories, I guess. Go for it, yeah.
It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to just take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. If you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible.
It's insane hearing it from this man. It's so funny. I'm still not over the fact that they had to suspend Grok.
But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service,
okay,
and the Department of Homeland Security. A lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police.
Going somewhere
but they're rough
important,
police.
Which is why I'm letting him go.
And they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail.
Yes, other countries do actually have departments, but you know, like we're America, so reality doesn't matter.
Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how...
Again, the Russians are loving this shit. The posts of like, oh, Alaska's coming home and shit. Like, it's insane. We might actually think about it. Like, I still, like, you put this in my head now, Long Homo sapien, because the idea of Lisa Murkowski, like, yeah, he could theoretically trade Alaska to Russia and Ukraine war, take out a Democrat that he doesn't like with it, and then, you know, build an oil refinery in Russia that has, like, no regulations. Again, from the U.S. government's perspective, priority is to end their involvement in Ukraine because they are expecting a conflict with China in the coming year, which will then result in a two-front war if they're still involved with Ukraine. America doesn't want to fight Russia and China at the same time. So that's kind of their main mentality. Now, will that actually happen? Will they sell Alaska? Probably not. But I mean, it's these, like, I don't know, it's these people. They're insane. Like, they make decisions based off of the last television series they were watching. Also, like, this is what got in trouble for. How does violent crime rate in the District of Columbia compared to the crime rate of cities led by Republican mayors? I'm here to answer. Phil investigates. Based on 2024 data, DC's violent crime rate is 528 per 100,000. Dude said 40-something, which is not correct. Down 35% from 2023. Lowest in 30 years for the DOJ, compared to Republican-led cities Dallas 778, Oklahoma 637, Fort Worth 500, Omaha 600, Mesa 416, Virginia Beach 138. DC is lower than Dallas and Oakland, but higher than average of these like general crime trends. So like this is what they censored Grok for. He got suspended. Definitely feels like this is a cover for some side deals. I think it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not exactly set here. This is the most Hitlerite shit that I've seen him say. I know we're gonna do the homeless camps. I'm gonna show you the receipts for that. I'm gonna actually have the video of him saying exactly that now. But more important part to me, you know what? I'm sick of listening to you talk. So we're just gonna jump over to a clip of this. Thank you, Governor Walz.
We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. It is.
He did say, no more Mr. Nice Guy earlier. Here he's mentioning New York.
We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course,
Baltimore, Oakland, all cities with majority black populations that are Democrat run. We solved crime, hooray. Next week, crime is everywhere. I mean, they do this every month with the economy. Week 1, new tariffs. Week 2, tariffs are causing panic. Week 3, okay, maybe no tariffs. Week 4, no tariffs. Week 5, new month, tariffs. They do this every week. They've been for a while too. So, by the way, the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, Brian Schwab, the administration's action are unprecedented, unnecessary, and unlawful. There is no a crime emergency in D.C. Violent crime in D.C. reached a historic 30-year low last year and is down another 26% so far this year. Obviously. But he literally used those words, depraved ambiance. Like, hold on. Is the search feature working again? Yes. All right, let's see if I can find the tweet from yesterday. Here we go. This is what he said yesterday. We're having a news conference in the White House. I'm going to make our capital safer and more beautiful than it ever was before. The homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you a place to stay, but far from the capital. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. This will be easier. Be prepared. There will be no Mr. Nice Guy. We want our capital back. That's what he said. That is the words that the man said. So.
The president.
Oh yeah, there's that one. Leave that one open already. Here we go.
So 1,000 National Guard people.
By the way, they are no longer National Guard. They have been federalized. So that is now just the U.S. Army.
Are now going to D.C. as well as enforcing a curfew. This is straight out of Project 2025's playbook, and we should be terrified. He started in L.A. He's going to D.C. He will do this to every major American city. Wake the fuck up. And I find it funny that all of a sudden Trump can deploy the National Guard in D.C. Where the fuck?
Yeah, you know, January 6th, he didn't want to. I mean, we all knew that. By the way, here's Ken Klippenstein, little fucking hero. Your National Guard in D.C. metro area, text me securely via Signal. That's, you know, how you can get him. If any of you know somebody, go for it. Here is, Lindsey Graham being asked about this, and like obviously I don't like listening to Lindsey Graham talk either, but it is important to see what the little piggies are talking about.
I can't think of a better person on the planet to put in the room with Putin other than Trump.
Sorry, I thought this was about the martial law shit, but okay.
He has a relationship with President Putin, which is a good thing. But the reason Putin is in Alaska is because President Trump announced he was going to sell weapons to Europe to help Ukraine, and that rattled Putin. But he put a...
Literal, like, nonsense. By the way, this is happening now in D.C. This is today. Gluck Gluck is exactly right. Alright, what's next?
Next, Washington, D.C. has been overtaken by violent gangs, bloodthirsty criminals, and drugged out maniacs.
And they're called the Republican Party! I can't stop getting reminded of the scene in Psychopaths demonstrating the bystander effect when people get on their hands and on those helmets and hide from everyone's psychological profile from the authorities. I've never seen it, but, you know, bystander effect is true, which is why if you get a big-ass group to do something, it'll cause more people around you to do the thing too.
That's according to the U.S. president. Donald Trump says he's placing the city under direct federal control and deploying 800 National Guard troops there as he vows to tackle violent crime, which statistics show has actually fallen. Trump claims that Washington, D.C. performs poorly on safety relative to the capitals of Iraq.
I don't know. I don't care. I changed my mind. I don't want to listen to that one. I do want to listen to this one, though. I do want to show you just exactly what they plan to do with these homeless people. Well, just fast forward. Right around there. Oopsie. Screen.
Exactly what he plans to do.
Under my strategy, working with states, we will ban urban camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the homeless can be relocated.
Concerned yet? Because
jeez, you scared the shit out of me, man. That's a concentration camp. Literally. That is a process of, all right, we packed up all the homeless people, now you get to see a doctor. All right, you look like you're weak and not good for working. You go to the death camp. You look like the strapping young lad. Off to the labor camp with you.
that is an internment camp. He just described an internment camp paid for and operated by the federal government. And he posted that in April of 2023. And I have rung the bell on this issue ever since he posted.
They also posted that before and after the election. Like, this has been the plan, guys. I've talked about this for over a year. Exactly this. I was talking about Trump bills, comparing this to Herbert Hoover, because the tariffs are crashing the economy. That's news that I'm not going to bother covering because I'm not good with economics. I'm much more strategy, politics, and like war type person. But, you know, go watch someone else for that one. But see, the economy is just like crashing. That's what tariffs do. What do you think caused the Great Depression? It was tariffs, global instability, bank runs, which we've limited quite a bit with the FDIC, and people called it hyperbolic. People call it hyperbolic now. People say fear-mongering when I'm talking about, like, they're going to come to your city, when Trump's saying, we're going to come to your city. I just broke my sobriety a bit. Oh, Jesus. Like, I mean, like, I don't blame you, but, you know, falling off the wagon does not mean that you have to stay off the wagon. So, literally, like, if you're telling the people in the community this, then good. I'm proud of you for telling the community this, and, like, we'll support you. Like, this is the whole point. That's how bad it is, you know? I believe you. You know, every word that Trump is saying is alive with the cameras rolling and your mortgages due. Actually, Cash did go off script a little bit and said some stuff that, like, didn't fit in.
Children, and the murder rates are plummeting. We are now able to report that the murder rate is on track to be the lowest in U.S. history, in modern recorded U.S. history, thanks to this team behind me and President Trump's priorities. Our children, and the murder rates are plummeting.
Murder rates are plummeting, like literally contradicting Trump in that. What's the asterisk system? Try plugging it in. So we had the DC mayor make a statement.
NPD, the National Guard, possible other law enforcement agencies on the ground, that there will be confusion about who's in charge, who these officers answer to, and how people should respond if approached by any of those people.
Well, we should note, and we have been advised, and we will continue to make this clear that this is needed in our city, that all law enforcement be identifiable by a uniform, a badge, a jacket, so that people...
Good luck with that. You don't live in America, you live in Nazi America. You live in the United American Emirates, all right? The Nazi United American Emirates. That's where you live, where you get Russian cops. Sorry. They wear a mask, they beat the shit out of you, they probably rape you in the car, and then they don't tell you who they are. And they might not even be a cop. If you fall off the wagon, just put asterisks and font reset your days being sober. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. Delusional, yeah. I'm not super good on econ either, but I can say this: we took money for every single federal department to pay to kick out a few people that we know for sure are very productive. Yet we added trillions to the debt that we already couldn't pay off. Our credit rating was downgraded, like, as in, like, that alone is fucking historic. And we literally cannot pay off. We can barely afford to pay the interest on the debt, let alone the debt. And so we're gonna default on the debt. That's part of this plan. Part of this plan, I don't think it'll be this year, I think it'll be early next year, is defaulting on the debt. Literally crashing the world economy. Because part of this plan, as since the very beginning, has been a crypto grift. They want to change the global currency market to use digital currency, A, because it's easier to track, which they're building an entire, Skynet system, and B, because there's only a limited amount of it. You can't like make more. It doesn't work. There's however much there is. And if you own 5% of all of the world's, like, Bitcoin, for example, that's it. You own 5% of the globe's wealth. Period. Done. Now, like, that's the goal. Whether they'll succeed with it, I'm not sure, but we'll almost certainly default on the debt. I don't think we can avoid that now. Now, a lot of regular people are competing with former federal employees for 20-plus year experience jobs. A lot of those really good employees got sniped by, like, Europe, Australia, China. Unfortunately, loading from our last save won't work this time. Yeah, no, sorry guys, there is no more last save. You cannot get the country you had back. That's over. You had the chance for that, but America died. I said this on Inauguration Day. We are watching a funeral. And that's exactly what it was. Inauguration Day was the funeral. You're not getting that country back. You literally cannot. Like, all of the Republicans could disappear today and you still won't get it back. And I don't want it back. I want better. Exactly. Like, it's silly to think like that.
Know that they are law enforcement.
I just cannot understand, like, people like her have to know what's going on. Why do you not say the truth? Like, what is the risk to your job as the fucking mayor of DC? What's the risk for you to say something like, okay, but we need to make sure that these people wear like badges and uniforms and are identifiable. I'm sick of seeing those fucking ICE agents walking around with like no identification, people getting raped and kidnapped and hurt because they're pretending to be ICE agents. That's not gonna happen here. Like, just fucking say the truth. What are they gonna do to you? You're already a black woman. They fucking hate you. What could they do to you that isn't already on the list? Mass chaos in the streets and lots getting hurt. That's true. I mean, they want that too. They want that. There are protests. There have been protests in DC today. We will look at them. But they are waiting for those protests to really, like, you know, go off. By the way, like...
Get off her head! Get off me! Get off your knee! Get off her fucking head! Get it off!
Get back.
Get off her head!
Get back.
Get off me! This is public property, sir. This is public property. Streaming live. This is ICE beating her up. They got her knee on her head. I am where I need to be, 10 feet. So.
You guys get her in the van?
Did the Australian government ever make public response as to why the Nazi parades were allowed with no intervention? No, and they won't. Like, it is literally illegal to be a Nazi in this country. But, no. At least not in, you know, the federal government won't comment on it. It would be the state government. But I don't know what the fuck's up with Victoria. In my state, when the Nazis came here, they got chased by cops on horseback. So, you know. I've seen Nazis in Queensland getting pushed, ridiculed, like shit-talking from the cops, like, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you, get out of my street. Fuck that. And the guy's like, oh, don't touch me. He's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'm going to touch you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Pushing the Nazi. I like that cop. That was a nice cop. But no, they didn't. By the way, you know the crime epidemic in DC that all of this is you know, caused by. Well, this is the crime in DC. That's the crime. This is the crime wave that requires 5 federal agents. 2 of which look like bad enough that they could not outrun anyone else in this frame, including this guy, who looks like he might be like 60 plus. So, a sorry looking bunch? Literally, yeah. Like, actually. Here's Russian propagandist Benny Johnson. Oh, there's so much crime in DC. This is in front of my house. Like, that's all they can do. Restore the seat of Western civilization. You're literally getting paid by Russia. I have lived in Newark, New Jersey, right? These people don't know what the fuck a dangerous city looks like. I know those motherfuckers are out of shape, absolutely. I talked yesterday, a new watcher here on Twitch, different channel, he was in Russia. It was a nice convo. Me and him agreed that Ukraine is super corrupt, but Ukraine and Russia should be best friends. No, fuck that. I disagree entirely. Ukraine should Russia should be Ukraine at this point. Ukraine has more of a like land claim to Russia than like the other way around. Ukraine existed for longer. Fuck that. I have no agreement with that whatsoever. Ukraine has corruption issues. The corruption issues are caused by Russia. That's why the anti-corruption organizations had to get shut down by Zelensky, which caused protests in Ukraine. It's because Russians had infiltrated it. Like, the corruption in Ukraine comes from Russia. There is corruption. It's just, you know. And not to say that like everyone in Ukraine is perfect. They're not. They're not. But I do not agree that they should be best friends with Russia. And also, Ukraine has existed for longer. So if we're going land claims, make Russia Ukraine again. Why is it that every crime video shown here, the criminals seem to be law enforcement? Because this is America. That's what criminals are. This is America. That's it, right there. This is how the New York Post is covering this invasion. Ah, okay, you do agree with that. Good. Homeless people are seen sprawled out in D.C. as Trump says their time is up. From, the New York Post. So, first of all, sprawled out? What the fuck do you, what are you supposed to do? All right, there was a U.S. coup in Ukraine. No, there wasn't. Shut the fuck up. The revolution of, was it Dignity? Was not U.S. based. Go away. Russian talking points. Trying to distract me. If you want homelessness to go away, I have a genius solution for you. Fix poverty. If you want homeless people to not be sprawled out on the ground, give them a house. We have more vacant housing in the United States than we do homeless people. And we know for a fact that giving homeless people money or housing under any circumstance benefits the country. It will make the government money to give these people a free house. Genuinely, it would. Hell, you can give one house per two. Two people live in that. You need that. Housing is required. You can't get a job without a house. I've been homeless, all right? Not for a very long time, but I've been homeless. And I've had quite a lot of homeless friends. And I've also helped homeless people that lived around me when I did have a home. I've let them come into my house, take a shower, sleep on a couch or whatever. Do you know how hard it is to get a job where you don't have a mailing address to send, let's say, mail to? Or if you can't take a shower or do laundry, or all of these things require money, travel, and housing. And giving homeless people this makes the government money. I refuse to play any Russian games. Sorry. I hate the Russians more than I hate the Israelis. Certified garbage. To be fair, I consider them both Russians. The Israelis are Russian to me. That's why I hate the Russians that much. Keep people poor, poor people do crime, criminals go to prison, prisoners become slaves, slaves become poor, poor commit crime. That is literally the point. That is what they were built on. That is what this system is entailed to do. But these people are going to get rounded up. As we watch Trump say, they're going to bring them to a facility and they're going to, see a doctor. The facilities that they're going to go to are variations of Alligator Alcatraz that we are already building. I mean, here's an example. Texas Migrant Detention Center to be the largest in the U.S. 2 days ago. This is 100,000% 1984. This is cyberpunk 1984.
More detention space will soon be available for migrants awaiting
Nazi Germany is also included, yeah.
deportation, and it's here in the Lone Star State. Fox's Jennifer Griffin with more on the story.
Does it have AC? No. They hate these people. They're trying to make the homeless, they're going to try and make the homeless join ICE or the army. They will absolutely make an offer of join the army. Join ICE, yeah, definitely. Again, get your friends, 5 or 10 of them, go join ICE and make it so they can't do their job. Please.
The U.S. military is building the largest federal deportation detention center in America's history. The construction of Camp East Montana at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, began mid-July in response to a request.
Anyone who lives in Texas, I'm going to need you to start watching this location, please, and thank you. Vehicles that come in and out, you need to get license plate numbers, you got to get logos, pay attention to who's in the area. Genuinely, this is a task. They are building it right now. We've seen this happen with Alligator Auschwitz. The cars are all blocking they're going to be building cheap ass CSOT knockoffs. Well, just like Alligator Auschwitz. Also, a bonus for joining ICE. Are you suffering financially? Get $50,000 to fuck them. It's your money, too. It's literally your money you're taking back from them. You join ICE with your friends, you can take back $50,000 of your money that they stole, and also, I think, up to 60 grand in student loan debt that they stole. You should check out Brian Tyler Cohen's recent upload about Greg Abbott. Is it a video or a post? There are members of Congress who have stocks in private prisons. Hard to say which ones due to disclosure laws. No, it's not. It's not hard to say.
Request from home.
There we go. Congressional Stock Trader Tracker. Let's have a look. Well, issuer committees. Aha, let's see. Can we find ones in any? Lockheed. Can you link me it, please, Oxpecker? Yeah, hold on. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Raytheon? Palantir, that's a good one. So they're not showing any of the defense contractors. Lovely. You can only see some of the bigger corps. Well, if I open like one of these, do I see? Yes, okay, I can see who's done it. So let's just find Tesla, Walt Disney, Johnson Johnson, Home Depot. I'm curious now. We're going off topic. I'm looking for Geo Group or Core Civic. You know what? I could probably do one. Core Civic. No? Wait, did we find Core Civic? God damn it. I think that's annoying. Didn't want to derail. No, you didn't, but it's like you did derail, but it's interesting. So like, it's fine. Plus it relates because this is all about corruption, and you know, slavery. Did they really hide all of the defense contractors on this site? That would be ridiculous. Applied materials, that would be related to defense. Goldman Sachs. But yeah, by the way, you could literally just go look at the stocks that Congress buys and buy accordingly. They are probably gonna hide this eventually, but you know, if you can and you do use stock. What are we looking for? My bad. I'm looking for defense private prisons, so that I can see who's investing in them. But they are not popping up on this site. There is another site. Let me see that. U.S. Congressional Stock Trade Tracker. That was Capital Trades, but we have another one. Oh, and there's Unusual Whales. I forgot about you. Okay, so let's check this out. Politician search, stock search. Core Civic? Core Civic, there we go. Who's investing in this private prison? Well, wow, okay, so you don't actually have much like congressional trades that are showing up. The most recent showing is 2020. Selling off. That's not accurate. How about you? Yeah. Really? Okay. That's interesting. They definitely have these under a shell. Of course they do. But like, I don't do stocks, so I don't know what to look for. This man is a go-to example of weasel words. He talks like an angry kid on the playground. BWX Technologies, thank you. BWX. What if I just type this one over here? BWX Technologies, there we go. And how recent are you? Okay, we have 2023. We have Democrats involved. That's fun. We have some actually most Democrats for the sales recently. That's recent to Insider trading. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We've had a lot of insider trading this year, too. A lot of it. So we're doing smart people things right now, and I'm too much of a dumbass to actually understand it, too. Yeah. What about Institution for Machine and Cognition? That sounds horrifying. Jesus, like, you look it up. That sounds horrifying. This is Governor Hot Wheels. I know who this is.
As Texas Governor Greg Abbott wages lawsuits against Democrats in the state, arguing that their quorum break is now grounds to vacate them from their seats.
They, by the way, still have failed to arrest the Texas Democrats that are in Illinois. J.D. Pritzker is incredibly funny. I was also thinking this is linking to increasing occupancy in private prisons. Of course, because we have legalized slavery in prisons. Try plugging it in. So, like, why wouldn't we? You know, it's why would you pay this person instead of just making them a slave by creating the conditions in which they will commit a crime because they need to live, and then you can arrest them and then put them in prison. Oh, by the way, fuck, I forgot what I was looking for just a second. It was actually quite important. Oh, yeah. Pritzker responded to Trump, like, yelling at him, saying that he's, you know, harboring fugitives or whatnot. So, like, as a little bit of an understanding, first and foremost, J.B. Pritzker owns the Hyatt Hotels chains, right? He owns a few, especially in Illinois. He has offered asylum to the Democrats who have escaped from Texas. He's, like, providing them a place to stay. There have been orders given to the Illinois State Police that they are to protect them from the federal government. If the FBI, if ICE, if the military come for these elected officials, the cops' job is to stop them. This is incredibly dangerous. Like, this is what could start a civil war. Now, do I think it will? No. Because I'm not sure I trust that the cops won't just, like, let them through. I'm not sure the cops have the balls to do it. I'm also not sure that the cops aren't on their side, like on the other side, you know? So, we'll see how that goes. But if the FBI or ICE or, God forbid, like the U.S. military had to clash with state police, that would be interesting. Sec, I'll get you all the core civics trading shells. Thank you. God, I love having smart people in chat. So this is J.B. Pritzker responding today. I saw iPads in a jail cell on YouTube. Fuck that. They don't give you, like, iPads in prison. I don't know where you saw that. But also, like, I don't believe in prison. I think prison is a stupid idea. It doesn't work.
I reject.
Okay, very funny. Yes, J. Pritzker is also a billionaire, although we are going to convince him to redistribute his wealth. He is becoming a comrade. Slowly, we're breaking in through the subconscious there. But and he cheats at golf is so fucking petty, and it's incredible. It's 10 out of 10. This is the Americans that you live side by side with, you know? These people. These mentally ill monsters, even. Here's another example. Just random Twitter user. We should do a cooking stream this weekend. That'd be fun. You should stream your suicide instead. Like edgy 12-year-old bullshit. Like this is the things that like these people enjoy. This is how they think. Can Trump's tiny hands even hold a golf club? I'm not sure he can. That's why he has to cheat all the time. Creates more problems and crime, whatever. It's not good to shove people in jail. It's bullshit. Yeah, literally, it is crime university. That's what it's called, you know? And by the way, remember, the people that talk about crime, so it's like this. Republican changed child rape law for the most obvious reason. These are the people who talk about criminals invading the country.
An anti-trans Republican senator in Utah, State Senator Jay.
Of course, by the way, it's an anti-trans senator. Mind you, again, Christians commit 400% more crimes than trans people do in America per capita, so, you know.
Stuart Adams had apparently helped to change a law to try to keep his relative out of jail for the rape of a 13-year-old, a child. Now, Adams, of course, swears now that he neither requested nor helped draft the 2024 law that aided his relative, but did ask for the relative's rape charges to be reconsidered.
This is the party of raping children and women and you, honestly. Like, this is what they're for. This is like the pastor who says you should love Hitler for Jesus. This is like the church that was screaming the government should force queers to kill themselves, and then called the police on protesters and demanded the police shoot and kill the protesters at a church. This was a pastor. Like, they're right now, the Supreme Court is about to overturn gay marriage. This is America now. Oh, by the way, the White House is partnered with PragerU. So PragerU is going to be the new PBS. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husband. They're coming for the biddies. They're coming for the bussy. They're coming for the burritos. And they're coming for, like, there was another B. There was a fourth B. I can't remember. Yeah, also, like, trans porn is, like, number 1 or 2 or 3 for, either 1, 2, or 3 for Christians, psychotic people, Nazis. Like, they love that shit. Absolutely. Too bad we can't get the Pornhub stats anymore because, no, that does sound rude, but it doesn't matter. Be rude. Be rude. Meanness has a place in politics. Clearly, it works. The people who were mean for 8 years just won. They have full control of the country. Meanness works. It's just meanness with a purpose. Their purpose is suffering. Your purpose needs to be to induce a change in behavior, shame, embarrassment, cringe. Make them feel cringe, you know? I mean, like, this is the reality we live in, according to The Onion.
A developing situation in Washington where just moments ago the White House was evacuated. Sources confirming that President Trump, as well as many key members of his administration, were rushed out of the building after the White House's trans alarm went off. Footage here showing the moment that infrared estrogen sensors detected a large spike in gender fluidity within dangerous proximity to the West Wing. ONN's Jason Copeland.
The most unrealistic part of this is that it's not the slur.
Joining us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Dwight, Secret Service has confirmed that this was in fact not a test, but rather the trans defense system being initiated by a trans person detected within the White House's cisgender-only radius. Now, per protocol, President Trump, as well as other members of his cabinet, have all been urgently outfitted with hormone-proof vests and ushered deep below ground into their traditional values bunker for their ultimate safety.
A frightening scene. We're hearing reports of White House staff barricading themselves in their offices, texting loved ones, just waiting for Secret Service to tell them their pronouns were safe. Jason, just how close did this nonconformist get to entering the Oval Office?
God, the woke Reich.
Yeah, well, you know, I've spoken with some sources here that are still working to determine the severity of the threat. What we do know is that this trans alarm system is, of course, known to be hypersensitive. Vice President J.D. Vance has set it off on multiple occasions with his eyeliner, for instance. So, false alarm still a possibility.
10 out of fucking 10. Politeness entails being considerate to the well-being of others, so being rude to fascists is polite. Social stigmas do have their place in social life. Based as fuck. Traditional values bunker. Yeah. Yep. Many invest primarily through these. I can keep going if you want a layer or two, even if it's not a stock, which is where they put their money. No, that should be enough. Thank you. I'll look into some of those later, actually. That's a good point. The Onion is running out of ideas because this administration keeps making them real. Literally, yeah. This is what I feel like we live in. Like, we live here. Again, this is my favorite video to show on stream, but, like, this is where I feel we are.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Der Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber
God, I had that muted, but I said it. You know, I'm a concerned citizen, worried about foreign domination. I'm not right.
ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Herr Sieler, sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen,
When you're running out of arguments, it's easy to play the Nazi card.
dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand...
Just because someone doesn't share your mainstream opinion doesn't mean he's automatically a Nazi. I love the armband shot so much. I love this entire video.
die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst
But you are the mainstream.
Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
That's where we are. You're calling the Führer a Nazi? Well, yeah. Insulting the Führer. You're coming with me. Fantastic. This is my favorite video to show. Genuinely. Alright, let's listen to some of the talking heads, I suppose. Actually, no, first of all, can we talk about how fucked up it is that we have the same, like, accusations for each other? Like, the things that I say about the right are the same things they say about us. Latest script was sent out this morning. Like, for example, you know, I'll say, like, oh, they got their new marching orders when they all start posting the same thing. Objective reality is the script. I mean, this is several, like, other people being like, hey, you know, like, these numbers are wrong. The numbers that Trump is giving out is just untrue. Here are the real numbers. Nope. It's, the script. Because they have to use the same accusation. It is. Every accusation is a confession. It's the wealthy controlling the revolution. It's the wealthy preventing it. Like I said, think about, like, go back to 2008. Big financial crash. Banks got bailed out. People are pissed. They want guillotines. We want to hang the fucking, what was, the company that started all of it? Was it Goldman Sachs? It might have been Goldman Sachs. Like, we're back there. And there's Occupy Wall Street. The rich are afraid. What do? You make life more expensive. You make it more difficult. You give people less time. They need to go and work 2 jobs now, or maybe 3 jobs now. They have very little free time, so they don't have as much time to organize and fight back. That's, like, I mean, if I was trying to prevent the revolution and I was the, you know, capital class, that's what I would be working on, you know? Making it so that people can't organize, that people can't fight back. That's what they've been doing. So, all of these are correct, but they have the same messaging that I do. And that's how I know it's working, by the way. This is why I say we need to co-opt the right's strategy. Not their words, not their rhetoric necessarily, although some of it definitely has its place. I like it. But we need to frame things in the way that they are, they're used to it being framed for them. We need to essentially think about like a horse with blinders, right? You want to take those blinders off, but you want to like put your hand there in its place just to not freak the horse out for a minute. You know, kind of get it used to the training wheels without the training wheels, with you like holding it, you know, steady, and then we can take them off slowly. It's gonna be difficult because they're brainwashed to the point of the opposite of reality. Naomi Klein wrote about this in her book. It was her most recent book about how people keep confusing her with Naomi Wolf. Doppelganger, thank you very much. She wrote about it in there. It's the mirror world. These people live in a mirrored version of reality that has been created for them. Newsom is threatening to gerrymander the maps in California if Trump doesn't stand down with Texas. And Newsom is being a pussy because he's like, I'll give Democrats 5 more seats in California. Why not just gerrymander all of the seats to Democrats in California? Just do all of them. That would be so based. That would probably be the one thing that would make me think that you might not be a demon, Gavin Newsom. Just gerrymander every Republican out of California. That'd be fantastic. By the way, permanent orders from the National Guard. This was to... God damn it, I can't read it. Select members of District Columbia National Guard are hereby encamped pursuant to DC Code 49101, involuntary ordered to duty pursuant 32 USC, blah, blah, until such time as subsequent orders modify or terminate the base encampment order. The purpose of this duty is to respond to short or no notice direction from the Secretary of Defense or the President of the United States to protect federal property and the functions of the District of Columbia. Duty station. Additional instructions reporting DCNG personnel must not be flagged for investigation or adverse reaction. Exceptions to these instructions are withheld to the Chief of Staff or the first general officer in the chain of command, including medical MRC. Personnel are involuntarily ordered with pay and allowance in accordance with 32 U.S. Code and encamped in accordance with blah, blah. Okay, cool. So this is like the actual piece of paper that's like, hey, we are putting the... well, we're federalizing the National Guard, so like they're not National Guard anymore. They are the U.S. Army now. So that is a whole other thing. Oh, I forgot to show this. This is important because this is, I mean, like, this is literally Nazi shit. Trump announced that Attorney General Pam Bondi is now in charge of the DC Metropolitan Police Department. That's pretty fucking scary to me. And she's happy. She's really happy. Wall to wall. Yeah, everyone was covering your dear leader announcing full-blown dictatorship, but, you know, for every Democrat you guys arrest, I will arrest 3 of your Republicans, long like Homo sapien. You know what? Gavin Newsom, if I was his advisor, I would advise, for every Democrat you arrest, I will throw 3 Republicans into the ocean. We will fly them out 500 meters. Not that far, but far enough. 500 meters. And then just lower a helicopter and just push them into the water. They can swim back, that's fine. But, like, that's it. That's the whole task, too. There's nothing more added to it. The approval from Dan Driscoll, Secretary of the Army, for federalizing the National Guard. They can dodge the alligators, too. Yeah, we got sharks as well. So, here... we're going to watch some Fox News now.
President Trump earlier saying he's deploying the National Guard to the nation's capital and placing police under federal...
I hate to use a movie, but I think The Matrix... No, don't hate to use a movie. The people that get mad about, like, popular media being used to frame or understand politics, that comes from the right wing. That's a right-wing mentality. And it's the only reason for that is because, like, media makes it easier to understand things, and, you know, we have a correct bias here, like reality bias, and they don't like that, and so like they get mad about it. That's why. But like, also, speaking of The Matrix, you do realize The Matrix is a movie made by 2 trans women and is an allegory for transgenderism and actually transgenderism. Jesus Christ, what am I, a right winger now? For trans people, and the right use the rhetoric and terminology from it all the time. It's a movie about being trans. The Purge is probably a closer example, but like, I mean, like, if we're going media, this is Cyberpunk 1984. Yeah, we're a sanctuary state, a shark sanctuary. Try your Republican shit here, based. Really? About the Matrix stuff, certified garbage? Yeah. The Wachowskis are trans women. And, like, they're the people who made the movie. And, like, so, like, I asked about it, someone asked about it on stream once, and I showed them, like, actually, like, talk about it. And they were like, yeah, no, like, it was an allegory. I don't know if it started out that way, but like it ended up that way. I know about the trans stuff not much than the 2 siblings. Yeah, the 2 siblings are the directors. They're both trans, and then they made the movie to be a trans allegory. All Republicans in California are illegal immigrants. Being a Republican in California is now illegal. My dream Newsom. Like, genuinely, please. I woke up, saw this ICE ad. Oh, is this a joke? No, it's not that's not a joke. That's why I've been saying, get 5 to 10 of your friends organized in a group and go join ICE. Take their money, which is your money that they stole, and then make it so that they can't do their job. Be really, really bad at your job. Purposefully bad. Distract others. Break things. Look where the cameras are and, like, rip out the fucking cord or whatnot. Like, you need to infiltrate. Matrixes or hegemonies. I've never seen any of the Matrix movies, so I don't actually, like, know. But I did know the fun fact. I thought one of the Wachowskis was a trans woman, but the other one was non-binary. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, you might be right. Who knows? No, they're not Republicans. Of course not. They're trans women. They're not they're trans women who've made art. Do you think that they're Republican? Republicans can't make art. I need to see Newsom posting Twitter pictures of AI sharks with Democrat hats. Why don't you make those, Long Like Homo Sapien? Make the pictures of sharks with Democrat hats. I'll post it. I'll literally just, like, we need to do propaganda. And by that, I mean rage bait them and troll the right. They did that for 8 years. Rage baiting and trolling us, by the way, is also how they learn. We have feds doing this shit. They're both trans women? Yeah, makes sense then. And remember, like, this is how they view it.
Control now. Let's bring in D.C. Police Union Chairman Gregory Pemberton. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. So from your view, is this necessary?
Well, look, we completely agree with the president that crime in the District of Columbia is out of control and something needs to be done with it. We have to go back to how we got here, though. In 2020, the D.C.
Again, crime in D.C. is down 30% from last year, and another 24% from that this year.
City Council passed an enormous amount of legislation that handcuff police officers, exposes them to administrative, civil, and even criminal liability.
Good? Yes, good. I want officers handcuffed, generally. I want officers to have civil liability issues.
Handcuffed 2020, the D.C. City Council passed an enormous amount of legislation that handcuff police officers, exposes them to administrative, civil, and even criminal liability.
Maybe do your job better. You should have liability. Cops kill people. I think that calling the police is immoral in most cases in America. Genuinely. Like, there are very, 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 very few cases where I would consider it okay to call the police in America. It's literally calling a hit squad that might shoot you too, by the way, because we've covered stories on this channel of black people calling the police and then they get shot. I woke up in a new Bugatti. We'll sell it and then use that money to help the revolution. Don't be a bourgeois piece of shit. There's an ads for fathers and sons. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's important. They're reducing the age limit to join ICE so that children can join ICE now. By the way, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Age limit lowered, ICE. Can you turn down 4 watts? I think it's lagging. No, I can't, and I don't know what you mean. Yep, they're removing age limits, so anyone down to like 18 can join ICE now. And by 18, that means like 16. That will make the junior 16 the right size. Well, that'll make it real easy to start having, you know, Hitler's youth. Children can join ICE. 18-year-olds can join ICE. They're going to make a child-friendly version for like 14 and ups. There's a part of me that kind of wants to see the U.S. get balkanized in a wild, militant way. Mate, it already is. Missouri is, fuck, what country? Fuck, hold on. Like, literally the exact same. Bulgaria. Missouri and Bulgaria have exactly the same, like, rates of poverty, like, the average age, average income, same amount of people. Reminder when John Kennedy said, call a crackhead if you hate the cops, ironically decent advice. Literally, I've said to you guys, go around and find your friends and your neighbors and create a group chat, a 911 group chat. Have a PDF that has all of your addresses in it and have the chat labeled so that any message in this specific group chat means come to my house right the fuck now and help me. If like 4 to 6 liberal states broke off, managed to get their own currency on the ground, yeah, well, that requires like people who are willing to sack up and charge. Because teens are more likely to be fucked in the head. I mean, like, they also specifically want to fuck the teens in the head and other places because this is the pedophile government. I remember, you know, Epstein. Donald Trump literally offered Epstein a job in 2016. This is a horrible idea. No, like, they already do this. That's what I'm saying. That is a horrible idea, but they already do this. Yeah, they're the Make America Pedo Again party. That's literally what their job is. Karens in the U.S. abuse the hell out of the Ring app when a person of color just happens to walk by their door. Yeah, never have one of those. If you have a Ring app, I want you to burn it and destroy that fucking clanker. That is tracking you. Everything is tracking you. So, like, that Ring app can bring you danger, especially if you're a person of color. But, like, yeah, don't call the cops. Create community policing. You don't need to call the cops. Fuck the cops. They're the enemy. They will kill you. They won't need to, they would need to basically build a shadow government and constitution underground, build allies without the feds knowing for like years. They have. ICE gets more funding than most global militaries do now. ICE is a second US military. It's the domestic version. We have that. We have a deep state. It's them, it's Palantir. I have a map. I can show you the map of the deep state. Here's the map. I'm the map. Oh, sorry. Give me this. This is the map. It's not the full map, but from the bottom up, from like, you would be here. This is where like the consumer exists. We have a deep state. We have a deep state. We have US government clouds. The CIA signed a contract with Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle Cloud, and IBM. We have exactly since 9/11. Absolutely. We have all of these companies involved. We have more than these companies involved. We have, all of these agencies and countries involved in the same deep state. This is all one deep state, mind you. We have the data brokers that are selling your information, that are going to sell all of your ID verification information. Sovereign platforms. These are the companies that rule the world. These are the megacorps. Microsoft, Oracle, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, SpaceX, and Starlink. These are the companies. Can we find this chart online? You can't. I made it. But if you join my Discord, I can drop you the file. This is an obsidian.mv document. Like, I can make new ones of these. It's actually a really cool app because you can just like fuck around however you want. You can change colors. So I can link you the like actual like file, but stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Shout out to Obsidian. People need to see this, but like, yeah, this is the deep state. This right here, that be the deep state. By the way, we got, some names here. Sam Altman, Larry Ellison, the most like powerful person in America right now. Masayoshi Son, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz, Reid Hoffman, Curtis Yarvin, Balaji Srini, I can never say this one. Srin Ivasan, Jensen Huang, Satya Nadella, Elon Musk, Alex Karp, Paul Merlin. This is not a complete list. I'm still working on this, like part by part by part. There is so much data. Hold on, I can show you another thing. It's like entirely unorganized, but hold on. Is it you? Yes, it is you. New window. Thank you. Close that window. Switch you. we got, you know, different entities, the register, the contact trees, the real-time traffic analysis, the license plate analysis. This is the deep state. The sensors on your phone, the crypto shits, the funding grants, the procedural pathway. Like, there is a lot here. Payment processors and, like, their ability to lock you out of stuff. If any one of those fail, you're all gone. Like, it's a big deal. I'll post the full list when I have it all together, but, like, yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, I just kind of add to it as I go, Etch, you know? These idiot dickweeds with sub-Homo sapien IQ can make a shadow government. If we got our shit together, we could do it too. Literally, I've, like, been saying this. These people are they're too stupid to be controlling the world. What the fuck are we doing? These people should be licking windows. Why are we here? It's a big server. It's not. A lot of it's not as populated, but, like, yeah, I do need to work and fix that a little bit. It's a bit too crowded. I don't personally like using it, so let's keep going because this is important. We still got important stuff coming out of these talking heads, because remember, this is all coming to you. If you just came in, actually, let me give you like a little tiny refresher, because it doesn't really take much here. Where is it? Here we go. That's not the one. Here's the right one. One more time. See?
They're very bad. It is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our city.
New York, Baltimore, like these are other cities that he's going to attack.
Cities over this, and this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C. and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say.
That's you. I am smarter than Elon Musk. I'm smarter than Peter Thiel. I think I'm also smarter than Peter Thiel. Everyone here is smarter than Elon Musk. Peter Thiel is intelligent, unfortunately. He's actually intelligent. What channel? I mean, I have some stuff in the resource for safety section, but it's not, like, I haven't posted this anywhere yet. And so here's the thing, certified garbage. Some people think deep state sounds dumb and conspiracy bit. That's because of them. Everything that is real, that you think, like, well, you know, like, it's too overused, or it's because they made you think that, right? Every accusation is a confession. And so by saying something like, I don't know, the deep state, and we're going to drain the swamp way back in 2016, when there wasn't, I mean, there was always a deep state, just not the way he meant it. There is still a deep state. The deep state's pretty much still the same, too. But we're talking about it a little differently. But he made that idea, and he created a, like, conspiracy around it, which convinced his side that it was real, and our side that it wasn't. And now our side doesn't like to use that word. Same thing with the Russia hoax. You know, the Russia. You know, it wasn't a hoax, right? You know, even then, we found that there was Russian influence on the election in 2016. We found that to be true. That was, like, agreed upon. By the way, the only reason that we didn't get, you know, direct links between Trump and Putin was because of an FBI agent who last year was arrested for being a Russian agent. Last year. Same guy. He's the guy that's like, there's no information, there's nothing that links Trump to Putin. That guy got arrested as a Russian agent last year. Because they respawn those dumbass jokes about well, I mean, that's the thing, right? You don't need to, like, fall to their rhetoric. Use their rhetoric. Thiel doesn't understand people, society, just financial systems. He understands his goals in society, and he thinks of people like slaves because he's the Antichrist. Alex Karp is the one who's supposed to understand society and people, which is why they picked him to be the CEO of the tech company when he has a PhD in classical social theory. Neoclassical social theory, sorry. That's his PhD. That's his job. His job is to understand people and society. Thiel's job is to plan to destroy the world. That's their goal. By the way, remember, these are people that are very closely tied to Israel and the death cult. Like the actual end of times cult.
Do you think that is an appropriate use of those federal resources?
I do, actually. I think it's a disgrace that our nation's capital is crime-ridden. I think it's a disgrace that tourists and visitors come to Washington, D.C. and they don't feel safe. I think
the only place in Washington, D.C. that I would feel unsafe, I mean, to be fair, I'd feel unsafe in quite a lot of Washington, D.C. at this point in time because, you know, Nazis everywhere. But if I had to point to a place, where there was a crime epidemic in the United States. Be right here. Right there. That's where the crime is. Neoclassical social theory is a pseudoscience? Yeah, but I mean, like, these people are, like, they think that they're creating a god machine. Like, literally, Peter Thiel can't answer the question of whether he wants humans to go extinct or not. Peter Thiel is a demon. Ooh, we got a Madhouse segment. Okay. Well, let's listen to Scott Jennings first, the demon. Or rather, the Lich Scott Jennings. And then we'll get to Madhouse.
I think it's a disgrace that, you know, roving bands of teenagers are riding, you know, hundreds of dirt bikes around Washington, D.C. shooting.
How do you sound so fucking lame? What are you, like a 75-year-old grandmother?
Guns, shooting off fireworks. Disgrace that, you know, roving bands of teenagers are riding, you know, hundreds of dirt bikes around Washington.
Show me one picture of that, but like, pussies. This is really because two 14-year-olds beat the shit out of big balls.
In D.C., shooting guns, shooting off fireworks, and you have these...
Guys, stop arguing. Both of you are cool and based people. Just, like, you can have a disagreement, just stop arguing. It's fine. It's not important. It's really, really fine. You are both incredibly based. Stop fighting. That is an order. Oh no, not fireworks. Not dirt bikes. BMX bandits everywhere.
Roving bands of carjackers. It's a disgrace. This is our national capital. You shouldn't have to feel that way, whether you live there or whether you're visiting on the streets of Washington, D.C. It's a unique place because it's a federal district. It's not in a state. And I think the president, you know, has rightly decided that something has to be done. You know, it has a very high homicide rate when you compare it to...
This guy would ban video games? They are! What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about banning video games? They invaded the Capitol! And also, yes, they ban video games. What do you think, like, the internet censorship stuff is for? That was, like, I talked about that all week, and on Thursday last week, and on Thursday this week. So, like, outside of that, these are demons. What time is it in your time zone? It's like 2 in the afternoon?
World capitals, and so I'm anxious to see how far he wants to take this, but frankly, I think for the people who live there and the people who visit there, they're going to welcome extra police presence.
No, they're not. In fact, you want to see what the people who live there are doing? Remember, he said he's gonna, this is not like, it does not stop in DC. He's gonna bring this to other states and cities. You know, New York, he mentioned. Baltimore, he mentioned. They are not happy. Here's another one.
Free DC! Free DC! Free DC! Free DC!
CNN doesn't respect their audience. CNN is just like a right-wing media channel now. They're all the same. They're all the same. Even MSNBC is barely worth watching. Like, literally, Maddow. That's it. Kind of. There's like one other person at MSNBC who I might watch occasionally.
Home rule! Protect 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 home
I'm always streaming from the future. That's why I'm always right, because I've always seen what happens. Here's another one. I mean, these are not enough, but... I fucking wish liberals would just watch some European, protests. Watch what happened in, Georgia. Watch what happens... I mean, Georgia's my favorite example. But, Greece, Turkey, France... Just try a little bit. I believe that we will win. No, you're not. You're gonna get shot in the fucking face with a plastic bullet. When you could have this. Why am I never seeing this in America? We used to fight tooth and nail for rights. Unionists, union workers, were dying by the fucking thousand before 1920. Before in the 1800s even. During the golden age, or the gilded age rather. Now that's inspirational. Yes, I want one so fucking bad. All left media needs to keep advertising one, if not the largest crime spree going unpunished is wage theft. Absolutely. But also, I feel like they might pass wage theft in a second. Because they're just going to steal. They're stealing everything. They're stealing everything. Protests are meant to be disruptive. That's the whole point. Yeah, this is what I said. If you have that many people, again, think about LA. There was 300,000 people in LA. Break off into 8 to 12 person groups. Have walkie-talkies. It doesn't matter if the cops can hear you. Just learn how to communicate properly. And then go and assign your groups streets to patrol. Occupy the city like a military force. That's what they're doing. How many, hold on. Let's do the math. 300,000 divided by 12 is 25,000. 25,000 groups of 12 people occupying LA. Do you think that they could do anything about that? Anything? Do you think they, literally, they could try their hardest? Do you think they could stop that? If, you're patrolling streets up and down, there is an organized structure, you're all spread the fuck out. That's basic too. Yeah, you can make that way further from there. But it is safer. It's harder to get kettled and corralled. It is much easier to escape, much easier line of sight. Generally, you are occupying the area. That's what a protest should look like. Every protest should look like this, given the urgency of what's happening. True, but I can't show that, so, Even something as simple as randomly blocking traffic can be really damaging. Literally, you can get, little rubber tubes, right? Just, basic rubber tubing. You know what? Hold on, I'll show you a guide on how to make this. This is slightly different. This is to protect yourself and others from, ice in the winter. I feel like ice is becoming more prominent in the summer as well.
Let me show you how to make something that'll help you stay prepared for ice. For this, you're going to need an empty prescription bottle, some regular old nails, and some rubber tubing. Rubber tubing you can get in the plumbing section of any hardware store, but you can also salvage it from all sorts of different kitchen appliances, particularly top-loading coffee makers will always have a length of tube about this long in it. And a one-way valve, which is not necessary for this project, but it's pretty cool. So you're going to take about a hand length of rubber tubing and cut it off. Then you're going to take your nails and start pushing it through the tubing. Be careful doing this. I tend to sort of line it up, get my fingers out of the way, and then push it down onto the table until it pushes through. Push it through like that. Then you're going to rotate it 90 degrees and put in another nail about a nail head width beneath the other one. Crushed it, nailed it, crushed it. Do it again. Rotate, place another
Cheap,
one. So you're going
available.
to end up with one facing in each of the cardinal directions.
You can make multiple of them. Cheap, available.
It kind of gets finicky once you start having more nails, so be careful. Then just keep going down the line. It used to be that you only had to worry about ice in the winter, but nowadays you got to worry about ice all the time. You really never know when you're going to encounter ice, so it really pays to be able to keep stuff like this on you so that you're always prepared. This little device will basically make sure that a car doesn't go anywhere if you don't want it to. You're going to take your empty pill bottle and just kind of shove her on in there. So that way you can safely keep it on you at all times in your backpack, even in your pocket, because you never know when you're going to need to stop a car from going fucking anywhere.
You have methods. You can do a lot, in fact. Another idea, another home crafts, another really fun home craft, actually. One that I would like to do, but I don't have the skill nor the money to do because I'm broke as hell. By the way, drop a sub, like the channel, support the stream. I would love to be able to keep doing this, but I need to be able to afford to keep doing this. Where is this video? It's definitely in my Discord at the very least, but I think I'm almost where it is. About building like a proper shield that you can easily carry to a protest. Let me see if I can search it. Build a shield. Not that one. No, build a shield. Protest. Damn it. All right, fine. It's not coming up. It's in my Discord somewhere. If you want to see it, go join the Discord. It'll probably be under like socialist propaganda or resources for safety. Now, shit's getting serious because we saw the protests. People are not happy about it, but the real motives are starting to show themselves. The revenge tour has begun 7 hours ago.
New York Attorney General Letitia James, Senator Adam Schiff, Special Counsel Jack Smith, former CIA Director John Brennan, former FBI Director James Comey. What do they all have in common? Well, all have played key roles in investigations into Donald Trump, and all are now legal targets of the president's Justice Department as his revenge tour escalates. Joining us now, former U.S. Attorney and MSNBC legal analyst Joyce Vance. New York Times correspondent Glenn Thrush is with us as well, and Michael Shearer is still with us. All right, Glenn, what's happening here? Why is Donald Trump?
Because he's the dictator. He's the fucking king, and y'all pissed off the king. I'm sorry, but when you come for the king, you better not miss.
What justification is he using to investigate these people?
The fact that he fucking wants to. Do you think that law still exists?
Well, let's talk about the surface versus the real justification. And I'll start with the real justification, which is exactly the same as what we saw today with the takeover of the D.C. police. We are in a perma-war standing with Trump. He must initiate crises. He must go on the attack against his perceived enemies.
This is true, but that's not Trump. It's the entire right. That is fascism. Fascists need to be the victim. Every time, like the Nazis were just as lame. Fascists have to be the victim. They have to feel like they are entitled to everything while also being like the target of the worst discrimination possible. That's how they view themselves. Ooh, protest shield. I mean, that's good. That's an actual document. And it looks pretty similar to what I was going to show you. The extra bit that I had was like metal fence bit on top of it, but like that's the whole other thing. It's fine. I'll find it for next time.
He must attempt to keep his coalition together in the face of disintegrating forces, the Epstein issue, and also the incursion of the midterms, which is going to essentially render him some kind of a lame duck president. So we have that as his deeper motive. Superficially, what he's attempting to do is to use some of the auspices of the Department of Justice, particularly this extremely vague weaponization task force that he has given to Ed Martin, the former interim U.S. attorney in D.C., who was rejected by Republican senators for being too extreme, to look into some of his enemies. We have been told that it is for the purpose of convening a grand jury, but we have not seen any evidence yet of subpoenas or any specific investigative activity.
Yo, you guys, what do you think about me making every single one of you that, like, regularly shows up a mod? And then just making this, like, a chat where all of you are mods, and then I don't do, like, you know, I don't decide who gets kicked or banned. You guys have to do that, but you guys have to agree. You guys want to democratically all be mods? Like, you would all have to agree. Like, if one of you's, like, you know, doing some shit that, the rest of the, like, chat doesn't agree with by yourself, well, then you'll probably get kicked too. The idea being, I think I got this from the letter hack, actually, based idea, in that this is now a bar for bouncers. If you get kicked from the bar for bouncers, you ain't coming back. That's it. But, like, democratic, don't just, like, kick or ban anybody. Cool, alright, I will do that then. All of you are gonna become mods. What about you guys, YouTube chat? If like, anyone doesn't want to be a mod, that's fine. You can still have the thing and then just not do anything with it. It's just, when the letter hack told me about this idea, it came across as like, okay, well, this is exactly what I preach. This is community policing. It is now all of your jobs to ensure that this community is safe, because it's just as much your community as it is my community. I will always tell every streamer they can mod, but I will most likely do zero actual work. That's fine. You don't have to do anything. That's perfectly fine. But you get the input, and if you want to use it, then you can. I'm down. I've experienced modding for the letter hack in this space. Sorry. Cool, sick. All right. I'm going to make all of you mods.
But the goal here, and this is where this is different than almost any other administration, frankly, any administration I've covered in my lifetime, and I think going back several lifetimes, is these investigations, these probes are leaked typically to Fox News and become part of the public domain. And Ed Martin, the aforementioned Ed Martin, has said publicly that the goal of these investigations, legitimate goal of these investigations, isn't just to bring an indictment or achieve a conviction, but to name and shame those people that he has targeted.
Joyce, what do you make of that? The naming and the shaming goal here?
So naming...
It's part of the fascist playbook, is demonize the enemy and dehumanize the enemy, because, again, they need to feel like they are constantly under threat, that they are constantly harassed, that they have no ability to, you know, be safe, that they're under attack, but also that they are the best, and that nobody could ever compare, and that, you know, everyone else is a piece of shit. Like, it's the dichotomy. You need both, and that, like, their brain is trained for it, so.
And shaming is explicitly something that prosecutors don't do. And under the rules of ethics that govern all DOJ prosecutors, you only go to the grand jury to seek an indictment if you believe that you've got the...
The only thing that I'm gonna ask is, like, if I don't want someone banned, then they don't get banned. And obviously, like, you know, I'm sure all of you will agree to that. That's fine. But, like, yeah, no, all of you can decide now. This is a proper community, and we're enacting the policies that we're talking about. If we can't make it work in Twitch chat and YouTube chat, well, then we're never gonna make it work in reality. The idea being, I think this is a way that can stop infighting. Because, like, the infighting often comes from deciding what we should do in a hypothetical situation, but now you guys are going to have to work together in a non-hypothetical situation, which might stop the infighting. Hopefully. It's an idea. Buck definitely stops with me. Well, thank you.
evidence that you would need in court to get a conviction. I think, Katie, it's really difficult increasingly to express how shocking this is. This is the complete weaponization of the Justice Department for...
It's not shocking at all. Like, I hate these people. I hate you. This woman, I fucking hate this woman. And she's done nothing wrong other than just be unaware. But, like, Oh my god. How could this be a surprise to you? As long as you only give mod to good faith individuals. Well, so here's the thing, right? I'm going to give mods to the people I see regularly, and then the rest of you guys have to decide who gets modded. Every new person, the ideal should be to mod them. When you are modded, you are officially like properly verified and part of the community. And congratulations to all of you. But like, you guys decide if someone deserves mod. That's the plan. I mean, I get a vote, sure, but like, maybe I get 2 votes. The fate is determined by the community. Exactly.
Political purposes. You know, during Trump's first term in office, we talked about not wanting to become a banana republic, because in banana republics, criminal prosecution.
We're not a banana republic. We're a fucking fascist dictatorship. Get your head out of your ass. You live in Russia.
Becomes a tool that a powerful dictator or chief executive can use to intimidate his enemies. And we seem to be at that point now.
Let me play a little bit of Abby Lowell talking about what Donald Trump.
Banana Republic is a cutesy term. It's a child term. It's another version of that coddling bullshit. It's a word that doesn't sound as harsh as what the word actually means. That's damaging to society, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Words only have power when you give them power. You have to give them power. She's like, I'm gonna see, what do you expect? Well, of course, but like, my job is to watch her and then yell at her. So like, what do you expect? By the way, 40 seconds ago.
Over of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Here you can see them right behind me. And at the front of the protest is a person holding a sign saying release the Epstein files, because that's ultimately what the...
Great, I don't care. Do it January 6th and demand the Epstein files. March up into the Capitol, get 20,000 people at the door peacefully, and say, we want the Epstein files. Walk in. You know, they'll open the door, they'll let you in. Do it, just do it. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Don't harm anybody, don't do any violence, but walk into the Capitol and demand the Epstein files. I want to see a January 6th. It was a movement of love, after all. I mean, of course I wouldn't say do anything wrong. The president says that January 6th was fine, so, you know, do January 6th. Bring some fucking laser pointers and fireworks, you dipshits. Banana Republic has its roots in Newspeak when the U.S. engaged in neo-colonial projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, that makes sense. And Newspeak is making a big-ass comeback. I mean, like, woke is now Newspeak for just, like, not fascist. Release the files and the fucking hostages from ICE. Thank you. Like, genuinely. I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. Release the hostages. California and the rest of the United States have a right to exist. ICE is a terrorist organization. Remember June 7th, 2025. Based as fuck. Love you, long like Homo sapien. Genuinely.
About. Many people say that this is just a distraction, which in a lot of ways...
Everything's a fucking distraction these days. No, nothing's a distraction. There's just a lot of shit going on at the same time.
Could be. But anyways, you have hundreds of people right now marching across D.C., protesting Donald Trump's mobilization of the National Guard, protesting his federal takeover of the local law enforcement. So we'll see what happens.
Every Democrat running in 26 needs to get hit with, do you condemn ICE? Reality is distracting. Reality isn't distracting, Rainspan. It's media that's distracting. This is the distraction machine. Reality is actually quite easy to pay attention to, as long as you don't have distractions around you. Now, reality sucks. That's a different thing. I can't make that any... I'm trying my best to make that not the case, but, like, there's a difference there, you know? There is.
Was doing. He says it...
Stop watching the news, you say as I open MSNBC. I mean, to be fair, I am the news. And I do news a little bit differently. But get off Twitter, yeah, like, genuinely. All of that. Go and, like, read. Go to, like, Reuters and AP. Like, they will lie, too. But, you need to learn to do critical thinking and read between the lines. It's your job to be a freak about the news, not you. That's true. That's true. It is my job. And again, like, it's also important for you to realize that this is an issue that's going to affect you.
We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with...
Then we also had this.
Constitution, including the habeas corpus clause. They've erased part of the Constitution, including the habeas corpus clause. They erased it from the copy of the Constitution that is published on congress.gov. Specifically, they removed sections 9 and 10 from Article 1. Section 9 includes many important clauses, including habeas corpus. And I'm going to leave the door open to this possibly being a glitch or an accident, but if this was purposeful, my guess is that if they removed section 9, they had to remove section 10 because you can't go from section 8 to 10 without someone noticing. Luckily,
go and buy a physical, like, copy. They already took the copy down from the White House website entirely, and now they're changing the copy on the Congress website. That is terrifying. I like this creator. She's cool. Based. I'm gonna drop her a follow, though.
Someone noticed anyway. I think you'll notice that the sections that are conveniently missing are convenient to be missing. So I think it's important that we go through them in a simple and easy to understand way. So I'm going to go through section 9. Article 1, section 9, clause 1 is about the migration or importation of persons. Slaves. This clause basically says that the federal government cannot prohibit the importation of persons until about 20 years later. Clause 2 is about the writ of habeas corpus. It says that it cannot be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Basically the right that we all have, that forces law enforcement to bring an individual before a judge to justify their...
That's gone.
Detention or imprisonment. It's a requirement that the government prove that your detention is lawful. Clause 3 says no bill of attainder or ex post facto
law. At this point, no detention is lawful. None. The government is so out of whack that, like, legally speaking, from like an international perspective, nothing that's being done is legal. Nothing.
Shall be passed.
There's
a bill
no
of attainder
deportations
is a bill
happening. Not
or
one.
law that basically makes a
These are
group of
kidnappings.
people guilty of a crime and subjects them to punishment without a trial. This was used a lot back in England to go after political enemies. An ex post facto law is a law that's written to make something illegal after you've done it. So it wasn't a crime when you did it, but they're going to make it a crime after the fact and go after you for it. That's not allowed either. Clause 4 says no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census, blah, blah, blah. Capitation taxes are often referred to as poll taxes. Basically, this clause said...
Hey, guys, I want to remind you that America literally did a revolution because they didn't want to pay more taxes on fucking tea. Right? Like, you guys remember that, right? Literally, like a fucking actual war and a revolution because of tea? Anyone remember their civics class? I do. Pick me, teacher. You know what wasn't in my civics class? This.
Pastor Doug Wilson is a self-described Christian nationalist on a mission to make the United States a Christian nation and the entire world a Christian world. Over the decades, he's built an international network of more than 150 churches. And last month, he opened a new one just 3 blocks from Capitol Hill, with the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, attending the service.
Oh, you know, the other Christian terrorist who has literally tattooed infidel on his arm so he can go harass Muslims.
Pastor Wilson preaches a strict interpretation of the Bible. He believes women should submit to their husbands and not have the right to vote. In his view, abortion and homosexuality are criminal.
This is literally anti-Christian. Like, it's anti-Christ beliefs. But, you know, the fucking chipper way to present this too. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand. Like, I know that the people have this kind of like voice, like the newscaster voice, but like I don't like it. I don't get it. I don't know. Why the fuck does CNN give these fuckheads a platform? Because they are part of the regime. CNN is making money and they don't want to get sued by Trump. Like, uniparty shit, yeah. Literally, like to a degree, that is true. That is real. Like, literally, here's, like, give me any accusation these people give. Have you seen the Republican Jesus videos? I've seen Republicans saying you should love Hitler for Jesus, but no. A lot of media is state media, either directly or indirectly now. Absolutely, yeah. Very few media, even like streamers, are not. Like Asmongold. Asmongold is like not even worth watching, mind you, but you know, he's the biggest streamer on Twitch. That dude fucking literally is gonna do whatever the state wants him to do. He will say one thing about America, say like that's fine here, and then he'll look at the same exact thing happen in Europe and be like, that's fascism. He's indirect state media, exactly. By the way, like, you gotta remember that Trumpers are not very smart. Okay, you have an Australia flag, 2 British flags, 3 American flags, an Israeli flag, a trans flag, a gay pride flag with a trans flag in it, dog, cat, and then we have Team Trump Vance, and then furries. What is this person? Like, I want to know what this person's inner thoughts look like. You are not going to want to see Republican Jesus videos. I was shown at my DSA chapter by Zoomers. Oh my god. It's a funny video where Jesus is Republican doing the opposite of Jesus stuff. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. He would have Jesus, who was a Palestinian Jew drone bombed in Gaza. No. They would crucify Jesus, guys. You understand that, right? Like, these people would crucify Jesus. Asmongold should be banned from Twitch. See, I don't think so. Asmongold doesn't lie on purpose. He's a useful idiot, sure, but he doesn't lie on purpose. And I think that should be the like thing that gets you banned from the media, is lying to your audience on purpose for, you know, your own benefit or, you know, your team's benefit. I'm gonna lie, one of the only ones I'm aware of that dude fucking rules. J-Rag? Yeah, J-Rag is cool. But, like, yeah, these people don't actually have coherent, like, mental states. You're furries that are pro-Ukraine and Israel and also pro, like, queer, but also pro-Trump and Vance, and...
I don't understand.
It makes no sense to me, either. None. Zero sense. But mental illness is quite fucking prevalent. Oh, by the way, guys, did you know that 40 million Americans don't get enough food? Because as of the latest polling, 15.6% of Americans say that they don't get enough food to eat. That's 40 million people. 40 million people cannot eat enough food in this country. Remember the greatest country on earth, the richest country on earth? Yeah, the richest country in the fucking world, and 40 million people cannot eat. You know, we used to eat the billionaires, right? Like the rich, we used to literally eat them. What do you think would have happened if, like, I don't know, in, was it January, February, when's the Super Bowl? Whenever the fuck that is. During the Super Bowl halftime show, after you know, Kendrick went and did Not Like Us, someone rolled out, like, a table with a cover on it, and then opened it, and it's just Elon Musk strapped like that, and then everyone just comes and starts eating him like zombies on television. What do you think would happen after that? Food insecurity is in the world's wealthiest nation. It's a damn shame. 40 million people. 40 million. I know a decent number of kids in high school who would literally show up for school lunches. I do too. I did too. Couldn't type too mad at that fact. Usually try not to think about it or I'll spend all my time mad about it. Fair, very fair, very fair. I never thought about it much at the same time, but it was like quite common for kids to be like, oh, we're hungry and broke. I'm hungry and broke, y'all. I'm hungry and broke. Now, granted, I don't live in America, but like, nobody should be hungry and broke. Nobody. You should not need money for food. Food should exist for you. It should be perfect. Do you need money for air right now? No. Well, then food should be the same. Same with water, mind you. Kids, we thought it was genuinely funny, but it's like a damn shame. I mean, kids don't know what the fuck they're on about. Kids are barely fully developed humans. I mean, they're not actually. They're literally non-fully developed humans. Oh, I forgot to look at this. I have no idea what happened with it. Some of you might have updates because this is from 11 hours ago. There was apparently a mass casualty event because a steel plant exploded.
Reporting a mass
no idea.
casualty incident at the U.S. Steel Clairton plant. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Janelle Call for much more on what we're.
At the end of this, I'm going to show something really nice, and we'll end on a happy, nice segment. So, Visora, I think this happens because Trump's messaging is so bereft of actual substance that anyone can fill his own slogans and own beliefs. Trump supporters don't realize that he doesn't support the same things that they do. That is actually very true. That's how you get immigrants who just claim to go, that you will go after the violent criminals and also the neo-Nazis. He's very vague when he talks. You fill in the lines. In fact, I'm tempted to also kind of adopt some of that strategy. I mean, I can't do that personally. I yap too much. I will fill in the details. You are going to leave the conversation more educated. God, things are dark as hell here. Yeah, they are.
Learning there, Chanel. Thank you for your time. What can you tell us today?
Well, Mugo, still very much a fluid situation. A huge police and emergency services presence there this hour. Initial images from the scene
we had a plane crash
this
today,
huge
too.
black plume of smoke on top of that facility. This is about 15 miles south of Pittsburgh. Moments ago, our partners at KDKA just spoke to the mayor there in Clairton. Listen.
All right, I'm going to go back out now live to Chris Hoffman, who is standing by with Clairton's mayor, Rich Latanzi. Chris, bring us up to speed. What are you learning now?
Would be nice if we still had a functional department tracking all that. It would be nice. We do. It's just you don't have access to it. It's in the government's cloud. They have their own little cloud, you know. As I was showing before, the CIA's nice little investment deal with all of the tech companies that are going to gather all your data. Bejesus, it's a daily thing now. Yippee, a plane. It literally is a daily thing now, yeah.
Yeah, at this point, we still know.
I'm still shocked we haven't had another 9/11 at this point. Genuinely, I'm not even joking.
Multiple people, Andrew. We're actually going to talk with the Clairton mayor right now, Rich Latanzi. Mayor, what are you hearing so far of this unfortunate situation?
Well, like I said, I had some people text me this morning. I was at the hospital with my dad getting some tests and said, hey, my house is shook. There was a big explosion, we think, from the mill. And then on my 911 call, I saw that they called for multiple ambulances.
Okay, nothing happened there. It's fine. I got two more things to show you. One is very, very nice and happy, and it'll be a good note to end on. And one is a little bit of discourse. I've wanted to show this for a couple weeks now, but it's just been sitting in my folder and I have not had the time. But I want to talk about this, because I agree.
So what's your take? White people have to stop calling out autism, in public.
It's not just white people, but yeah.
100% disagree. Then you don't have enough white friends. I have a lot. I actually have too many white friends. Everyone in my life is white, and they go, that guy's autistic. I go, I agree. Exactly. No, but we don't do that in other cultures. What cultures do we not do that in? Latin culture, we just go, that's Jose, and he likes to sweep. You just let that guy rock.
Ironically, that is the correct way to go about it. That's Jose. He likes to sweep. I love that.
Raul's just good at numbers. Arabs just go, he's... Exactly, yeah. But no one says it. Right. I think saying it is crazy because, when you were a kid and you saw someone with a disability or an ailment, and then let's say you looked at them and your parents were like, don't do that. You're like, oh, learned my lesson. And then now it's like...
We just pointed out! That's fucking autistic. That guy's an autist. Literally. Stop. Yeah. We say that's just how homie is, bro. You just like that. I agree with him. Now, there's instances where it's fine. It's just we do it so much. Everywhere. I see it constantly.
We've reverted back and people are like, yo, that one. You're like, yo, what are we doing?
I also do think that white people specifically have decided if you've got a little flair to you, you're autistic.
Because there's people who have it and then there's people who are like, I think I have it. And that's crazier. I mean...
Well, first of all, I've talked about this before. Autism has genetic components to it, but it's not in every case genetic. You could not have had any predisposition to autism and then develop autism because society, the way that you engage with the material and social conditions in society, the mental patterns, the pathways, especially if you have autistic friends, that you see work for them, you will adopt it to yourself. Your brain will learn to make it work because you need to cope with everything. And so it's the same reason that like ADHD rates have gone up. Not to say that there isn't like quite a lot of people with ADHD, but let's say if we had school built in a way that it wasn't for dopamine addicts that are withdrawing to sit in a chair for 8 hours and listen to boring things all day, do you think maybe some kids might need less Adderall? I do. Now, again, I don't think that this is something you need to really look into. I think these are just social changes that we just need to make everyone's life better, and that it will, as a side effect, reduce the prevalence of these things. Not to say that they're a problem. I have ADHD and autism. I'm fine. The issue being, we have a like social structure based around it. Now, like, you can just genetically have autism. Like, that is a thing that does exist. You don't necessarily have to. There's nothing wrong with it either. Like, this is why I hate RFK Jr. so much, because RFK Jr. will say things that are like very close to like reality, partially correct, and entirely wrong for the rest of it. But that partially correct part is actually important. Like the wellness camps. I actually like the idea. I just don't trust them to do that. Like, let's a proper like psychologist and has empathy and is a human, not, you know, someone with Shaykh Khalud in their head telling them where to go and what to do. That, okay, fine, I could see that. Build our institutions around human needs rather than forcing people into institutional norms. Exactly. You are fantastic. Latino Mifun, based as fuck. It's a diagnosis of actual brain structure. I do get that. But like, brain structure does change over time. So like, developing the social construct, like the socially constructed coping mechanisms and the thought patterns that are generally associated with autism, when you're not autistic and you're young, your brain will change shape to fit accordingly. The brain is plastic. So I just want to ask how the deployment of the National Guard to DC is going to do anything but add tension. Well, first of all, they're not the National Guard anymore. They are now the U.S. Army because they've been federalized. And it's not going to do anything good. It's going to add tension because they want to invade other cities. It's not an authoritarian ploy. It's authoritarianism. The idea is to occupy and control the city. They're kicking all of the homeless people out. That's their goal. Like that's what he said he wanted to do, and that's what they're doing. And putting them into camps. Like that is what he said. Here. We're going to DC, we'll be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. I'll make the Capitol great again. Hold on, there was another one. Oh, I mean, we could just watch this again. That works. This is what he's gonna do with the... This is why he's using the army now, although he always wanted to do that anyway. But this is what's happening with the homeless people, and this is what's gonna be done to us next.
To show you exactly what he plans to do.
Under my strategy, working with states, we will ban urban camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the homeless can be relocated.
Concerned yet? Because that...
Well, obviously, like, the savagery is every accusation is a, you know, confession. We've already seen torture being done in Alligator Auschwitz. So, like, Funcore, I understand what you're saying. The characteristics and what to look for only really occur due to physical things going on in the brain. Depending on when the brain is being looked at here, right? The brain does still play the intrinsic role in autism. And you still have autism if you develop it socially. You still have it. Your brain is an autistic brain. It's not like you can make the autism go away. But there can be autism produced without the like predisposition
Isn't it?
brain chemistry for it. Like that can happen. Not to say that like it's even like I don't know what percentage that shit is. Like there's no way to know. Plasticity refers to the brain structure's ability to change over time. And especially when you're a child, you know, when, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, just answering the question, for sure. You can build pathways. It's just basically impossible to successfully do. I did a lot of work to do it myself, much better off. That's true, exactly. And it's the same with ADHD, mind you. Like, ADHD is a little bit different, though. Because if you no longer have the symptoms of ADHD, then you no longer have ADHD. Now, I take medication. I take Vyvanse. I still have the symptoms of ADHD, but I'm not on my Vyvanse. So I still have ADHD. But theoretically, yes, with practice, I could shift my brain to not need it. It's just, I don't know how the fuck to do that. It's basically impossible, at least in our current society. But yeah. But this I agree with.
There is a spectrum.
But if you have it a little and you go up to a guy who really has it, and you're like, yo, I think I have it. Now that guy's got to be like me more, right? Like, bro, like you're making this competitive.
You know, the way that we're talking about it right now, we could just say he has it.
But
yeah, like even that.
And I just be like, yo, that guy's favorite color is red, and that's all he wears. And I go, ah.
I get it now.
There was a kid in my school who you would not want to say the word purple around. And that was his thing. Like, normal kid, cool ass dude. He was a bit of a weeb. Fine, you know, nerd, weebs. Pretty common. But if you said the word purple around him, he would not have a good time. He was autistic. But no one called him autistic. That was just, oh yeah, don't say purple around him. That was it. That was it. That's more normal to me than what we do now.
Get it now. So you just want to be like, let's be descriptive.
Yeah.
Without having to necessarily put a label on it.
Yes.
What cultures do you think do the best with kind of pointing it out without pointing it out?
I think black people.
Oh, they're the best.
Yeah. Just like, yo, my cousin's coming. You don't go, yo, my cousin's coming. Yo, he's a little weird. He's going to look at the ground. Like, white people will give you the rundown,
They give you a warning.
Yeah, black people are just like, bro, he coming.
Take it or leave it.
He's just like, he'll be there, and then he pulls up. He stands in the corner dangerously, and everyone's like, yo, is he good? I'm like, yeah, bro, he just got some shit on his mind, you know? He's hanging out, bro. He's like everybody else. Like, you don't got to tell people's ailments to them in public. I think that's crazy.
All right, I've changed.
I agree. 100% agree.
My mind.
Dang.
Have I?
Have you?
I don't remember.
I mean, you tell me now.
I don't remember what
well,
I said.
You did say disagree.
Okay.
If I wish I could travel to New York, because I would love to run into the fucking...
Now I agree, 100%
agree. Subway things, dude. 10 out of 10. I would have so much fun on that. But unfortunately, I'm not coming to America anytime soon. Oh my goodness. Okay. Did I show you guys this again? I know I showed this earlier, but Grok got suspended, and I'm still not over it. All right, I'm gonna pull up the happy thing now. Do you think when people on Wall Street point out that they think their peers are sociopaths and psychopaths this way? Well, to an extent, actually, yes, I do. Because I've met with, like... I've ran into corporate executives. I've known, like, rich people and stuff like that. But, like, the one that really stuck with me was a guy who was a corporate executive. I met in a bar. And he would not tell me what company he works at because he knows what I do. And he's like, you would hate, like, me, my company, and everything that I do. That's all you need to know. And didn't say anything else. Which was kind of annoying because I like to know everything. But the dude agreed with everything that I said. Like, word for word. Billionaires are parasites. Capitalism is evil. The dude was a socialist. He agreed with everything that I said. He is an executive at a company that I would consider evil. And... yes, when they are psychopaths, they do consider it a badge of honor. I would consider people like Hegseth and Miller and Teal. Put them in a room together and they'll try and out-psycho each other. To be honest, it's not perfect. However, given what these cracks used to do, I'd rather have them, you know, so, oh, he's autistic? Pass, instead of, you know, yeah. Die slur levels of not understanding. The autism advocates did a great job when they were, because they were autistic about planning. I mean, that's true. And I do like the fact that we have shifted away from like, for example, I want to reclaim retard as a word, but some people in chat get mad. Now, I've been slurred with that word in the past, many a times. Like, cause like, I mean, like not just like calling me stupid, but because of, you know, my ADHD or my autism. We reclaimed queer, and nobody uses retard to mean autistic anymore. It just means annoying, stupid, blah, 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 blah. Like, the word is shifted in meaning. And so I want to be able to reclaim it. Now, I don't, out of respect for people in chat who have asked me not to. But, like, that is a degree of coddling that exists only to protect, like, your feelings. Nobody uses it in this way. The word has become so normalized that it's impossible to engage in politics without hearing it. And reclaiming it gives us the power and takes it away from them. But, agreeing with everything you said, mirroring red flag raises. Oof. Did I ask you about this guy? Has no idea, plan confusing, seems sus to recruit. That looks like an op, my guy. I promise you, ain't no CIA in like person advertising their fucking book on Twitter like this. That's like worth talking to, rather. I'm with you on the R word. It's a medical term. That too. That too. It's also just like an actual term. Like in the context of like fire retardant. There's an N there, but like it comes off the same like prefix. And again, it depends on how it's directed. I think it's only used as only a slur when the R word is used against people with intellectual disabilities. I will agree to that, but with the caveat of intentionally, because of that. Like if you're calling someone the R word and they have intellectual disabilities, but you're not referring to the intellectual disabilities, I would find that fine. It's about the context and like the intent there. You know? It's difficult to like consider, but like again, we've done this with queer. I used to get slurred with queer all the time. Is conservatism an intellectual disability? Yes, it is actually. Conservatism is an intellectual disability. Anyone who used to have access to heavy classified shit who suddenly starts leveraging their prior access to classified probably never actually accessed to classified. Yeah, exactly. Long Homo sapien, you got it. Because that's hella illegal. True. It's also probably an op. All right. Let's do something happy. I think this depressing ass stream needs a little bit of a boost. I love this so much. They're just like staring at the fucking döner. I think we should be able to call people who engage in anti-intellectualism a retard. I agree. I do. I just don't do it on stream often. I am in favor of... I've been banned from Twitch for a week for calling a Nazi the F slur, alright? And I'm queer. So, again, I think that it's fine. I think if you are, you know, one of the groups that can use the slur and you're using it for good, I think it's fine. Like, propaganda-wise, online-wise, like, people already have two different personalities anyway. No one acts the same way in person that they do online. It is a method of bullying the right the way they bullied us to move them to the left. I don't know. Guy was in NCS, dude's running an op, Air Force, worked with DOE, dude was spec op, like, yeah, no, the book is an op. Yeah, I called it. I didn't even check the guy out, but, you know, I knew it. He's married to a target officer lady. CIA means, like, initiation forever? No, not really. Well, I think cats think we're, in fact, their pets. Well, they do. Cats domesticated us. We didn't domesticate cats. You know, like, there's a large portion of cats that carry a prion that will get into your brain, and it won't make you sick, but it will make you like cats more. Kind of language is reserved for normal humans. The fascists can get hit with anything, I don't care. Exactly! I enjoyed the use of regressive or ridiculous for the right. I mean, I enjoy both of those. Both are apt as fuck. Call them knuckle draggers. What are you, fucking Uncle Ruckus? Toxoplasmosis, I believe. Is that what it produces, or is that the name of the like thing that gets in your head? No, yeah, it's Toxoplasma gondii. But yes, so like, yeah, they did domesticate us. When I go to Turkey, I always just find pet cats. Like every time I've been, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna be in like this apartment for like a month. And I just like leave the window open. I usually would like lay some cat food outside anyway, or if it's the door or something, and then suddenly there's a cat that's in my house that doesn't leave. Like, for a whole month, I just had like a free pet cat that's on the street. It's my favorite part of Turkey, is the cats everywhere. Knuckle walkers is for right-wingers. I almost thought you meant gingers. But gingers are blacks, that's fine. Feels so nice if a cat comes to you to pet it. They normally ignore me. In Turkey, they won't. They will all come to you because they expect shit from you. They will steal food off your plate at a restaurant, too. That's my favorite. Oh my god. What a baby. Oh, that cat's about to, like, take a piss or something. See, in Turkey, there are machines all around like Istanbul, where it's a feeder. Like there's cat food in them, and there's a button that they press, and you press the button as the cat, and the cat food comes down. You can eat it. Shop owners will like allow cat. Every shop has its own cat. People will give the cats food. Like it's just there's cats fucking everywhere. No one gathers them up. Most of them are tagged. You know, like we have like a system where cats are like picked up, they're checked for their ID, you know, like they're tagging shit, they give them vaccines, and they're released back out into the wild. And the people of Istanbul take care of these cats. My human does all these cool tricks. I taught him to leave his window open. I want to fuck off and return whenever I want.
To get through Turkey.
I feel like that's a good omen for your wedding. That's like this bit right here, the end, was the most human thing I've seen in a very long time. This is the most human thing I've seen in a very long time. We used to have dogs like this too in Istanbul. They only started like picking them up this year. We had like, I've always seen stray dogs with the stray cats. I've seen the stray cats sleeping on the stray dogs. We had like, you know, ear tags for them and stuff like that. We just started putting them in a pound, but only the dogs, not the cats. It's really sad though. But yeah, cats are OP as fuck. Have you guys ever seen that, I can't remember what channel this is. Hold on. It's about like, it's like the Discovery Channel with like animals, or like Animal Planet, but with like, they use RuneScape like damage markers. Cats are OP. Yes, it's called Tier Zoo. This one.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm not gonna watch the video, I just want to show you like the 10 seconds.
This game's tier list can seem pretty set in stone sometimes, but in reality, major shifts in the meta can happen extremely quickly, especially when new resource hotspots and points of interest open up. Builds which are well adapted to capitalize on these flashpoints can see dramatic ascensions on the tier list. One such event occurred when humans unlocked the food storage ability. This greatly improved.
You know what I mean? Like, it's quite funny, but like, these are actually quite educational. Alright, so we're going to raid Sad Girl, because it's been a hot minute since we've said hi. Thank you all for tuning in today. I mean, I know it was not an easy stream, but I appreciate all of you. If you are on Twitch, please go and drop a like on the YouTube and join the Discord. If you are on YouTube, please join the Discord. And also, drop a like if you haven't already. And absolutely. We'll see you guys next time. I won't be here tomorrow because I have to go get a doctor's appointment, but I will be here on Thursday for me, Wednesday for you guys, and I'm so excited to be back on this space on Thursday for you, Friday for me. All right, let's go. Sad Girl will be new to you, but I think you might like her. She's hella cool. All right, start the raid. All right, here we go. I will see you all next time. Have a lovely night. Oh wait, you're in YouTube, Latino Mifun. You're not gonna get to see. Bye bye.
Support. Let me be clear.